Chapter 761. Crazy Dragon. Evil Dragon. The lights that were released from the runes floating around the array formation of the Dragon God Shrine got more radiant. Like a glass sphere, the array formation engulfed the entire Dragon God Shrine including the platform. Xie Yujia looked at the runes carefully and found that she didn't know many of the runes. Therefore, she memorized them and decided to study them later. The power of the spell's origin note scroll that old grandma taught her could mimic all the techniques in the world, and the life-death note's basic function was to create all kinds of runes and dharma notes. Different runes and dharma notes had different effects, and one could control all kinds of powers with them. After reaching a high level, the cultivator would be free from the constraint of runes and dharma notes and control the natural powers at will. Qingfeng Hermit used this spell's origin note scroll to obtain her power, and the fact that she taught this scroll to Xie Yujia showed the ultimate trust. Outside the array formation, the wind gathered, and the clouds surged up. Similar to Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation, the clouds in the high sky condensed into swirling vortexes which collided with each other and formed bigger vortexes. With the activation of the array formation around the Dragon God Shrine, the surrounding nature essence moved swiftly and formed tribulation clouds at a great speed. Some peak Qian level cultivators didn't dare to take the heavenly tribulation and thus dodged it with all kinds of methods, but some peak Qian level cultivators embraced the heavenly tribulation and tried their best to fight it. Suhan had prepared for her heavenly tribulation for nearly 20 years since she had decided to charge at the heavenly dragon realm since the first year of her cultivation. Even without the help of the Dragon God Shrine, she would activate her own nature essence to trigger the heavenly tribulation. The golden runes on the platform lit up the sky, looking like countless golden light beams were swimming on the platform. Suhan still sat on the ground cross-legged, but the longsword by her side had sensed the changes in the nature essence, and it hummed in vibration and rose from the ground slowly. The level 4 inspectors who were remaining in the Dragon God Shrine also came from the building, including Qin Xiaoyang. Bang! Bang! Now the runes in the array formation turned purple, and they let out blinding lights in the air while more secret golden runes flashed around the Dragon God Shrine. The 9 deputy Shrine Masters were astonished by the sight of the purple and golden lights flashing together. They knew the spirit essence was abundant inside the Dragon God Shrine but hadn't expected such a great power outside of the building. In the very center of this big platform stood the Dragon God Shrine, which was surrounded by 96 big and small square-shaped arenas. However, the arenas and the surrounding walls had collapsed due to Yu Zilong stomping when he was catching Zhen Kongming, but 96 interacting runes appeared slowly from the positions where the arenas were stationed before. The Dragon God Shrine that was in the center had naturally become the core of the big array formation. It was the perfect platform for passing heavenly tribulations. The 9 deputy Shrine Masters suspected that the Dragon God Shrine had been built especially for today's event. Lichen, Yushui, Jingjia, Chunfun, Qingming, Guyu, Lixia, all the 24 big arenas in each direction were named with the 24 solar terms. It made sense since they were a part of a big array formation. The deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine began to realize that things were going in the direction beyond their imaginations. Bam! The first heavenly lightning bolt accumulated in the thunderclouds and struck toward Suhan from the high sky. It broke through the deep purple array formation of the Dragon God Shrine as if it had shot into a layer of glass, and its speed was greatly reduced. All kinds of golden runes on the platform lit up, and Suhan's longsword shot toward the heavenly lightning bolt. Wah! The surrounding cultivators almost couldn't keep their eyes open at the blinding white light. When the light was gone, Suhan was still sitting on the ground cross-legged, not injured at all. The 9 deputy shrine masters all retreated half a step. 6 of them had reached peak Qian level, but none of them had experienced a heavenly tribulation before, and they were astonished by its power. Seeing Suhan remained motionless after the lightning bolt scattered, Hao Ren relaxed a bit. He had witnessed several heavenly tribulations, and the most powerful one was Lady Zhen and her husband's, which was why he wasn't that astonished while he watched Suhan withstand this heavenly tribulation. Boom! All kinds of heavenly lightning bolts brewed and combined, forming a more powerful heavenly lightning bolt. Suhan's longsword hummed and released waves of green lights under her powerful presence. After repeated refineries, her natal Dharma treasure was close to a supreme spiritual treasure. The 9 deputy shrine masters were amazed inside when they saw Suhan's calm expression and the suppression of her natal Dharma treasure, knowing that her strength was probably greater than theirs. Besides the deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine, the metal elemental dragon elders had also realized that Suhan's strength had surpassed theirs. While the power of the heavenly lightning bolts grew, the nature essence in the Dragon God Shrine was also gathering. The Dragon God Shrine was helping Suhan withstand the heavenly tribulation with all the nature essence that it had. It was a great price to pay. The metal elemental dragon elders lamented silently while they calculated what things they should give to Suhan to draw her back into the metal elemental dragon clan. From their perspective, Suhan would pass this heavenly tribulation for sure. After all, not all cultivators had the Dragon God Shrine at their back. Boom! The second heavenly lightning bolt shook the Dragon God Shrine slightly while it crashed toward the platform from the high sky. Suhan remained sitting while the longsword flew up and drew the heavenly lightning bolt to the ground. The lightning traveled along the array formation and gathered around Suhan. A white barrier appeared around Suhan. It was an ice wall made by her metal elemental and water elemental nature essence. When the heavenly lightning bolt struck onto the platform and then gathered around Suhan, its power had significantly decreased. After shattering her ice wall, it didn't have any extra strength to strike her body. The third heavenly lightning bolt struck down immediately. Suhan drew up the longsword which had been inserted in the white platform and flew up lightly. She leapt up by dozens of meters from the platform and withstood the third heavenly lightning bolt with the longsword in her body. The power of this heavenly lightning bolt was no less than those at Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation, but Suhan withstood it with ease. Suhan slashed out her sword and blocked the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th heavenly lightning bolts consecutively. The 9 deputy shrine masters and the metal elemental dragon cultivators were dumbfounded, not expecting Suhan to have such great strength. She wasn't risking her life in the heavenly tribulation. Instead, she had everything in her control. She would become a heavenly dragon very soon. This was a 9 bolts lightning tribulation, and Suhan had blocked 7 of them without any difficulty. The 6 deputy shrine masters calculated silently and knew that they could probably only block 6 heavenly lightning bolts. It seemed that Suhan would have a good chance of reaching the heavenly dragon realm even without the support of the Dragon God Shrine. Suhan, who had done little in the Dragon God Shrine and lived quietly in the disguise of a university teacher in East Ocean City, had reached such a high realm without their notice. Seeing Suhan blocking the 3 heavenly lightning bolts consecutively, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were also sure that she could pass the heavenly tribulation. They wondered what would happen after Suhan become a heavenly dragon. Standing beside Taii Cave Master, Shu Ke experienced the suppression of the heavenly lightning bolts with widened eyes of astonishment. The lights from the heavenly lightning bolts lit up his body, bringing stinging pain to his skin. "Disciple, answer my question. Who created you?" In his white robe, Taii Cave Master asked Shu Ke abruptly. "It's you, Master." Shu Ke looked at Taii Cave Master in alarm and replied carefully. "It's good that you understand it." Taii Cave Master nodded with satisfaction before asking again, "Shouldn't you make some contribution if your master can reach the heavenly dragon realm?" "Master, you mean?" Shu Ke looked up at Taii Cave Master and retreated half a step. "You are a thread of my soul with your own consciousness. Why do you want to struggle?" Under the flashing light, Taii Cave Master got closer to Shu Ke and said mildly. His old face looked distorted and vicious under the light. "Master, you said that we came from the same origin. If I die, you die," Shu Ke said in a panic. Shu Ke had known from his birth that he was a split soul of his master, and he contained all the disobedient thoughts that Taii Cave Master couldn't suppress. In order to reach a higher realm, Taii Cave Master had split out the dirty piece of his soul that distracted him from cultivation and injected it into a mortal who he had killed. However, after the split soul got its own body, it developed its own consciousness. Its strong connection with the main soul in Taii Cave Master's body still affected his cultivation, so he sent Shu Ke to the distant East Ocean City and gave him the golden shield for defense. Shu Ke knew that he was a split soul of Taii Cave Master and thus couldn't escape from him. Due to his mortal body, he couldn't achieve a good cultivation result as well. However, knowing that Taii Cave Master couldn't kill him, he had lived a free life. Now that Taii Cave Master's expression gave him a bad feeling, he turned to run. Humph! You're getting more and more disobedient. Taii Cave Master suddenly reached out his right hand at lightning speed and caught Shu Kei's head. Shu Kei turned to look at Hao Ren and the two girls and saw that they were all watching Suhan, who was blocking the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the metal elemental dragon elders beside him were all turning their attention to Suhan as well, and none of them noticed his movements. Crack! Shu Kei's body collapsed onto the ground. The metal elemental dragon elders were not alarmed when they saw Shu Kei collapsing at their feet, thinking that he couldn't withstand the mind-wrenching suppression of the heavenly lightning bolts due to his low realm. Die! Taii Cave Master suddenly launched a sneak attack at the 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators before suddenly changed into a black dragon and rushing towards Suhan, who was blocking the last heavenly lightning bolt. Chapter 762. The Unpredictable Change. The 6 metal elemental, peak Qian level dragon cultivators collapsed onto the ground immediately. No one had expected something like this would happen. The magnificent 9th heavenly lightning bolt poured down from the high sky. This heavenly lightning bolt was the final one of this heavenly tribulation, and its power was equivalent to all the previous 8 heavenly lightning bolts combined. If Suhan could withstand this heavenly lightning bolt, she would achieve the breakthrough and reach the heavenly dragon realm. At this moment, Taii Cave Master suddenly changed into his black dragon form and dashed toward Suhan. However, he wasn't dashing toward Suhan precisely but to the heavenly lightning bolt above Suhan. Not only Hao Ren but the 9 deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine froze at this scene as well. Was the Taii Cave Master seeking his death? Bam! The heavenly lightning bolt struck Taii Cave Master's black dragon body before it reached Suhan. Taii Cave Master instantly released a black light which filled the sky and absorbed almost all the energy of the last heavenly lightning bolt. The 6 seriously wounded metal elemental dragon elders struggled to get up from the ground and realized that they had been tricked when they saw the black dragon in the white blinding lightning. No one had thought that Taii Cave Master, the most senior member of the Elder Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan, had given up the righteous dragon cultivation and turned to evil cultivation. A metal elemental dragon cultivator who had reached peak Qian level would have a golden or white dragon body. However, Taii Cave Master had turned into a weird black color. Not only were his dragon scales black, but his breath was black as well. It was an evil dragon. The people in the area wondered where Taii Cave Master got this evil technique. Different from the 5 elemental dragon clans, the evil dragons were not afraid of heavenly tribulations. They were born in the boundless void and would turn into devil dragons after the strikes from the heavenly Tao. Bang! The last heavenly lightning bolt that was meant for Suhan had been blocked by Taii Cave Master. Hao Ren had wanted to dash up when he saw Taii Cave Master rushing up in his black dragon form. However, he had thought that the heavenly lightning bolt would kill Taii Cave Master. Besides, no one dared to make a rash move at the last heavenly lightning bolt. Hao Ren hadn't expected that the black dragon would swallow all the heavenly lightning bolt and release layers of black mist. You will die. The black dragon roared in Taii Cave Master's voice before flying toward Hao Ren with its black devil dragon body. Devil dragon! Don't you dare! A bright black light shot from the direction of the Dragon God Shrine while Yu Zilong instantly moved to stand before Hao Ren immediately. His fists expanded to the size of millstones, punching out with violent force. Thud! Yu Zilong, whose body had expanded to twice its previous size, was sent flying. The black devil dragon paused slightly and retreated half a meter before reaching out its claws to grab Xie Yujia, who was standing by Hao Ren's side. Surprised that Yu Zilong had blocked the attack for him, Hao Ren used the precious half-second that Yu Zilong gained for him to release Zhao Horan's strength of peak Qian level. The mystic crystal in his chest released 5 colored lights while Hao Ren's nature essence turned into sword energies at his control and stabbed at the black devil dragon like a flooding river. Explode! When the sword energies stabbed into the black dragon's body like many needles, Hao Ren clenched his fists and controlled the nature essence, triggering the sword energies to explode inside Taii Cave Master's dragon body. Roar! Taii Cavemaster lifted his black dragon head and froze for half a second in pain. Hum. A flowing black light shot out from the top floor of the dragon god shrine. The evil dragon shook its tail and instantly absorbed all the sword energies that were in its body before flying up hundreds of meters, waving its dragon claws. Whoosh! The black light shot by the shrine master of the dragon god shrine cut off half of its dragon tail. A great amount of black blood gushed out. Shu Kei's body that was lying on the ground turned into a puddle of black liquid instantly when the black blood splashed on it. Dragon blood was an excellent tonic, but the blood of devil dragons was deadly upon touch. Zhao Yanzi was pale with fright while Xie Yujia could barely keep her balance when she saw the devil dragon trying to grab her. If Hao Ren didn't block it for her with all his force, she would be gone already. As young girls in the city, they had never witnessed such a fierce battle. If not for Hao Ren's brave act, the devil dragon would have gotten them. Knowing that it couldn't catch Xie Yujia, the devil dragon wagged its remaining dragon tail and released giant waves of black light while it fled of the platform of the dragon god shrine. Yu Zilong covered his chest and looked up at the top floor of the dragon god shrine, yelling, "Shrine Master!" Another black light shot out from the top floor of the dragon god shrine, but it couldn't reach the area outside of the platform. Yu Zilong was hoping that the shrine master would rush out of the dragon god shrine to kill the black dragon. However, a slight sigh came from the top floor, and no more attacks followed. Ha ha ha! The rumor is true. The shrine master of the dragon god shrine can't come out. The devil dragon fled from the platform while he laughed arrogantly. The 6 metal elemental dragon elders got up from the ground and realized that Taii Cavemaster had tricked them. It was a scheme of his to come to the dragon god shrine. His purpose was to use the energy of the heavenly lightning bolt in Suhan's heavenly tribulation to turn himself into an ancient devil dragon. The 6 metal elemental dragon cultivators were tricked into the dragon god shrine, and they were attacked from the back by him. He had used them. According to their investigation, Taii Cavemaster's disciple Wang Shitung, another peak Qian level cultivator in the Elder Council, had been killed while he went to catch a small demon king in East Ocean City. It was probably Taii Cavemaster who had told Wang Shitung the information about the small demon king. He had tried to get his disciple to catch this small demon king so that he could improve his evil cultivation strength, so he lied to his disciple and sacrificed a metal elemental dragon elder. Who would have thought that Taii Cavemaster, who had the largest number of disciples in the metal elemental dragon clan, would pursue the road of devil dragon instead of charging at the heavenly dragon realm? Release again. Hao Ren shot more than 30 Hunden lightning bolts from his hands. The sword energies that he exploded in the devil dragon's body were absorbed by the latter, which brought great damage to Hao Ren's mind. However, seeing Taii Cavemaster trying to flee, Hao Ren wouldn't let him go so easily. After launching the lightning bolts, Hao Ren flew up to chase after him. "Sister Su!" Zhao Yanzi yelled suddenly. Hao Ren looked back and saw Suhan laying motionless on the platform, and his heart turned cold. Meanwhile, the 6 metal elemental dragon elders suddenly changed into their golden dragon forms, and the 6 metal elemental dragons with flashing golden scales and blinding white light around them dashed toward the devil dragon, which was engulfed in the black mist. Among the 8 elders in the Elders' Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan, except for Wang Shitung, who was the youngest one without his own force, and Taii Cavemaster, who had the greatest strength, the other 6 were all senior metal elemental dragon cultivators. They knew that they must catch Taii Cavemaster. Otherwise, the metal elemental dragon clan couldn't get out of the tricky situation. More importantly, the 6 elders wouldn't be able to answer the questions from other metal elemental dragon cultivators. Although the 6 metal elemental dragon elders each had their own technique and power, they had to change into their dragon forms at this moment. Taii Cavemaster attacked them from the behind and almost broke their bodies. However, due to Hao Ren and Yu Zilong's efforts, they had a few seconds to recover their strengths. A metal elemental dragon caused the situation, so metal elemental dragons must solve it. In the sky, 6 giant golden metal elemental dragons surrounded the black devil dragon. A fierce battle. At this moment, the metal elemental dragon elders threw out all the distracting thoughts, determined to stop the devil dragon even if they would be covered in wounds. Boom! Boom! The 9 deputy shrine masters of the dragon god shrine had all changed into their dragon forms and dashed into the sky as well. The dragon god shrine and metal elemental dragon clan had never had dealings with each other, let alone cooperations. However, today's event involved the dragon god shrine and Inspector Suhan, which was why the 9 deputy shrine masters joined the fight. Yellow, red, black, and green. Earth, fire, water, and wood. The 9 deputy shrine masters had different elemental attributes. The 15 giant dragons that could destroy mountains and rivers surrounded the devil dragon, plunging their claws toward it. The level 4 inspectors remaining on the platform saw the 15 giant peak Qian level dragons surrounding the devil dragon in a tight circle. Knowing that their combat strengths were too weak to join the battle, they had to remain where they were and watched the fight in the high sky anxiously. The inspectors lower than level 3 had been floating outside of the dragon god shrine. Seeing this battle, they immediately flew to the distance to stay away, knowing that any dash of violent energy from the battle would be enough to kill them. Stepping on a sword energy, Hao Ren flew to Su Han's side and helped her up before Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi reached her. Su Han would have passed the last heavenly lightning bolt successfully if Taii Cave Master hadn't blocked it in the last moment. It was not a good thing for Su Han. It was similar to a runner suddenly realizing that the last step was removed at the last moment. Without the heavenly lightning bolt strike, the energy that was about to be released from Su Han's body had instantly exploded in her body. Sister Su, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia raced to Su Han's side. Due to their extreme anxiety, they had forgotten to use their Dharma treasures to fly. They had run over on foot. At this moment, Su Han's eyes were tightly closed, and her lips looked pale. She even couldn't hold her natal Dharma treasure and let it fall on the ground beside her. Xie Yujia dug out 3 elixir pills immediately and stuffed them into Su Han's mouth. She had specially made these 3 level 6 pills for Hao Ren by combining dozens of level 5 pills. Now, she took out these best elixir pills to save Su Han. Hao Ren patted lightly on Su Han's chest, sending these 3 pills into her stomach from her throat. She looked to be on the verge of death. With the energy that was great enough to block the 9th heavenly lightning bolt exploding inside her body, it was more damaging than letting the 9th heavenly lightning bolt strike her body. Bang! The battle in the high sky had ended in a flash while Hao Ren gave up his chase of Taii Cave Master and flew over to check on Su Han. The 6 golden dragons were knocked back while the 9 deputy shrine masters were all sent flying. The level 4 inspectors had thought that the devil dragon with only half a tail left was no match for 15 peak Qian level cultivators, and now they were horrified. Seeing the black dragon turning its gaze toward him, Qin Shaoyang was scared and tried to flee from the dragon god shrine on his natal Dharma treasure. Wastrel. The black dragon shot out a beam of devil essence which pierced the array formation of the dragon god shrine. Qin Shaoyang felt like he was immobilized. Alarmed, he saw Hao Ren at the center of the platform and yelled, "Hao Ren, help me." However, the moment that he said those words, his chest was pierced by the devil essence. With his horrified expression and a wide open mouth, he dropped to the ground. The metal elemental dragon elders who had been knocked back onto the platform of the dragon god shrine looked at the black dragon in the high sky with astonishment. If Qin Shaoyang could reach Qian level, he would have known that he was the son of Taii Cave Master. Taii Cave Master had even killed his own son. Boom! The black devil dragon flew toward the direction of East Ocean at great speed. Chapter 763. Take care of Princess Z. The black devil dragon turned into a thick beam of black essence and flew more than 1,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. With Su Han in his arms, Hao Ren couldn't chase after the devil dragon. He was injecting the abundant 5 elemental nature essence continuously from his mystic crystal into Su Han's palm, trying to activate her meridians. If he stopped, her life would come to an end. Meanwhile, that beam of black essence flew across the sky above the Kunlun mountain toward East Ocean. Evil. Voices of several cultivators came from the Kunlun mountain. Bright lights shot from the mountain, but none of them could block this high-speed beam of black essence. Boom! The beam of black essence flew across the sky and East Ocean City before shooting into the ocean. The people in the city felt like the sky dim for a few seconds before returning to normal. Lu Yi was leading a team of soldiers and patrolling the nearby sea area of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. At Hao Ren's instruction, he had strengthened the guarding force around the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Later, Hao Ren didn't withdraw his order, so Lu Yi continued with the tightened security around the Dragon Palace. The news about Hao Ren's success in planting the mystic crystal had reached the generals, and Lu Yi was happy from the bottom of his heart, knowing that Hao Ren's realm increased a lot. Boom! Suddenly a surge of thick black mist appeared and dashed toward the direction of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Everyone, on guard! Lu Yi raised his hands and tightened his grip on his green dragon crescent blade. While flying up swiftly from the bottom of the ocean, he hacked toward the black mist. Although he didn't know what the thick black mist was, he could sense the aura of a cultivator lurking inside. The soldiers followed Lu Yi and threw out their long black spears. The long spears were heavy and hard, and they were made with the iron essence from East Ocean. The soldiers of East Ocean could pierce a city wall as thick as 5 meters with ease when they threw these spears out. Bang! With the brand new green dragon crescent blade, Lu Yi flew to the edge of the black mist, but his weapon broke before it even touched the mist. Lu Yi's body was knocked back like a cannonball while the green dragon crescent blade was shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, the long spears threw at the black mist were bounced back one by one, killing or wounding the soldiers. Protected by the black armor, Lu Yi landed onto a rock on the bottom of the ocean and spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately dug out the level 4 elixir pill that Hao Ren gave to him and managed to stay alive. He had no choice but to watch the cloud of strange black mist dash into the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Their team consisting of hundreds of elite soldiers couldn't even block it for half a second. This cloud of black mist dashed into the East Ocean Dragon Palace directly, and the Grand Array formation did not affect it. Wherever it went, the guarding generals and soldiers fell to the ground, either dead or severely wounded. Sensing this strangeness, the elders flew up from the buildings one by one. Since their families all lived in the outer city of the Dragon Palace, they would be in danger if the Grand Array formation broke. "You overestimate yourselves." A deep voice came from the cloud of black mist which suddenly split into dozens of black balls. These black balls dragged long tails and shot around the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and piercing any elders who tried to block them. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu ran from their palace. Seeing the danger, Elder Lu and Elder Sun dashed before them immediately. When 2 black balls shot at them, Elder Lu and Elder Sun unleashed all their strength but couldn't stop the black essence from entering their bodies. Their bodies turned stiff while blackness began to spread from their hands to their feet. Like heavenly lightning bolts, the devil essence could break everything comprised of the 5 elements. The elders of East Ocean cultivated water elemental techniques, and it was impossible for them to block the devil essence with their power. Humph! Zhao Kuo isn't here. Hovering above the East Ocean Dragon Palace in the cloud of black mist, Taii Cavemaster said coldly. Zhao Guang clenched his fists and felt fortunate. He didn't know what this cloud of black devil essence was, but it seemed like the East Ocean Dragon Palace was in a disaster. It was fortunate that Hao Ren had talked Zhao Kuo out of seclusion, and the latter had gone to a southern city for relaxation in the company of Elder Xingyue. Otherwise, Zhao Kuo would have come out and fight to the death. Boom! The cloud of black mist suddenly withdrew the black balls and flew toward the back mountain of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. No! A thought suddenly dawned on Zhao Guang, and he shouted out. The position of the East Ocean Dragon Palace hadn't been chosen randomly. It was built to suppress an ancient Eye of Devil essence. The legendary godly item that the East Ocean Dragon clan had was used to suppress this devil eye. Due to the abundant nature essence released from this godly item, the strengths of the East Ocean cultivators had remained in the number 1 spot. However, since the devil eye had been quiet and released no devil essence for thousands of years, East Ocean cultivators thought that it had been sealed completely. Later, when the dragon tribe had to guard against the human cultivators, the godly item had been loaned to the dragon god shrine. This secret had been passed down to the East Ocean Dragon Kings, and even Zhao Hongyu didn't know about it. Seeing the cloud of black devil essence flying toward the back mountain, Zhao Guang knew that something terrible would happen. If the devil eye were opened, it would be a catastrophe for the entire world. The East Ocean Dragon Palace would be destroyed, and even East Ocean would become a black hell. Seeing that Zhao Kuo was not in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and sensing no presence of that legendary godly item, Taii Cave Master knew that the godly item had indeed been loaned to the Dragon God Shrine. Therefore, he lost interest in slaughtering the East Ocean cultivators and flew toward the back mountain of the Dragon Palace in a hurry. He had everything in his control. Despite a small deviation in his plan due to Hao Ren, he would finally succeed. He had secretly begun the plan hundreds of years ago, and everything that he had done was for today. Once he became a true devil dragon, even the heavenly Tao couldn't handle him. With immortals, there would be devils. With the immortal world, there would be the devil world. Once the balance in nature was broken, he would become the new ruler of the devil world. Bang! Taii Cave Master changed back into his black dragon form and shot out a beam of black essence toward the back mountain impatiently. A big hole appeared in the back mountain. The ocean waves surged up while East Ocean City shook violently. For the mortals living in East Ocean City, it was an earthquake. Zhao Guang hurried toward the back mountain, and Elder Lu and Elder Sun who had taken elixir pills followed him to the back mountain with several purple-robed elders who weren't severely injured. These elders didn't know about the Devil Eye, but they did know that it was the burial ground for all the previous dragon kings and elders. It was a forbidden place. No one is allowed in the forbidden place of East Ocean. An old but magnificent voice came from the back mountain. In a dark gray robe, hunchbacked Premier Shah glared at the surging devil essence in the high sky and spread out his arms. Zhao Guang and others were a bit surprised when they saw Premier Shah. As an official who served under Zhao Horan and one of the most senior people in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Premier Shah was responsible for the internal affair of the Dragon Palace and guarding the Dragon Cemetery. No one had expected that Premier Shah would run to here and guard the Dragon Cemetery of East Ocean at this dangerous time. Ha ha ha, old B** starred, get out of here. Taii Cave Master laughed arrogantly. Then, he changed back to his human form, rushed toward the back mountain while striking toward Premier Shah. Premier Shah! Zhao Guang cried out immediately. It was a catastrophe for the Dragon Palace, and no one could dodge it. As an old loyal official, Premier Shah's guarding of the cemetery entrance was very touching, but Zhao Guang didn't want to see him die here. Old Dragon King! I'm coming. Premier Shah lifted his hands, and his hunched back suddenly burst open. Ding! A soft golden sword shot out from his back. Premier Shah reached out and grabbed the soft sword, and his previous fatigued look suddenly disappeared. Although the skin on his face was still wrinkled, his eyes were sharp with intense light. Heavenly Dragon Realm. Zhao Guang and the elders froze in astonishment. Premier Shah, who managed all the operations in the Dragon Palace, had concealed the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Realm. The soft golden sword was the vital Yang sword that was lost from the Dragon Palace for hundreds of years. This great treasure of the East Ocean Dragon Palace had been hidden in Premier Shah's back. Heavenly Dragon. There is a Heavenly Dragon cultivator in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Taii Cave Master sounded surprised as well. Two long spears suddenly appeared in his hands. Condensed from devil essence, these two long spears had been merged into his body. It's a pity that you appeared so late. My devil body has become stable. Taii Cave Master released two waves of thick black light while two black dragon wings reached out and swept toward Premier Shah with surges of black mist. Premier Shah swung the vital Yang sword in a seemingly random way and drew 18 distinct sword energies, and the suppression coming off each sword energies was powerful enough to force the purple-robed elders who were standing some distance from them to retreat 3 steps. The sword spirit was so sharp. Crack! Taii Cave Master's black figure was shattered into several pieces. However, the thick black essence instantly gathered and reformed the black figure. Wah! Premier Shah unleashed the full strength of the Heavenly Dragon Realm and froze everyone, including Zhao Guang. How can it be? Taii Cave Master's shadowy devil body couldn't move as well. Turning his wrist, Premier Shah moved quickly and formed 18 phantoms. With speed too fast for Zhao Guang to see, he slashed out 18 times, and more than 300 interlacing sword energies dashed toward the condensed black figure. Hiss! In the last strike, Premier Shah combined himself with the sword and went through the middle of the shadowy black figure. Bang! The golden vital Yang sword broke into 2 pieces. The shadowy black figure scattered slowly, and Premier Shah's body rushed forward and rolled to Zhao Guang's feet. Ha ha ha, Master, you didn't realize that I'm still a fragment of your soul, right? It was me who immobilized you. Shu Kei's weak voice came from the shadowy figure. The shadowy figure, which had almost scattered, suddenly condensed into a black ball, and this ball moved to the distance about 10,000 meters away instantly. With heavy eyelids, Premier Shah watched the black ball flee helplessly. He had wanted to die together with his rival, but he still hadn't been able to destroy the devil soul. He didn't anticipate that the devil dragon had a split soul. Looking up at Zhao Guang, Premier Shah's face began to dim. Dragon King, take care of Princess Z. Chapter 764. Want to become immortal? Zhao Guang helped Premier Shah up with shaking hands. As an old official from Zhao Horan's reign, he was loyal to Zhao Horan and the East Ocean Dragon Palace. He had seen Z's birth and her growth. Although Z didn't come back to the East Ocean Dragon Palace very often, he was like an old man who was guarding the old house, hoping that she would come back so that he could take good care of her. Living with Zhao Guang, Zhao Yanzi couldn't understand Premier Shah's loving care, and even Zhao Guang had sometimes neglected this diligent old official. Premier Shah could unleash the strength of the heavenly dragon realm, but he was not a heavenly dragon cultivator after all. The moment that he opened the seal, he had known the result. After Zhao Horan left the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Premier Shah's purpose in life was to block a catastrophe for the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Although he could unleash the strength of the heavenly dragon realm, he couldn't use it until the moment when the East Ocean Dragon Palace was on the verge of destruction, and the forbidden place was about to be broken. Even during the fierce battle between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the West Ocean Dragon Clan, where Zhao Horan had fought in person, Premier Shah had to hide his true strength. Premier Shah, the loyal official of Zhao Horan, had abided by the agreement which he and Zhao Horan made. He had waited for this day ever since he was a handsome and tall man. Now, he had become a weak old man. Bearing the solitude for hundreds of years, he had waited until today. The only bright light in his grey life was watching the vivacious Zhao Yanzi growing up little by little. She was like a granddaughter to him, and she got taller and prettier each time she came back to the Dragon Palace. Premier Shah's happiest moment was the days when he stayed in East Ocean City. It was his first time leaving the East Ocean Dragon Palace to see the land and the prosperous life in the city. After that, even though Zhao Guang and Hao Ren asked him to go to the city often and get some relaxation, he didn't dare to leave the Dragon Palace. He was satisfied after seeing what the current mortal world looked like. He had to stay in the East Ocean Dragon Palace to guard it against the powerful potential enemy who could destroy the Dragon Palace, just like today. Well, looking at Premier Shah, Zhao Hongyu sighed heavily in sadness. She remembered that on her wedding day, Premier Shah, who had been busy tending to the internal affair of the Dragon Palace, was both the organizer and a kind senior. However, Premier Shah's meridians were all broken, and he was dying. Premier Shah. Hao Ren's crisp voice suddenly came from the high sky. Zhao Hongyu looked up and saw Hao Ren hurrying over with Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi. Grandpa Shah, seeing Premier Shah's blackened face and the absence of his hunched back, Zhao Yanzi froze for half a second and then landed immediately by his side. Hao Ren had steadied Suhan's injuries with his nature essence in the Dragon God Palace while the 3 elixir pills began to work. Then, the 9 deputy Shrine Masters had immediately taken her into the shrine to heal. Although Suhan was still unconscious, she was no longer in the danger of dying. Worried about the situation in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Hao Ren immediately flew back with Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. When they came to the back mountain, it was too late, and the devil essence containing Shu Kei's fragment soul had fled. Princess Z, seeing Zhao Yanzi, Premier Shah's dim face brightened a bit with satisfaction. Grandpa Shah, Zhao Yanzi's tears rolled down her face. She didn't have a deep attachment to Premier Shah, but Premier Shah had taken good care of her each time she came back to the Dragon Palace and had been a very kind senior. Despite her outward willfulness, Zhao Yanzi was soft-hearted and couldn't hold back her tears when she saw that Premier Shah was dying. Seeing the dark faces of the elders around Zhao Guang, Xie Yujia knew that they had all been poisoned by the devil essence. Immediately, she handed them some detox pills. Now that she could make level 6 pills, she had stored many level 5 pills in her bracelet. The elders had been sustaining themselves with nature essence. When they saw the level 5 detox pills, they immediately swallowed them. Gradually, the devil essence in their bodies began to recede. The level 5 pills were precious in this world and could be called celestial pills, which even could bring the dead back to life. Seeing Premier Shah's weak state, Xie Yujia wanted to help, but she had given her level 6 pills to Suhan, and the level 5 pills probably would have no effect on him. Gongzi Hao, take care of Princess Z. Premier Shah looked at Hao Ren and said slowly. Hao Ren took his hands and tried to inject nature essence into his body, but he found that the latter's meridians were all broken. Premier Shah was a peak Qian level cultivator, and he had suppressed his strength for hundreds of years with the vital yang sword in his back. Today, he released all his strength abruptly and obtained the power of the heavenly dragon realm for a short time, but he had broken all the meridians in his body by doing so. Grandpa Shah, don't die. Don't die. Zhao Yanzi finally realized how much Premier Shah loved her, and she clutched his hand while her tears kept pouring down her face. Let me have a try. Seeing everyone's sadness, Xie Yujia walked over and placed her hand on Premier Shah's forehead, injecting about a dozen life-death notes into his body. Life-death notes had an impressive name since it could control people's life and death. Life notes drew out the life energy from nature, while the death notes borrowed the killing intent of nature. The silver death notes kicked out the black devil essence from Premier Shah's body, while the golden life notes sucked in the life energy from nature continuously. Breathing shallowly, Premier Shah suddenly found that the meridians in his body began to heal themselves slowly. While his face turned pink, Xie Yujia's face turned pale. Xie Yujia had never tried to inject life-death notes into a cultivator's body before. It was a very powerful technique, and only Qingfeng Hermit could use it at will. It was due to this power that the soul formation realm cultivators didn't dare to mess with her. Yujia. Seeing her pale face, Hao Ren immediately took her left hand and injected 5 elemental nature essence into her body continuous. Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, and the elders were amazed when they saw Premier Shah recovering little by little. Bang! Xie Yujia's right hand was suddenly bounced off from Premier Shah's forehead, and it was the limit that her life-death notes could achieve. Gongzi Hao, Ms. Xie, thank you for saving my life. Premier Shah cupped his hands and was about to kneel. With one hand supporting the weak Xie Yujia, Hao Ren reached out in a hurry and stopped Premier Shah from kneeling. Seeing that Xie Yujia was shaking slightly, Zhao Yanzi immediately caught her shoulders to support her. Premier Shah, it's great that you are okay. Zhao Guang heaved a sigh of relief. You must go into the Dragon Palace to rest. Dragon King, now that I've come back from death, I have a request. Premier Shah struggled to stand up and said. Premier, please go ahead. Zhao Guang looked at Premier Shah earnestly. Premier Shah hesitated for a few seconds and said, my dragon core had been shattered. Even though I'm still alive, I can only be a mortal and thus can't take the role as premier. I want to live like a mortal. Zhao Guang nodded. Elder Lu and Elder Sun have identities in East Ocean City, and I just want to be an ordinary mortal, Premier Shah said immediately. Zhao Guang looked at him and understood what he meant. After being busy for about 800 years in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Premier Shah was tired. Now that Zhao Horan had passed away, and Premier Shah had finished his mission, he didn't want to manage the Dragon Clan's business anymore. Elder Lu, please take Premier Shah to land, Zhao Guang said with a slight sigh. Thank you, Dragon King. Premier Shah cupped his hands at Zhao Guang and then turned to look at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. Thank you, Gongzi Hao and Ms. Xie. He finally could go on to land as a real mortal, and he would never return to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Of course, he would never speak to anyone about the East Ocean Dragon Palace. With the elixirs in East Ocean, he could go back to his 30s and probably would have his own children and grandchildren. However, his grandchildren would never know that their grandpa had once been the premier of the East Ocean Dragon Palace and a master who had possessed the strength of the heavenly dragon realm. Watching Premier Shah walking into the depth of the Dragon Palace with Elder Lu, Hao Ren felt as if an old man who was tired both physically and mentally was leaving the company in which he had worked for dozens of years. Suddenly, Hao Ren shivered when he thought of his grandma. Taii Cave Master could get any information. Since the metal elemental dragon cultivators could find his home, Taii cavemaster naturally knew the whereabouts of his family. Hao Ren had rushed to the bottom of the ocean immediately when he saw the surging ocean waves around the East Ocean Dragon Palace, but he hadn't thought that Taii cavemaster might go to his home. Boom! Stepping on the sword energy, Hao Ren flew up instantly. Taii cavemaster had attacked suddenly while Suhan was going through the heavenly tribulation, disturbed the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and then almost destroyed the East Ocean Dragon clan. Hao Ren had busied himself with saving Suhan and then the elders in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, but he had neglected his grandma and his parents who had nothing to do with cultivators. An ordinary dragon cultivator would never make a move against mortals no matter how fierce the battle was. However, Taii cavemaster wasn't under the rules of the dragon tribe anymore. In Hao Ren's mind, his parents and grandma were mortals and outside of this circle, which was why he hadn't thought of them right away. Wah! Hao Ren rushed out from the ocean and flew toward his home immediately. In his home, the window on the first floor had been shattered. Chapter 765, The Savior, Grandma. Hao Ren dashed into the house from the high sky. Seeing Hao Ren flying away suddenly, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi immediately followed him out of the East Ocean. When they saw the broken windows in Hao Ren's home, they were alarmed. Hao Ren, why did you come in from the back door? Yu Yang, who was scrambling to help Grandma, looked back and saw Hao Ren rushing in from the broken French window. She asked him in surprise. Bang! Bang! While she asked, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia also dashed into the house. What happened to Grandma? Seeing Grandma lying across the sofa, Hao Ren asked anxiously. Don't ask questions now. We must get your grandma to the hospital first. Yu Yang shook her head. Bang! Hao Ren slammed his fist onto the glass tea table in front of the sofa and instantly shattered it. He was angry at himself for not thinking of the possibility that Taii cavemaster might attack his family. Yu Yang was startled when she saw Hao Ren shattering the tea table with one punch. Seeing blood oozing from his fist, she knew that it was due to his worry for Grandma, but his reaction was a bit extreme to her. When Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren's bloody fist, their hearts ached for him, knowing that he hadn't put any nature essence into his fist. However, when they saw Grandma who was unconscious, their hearts stopped for half a second. Oh, Little White. Zhao Yanzi turned her head slightly and suddenly spotted Little White lying in a corner beside the curtain, so she ran over to pick her up. Seeing the blood on Little White's pure white fur, Hao Ren gasped. He had arranged Little White to protect his family, and she was injured in the process as well. Hao Ren clenched his fists while rage burned inside him. However, he didn't know that it was Shu Kei who was controlling that devil dragon rather than Taii cavemaster. Screech! Hao Zonghua drove his car from the garage and stopped at the door. Hao Ren and Hao Zonghua looked at each other, and Hao Ren saw the anxiety on his father's face. He immediately carried Grandma on his back and rushed out, placing her in the car. Hurry! Let's go! At Hao Zonghua's impatient urging, Hao Ren and Yu Yang got into the car in a hurry. Since Grandma lay on the back seat, Yu Yang sat beside her to take care of her, and Hao Ren sat in the passenger seat. There was no room for Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi in the car. Therefore, the two girls had to stay at the door anxiously. Hao Zonghua saw Zhao Yanzi carrying Little White in her arms, but he had no time to worry about the dog. Stepping on the gas, he drove onto the main road and headed toward the hospital. Looking back at Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia, Hao Ren knew that they could follow, but he was worried about Little White, wondering if she were still alive. The anxiety that he had never experienced before spread all over his mind, making him shiver all over. Grandma had taken care of him all his life. He wondered what he should do if anything happened to her. Little White liked to play silly and cute and could now even change into a loli. What if she died? Hao Ren was panicking, but he was sure of one thing. He would kill that devil dragon who had hurt his family. No matter if Grandma and Little White would be saved, he would kill that devil dragon for sure. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. Seeing Hao Ren's shoulders and arms shaking uncontrollably, Yu Yang comforted him while supporting Grandma. Keeping his eyes on the road ahead, Hao Zonghua remained silent while driving at the fastest speed possible. It was a spherical lightning bolt. East Ocean City had an earthquake, and then a black spherical lightning bolt fell from the sky. Your grandma was standing at the window. telling your dad to call you and ask you if you were okay." Suddenly, the black ball dashed in. Little White probably thought that it was food and leapt up to catch it. However, the lightning ball knocked away Little White and moved toward your dad. "Then, your grandma rushed over to block it," Yu Yang explained. Hao Ren knew that Little White wasn't a puppy, and it wouldn't jump up to catch a frisbee as puppies did. It had known that the black ball was dangerous, and it had blocked it with its body. Hao Ren lifted his head slightly and saw Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia flying above the car inside an energy sphere. Little White was still in its puppy form lying in Zhao Yanzi's arms. For some reason, Hao Ren was a little calmer when he saw the two girls. When one was in a desperate moment, they would want their loved ones to be close to them. Hao Ren saw them and felt as if he had all the support that he needed. Right now, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were also panicking. When they followed Hao Zhonghua's car and saw Hao Ren, they also found some comfort. Grandma was kind to them, and they were worried that something terrible would happen to her. Besides, they were afraid to see Hao Ren's sadness if he lost Grandma. They hoped that they could live together happily and didn't want Grandma to leave them like this. Hiss. Hao Zhonghua turned the car to the Eastern Hospital, the best hospital in East Ocean City. Hao Ren opened the door and carried Grandma in his arms, dashing into the building. While Hao Zhonghua got the car out of the garage, he had contacted the president of the Eastern Hospital. When they arrived, doctors and nurses immediately came over and moved Grandma into the emergency room. Hao Ren could inject his 5-elemental nature essence into cultivators, but he could do nothing with mortals. When he carried Grandma, he had tried to inject some nature essence into her but found that Grandma had very fragile meridians. If he injected nature essence into her body, it would put her in greater danger. If Linlin and Lily are here, they might find a way, Hao Ren thought. They had often nursed Grandma in secrecy and knew how to nurture mortals who had weak nature essence, but Hao Ren couldn't do the same. A little while later, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia ran to the door of the emergency room. Seeing them arriving so quickly, Yu Yang and Hao Zhonghua were a bit surprised but didn't think much of it, assuming that they had found a taxi and followed them here. "Do you have any cure?" Seeing Xie Yujia coming over, Hao Ren asked her in a low voice. Hao Ren had been impressed by Xie Yujia when she healed Premier Shah. It seemed like the power of the life-death notes could bring the dead back to life. Xie Yujia shook her head helplessly. If she could do it, she would have let Grandma stay in the house and heal her. Xie Yujia's life-death notes were effective on cultivators, but she didn't dare to use them on mortals. Both life notes and death notes were too violent for mortals. Likewise, she didn't dare to feed elixir pills to Grandma. They were great for cultivators, but they were poisons that could detonate the bodies for mortals. If old Grandma could help, she probably can save Grandma, Xie Yujia said after a moment of consideration. Hao Ren shook his head. Old Grandma was beyond their reach. Besides, Grandma's condition was still uncertain, and she might be in a coma or a more dangerous situation. Since Little White had blocked the attack for Grandma, and there was no external injury on her, she might be just unconscious temporarily. Several specialists in white coats hurried into the emergency room to join the consultation. Since the patient was Hao Zhonghua's mom, the hospital had arranged the best doctors to tend to her. "I noticed that the emerald ring on Grandma's finger had cracked, so I guess the ring that Lady Zhen gave her must have blocked the attack. I think Grandma will be okay." Seeing the anxiety on Hao Ren's face, Xie Yujia comforted him in a soft voice. Hao Ren hadn't noticed this detail. Hearing Xie Yujia's words, his tension eased a bit. Lady Zhen had indeed given Grandma an emerald ring, and Grandma liked it very much and wore it every day. He knew that Lady Zhen's gifts were no ordinary stuff. "How about Little White?" Hao Ren turned to ask Zhao Yanzi. "I think she is sleeping," Zhao Yanzi said. Hao Ren looked down at Little White in Zhao Yanzi's arms and found that she was snoring with her eyes closed. Damn dog. Hao Ren had been worried about it, but now he realized that it was very tough and got only some minor external injuries. Under Hao Ren's patting, Little White woke up drowsily and rubbed her ears with her paws, looking like a little girl rubbing her eyes. It seemed that the black ball's target wasn't Little White but Hao Zhonghua. However, Little White was very brave to block it. I think Grandma will be okay. You should take Little White outside and buy her some clothes," Hao Ren said. It wasn't proper for Zhao Yanzi to run around in the hospital with a puppy in her arms. Since Little White would want to stay in the hospital, it would be better for her to change into her human form and stay by Zhao Yanzi's side. After being severely injured by Premier Shah, that devil dragon came to Hao Ren's home. However, it seemed like the emerald ring that Grandma wore had also given that devil dragon a heavy blow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fled. Okay. Zhao Yanzi was concerned about Grandma. But knowing that she wouldn't be of any help here, she walked toward the stairs with Little White in her arms. "How is Auntie?" A female doctor in a white coat appeared at the entrance of the staircase and walked over to ask Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua. "She's still in there." Hao Zonghua shook his head with a sigh. "President Bai, thank you for your help." "I'll do everything I can." The female doctor smiled. "Don't worry. I'll go in and check on her." When she pushed open the door and entered the emergency room, she glanced back at Hao Ren. Hao Zonghua also turned to look at Hao Ren. Seeing his son's bafflement, he explained, "She is Wu Luoxi's mom, President Bai Zi of the hospital. Well, I hope your grandma will be fine." Chapter 766. Kunlun Mountain. Wu Luoxi's mom. Hao Ren looked at this doctor and sensed a peaceful presence which was different from cultivators. Standing beside Hao Ren, Xie Yujia also thought that this beautiful female doctor had a calm aura around her. Despite her young age, Bai Zi was now the vice president of Eastern Hospital. Besides her identity as Premier Wu's wife, she was famous in the medical circle in East Ocean region for her excellent skills. A short time ago, she had been to Russia to study and had just come back. According to the gossips, she had gone to Russia to treat the president of Russia and had cured him after a period. The top-level officials of the Russian government had hoped that she could stay. President Bai Zi excelled in everything from surgery and pediatrics to obstetrics and even Chinese medicine. After returning from abroad, patients from all over the country had come to see her. Bai Zi had been impartial to her patients. Even the high-level officials must send their secretaries to stand in line in the early morning to get registered for an appointment with her. However, when Hao Ren's grandma was sent to the Eastern Hospital, she had personally arranged specialists to treat her, and she had come over to check on the patient herself. It was a rare exception from her. Crack. The door to the emergency room was suddenly pushed open. Bai Zi walked out and said, "She's safe for the time being, but she must stay in the hospital for more observation. There might be some changes in her condition later." "Thank you so much, President Bai." Hao Zonghua heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Zi was a miracle in the medical circle at the Eastern Ocean region and could cure anyone except for a few patients who had late-stage critical illnesses. "Academician Hao, don't mention it. You've done many favors for my husband and helped us taken care of little Shui." Bai Zi smiled. "I've arranged a ward for her and will have people finish the remaining process for you." Yu Yang looked at Bai Zi gratefully, not knowing how to express her gratitude. She had stayed abroad a lot. When she was in East Ocean City, she spent most of her time in the research institute, which explained her unfamiliarity with Bai Zi, the star in the medical circle. However, Zhao Hongyu was familiar with Bai Zi. When Grandma got ill last time when both Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were abroad, Zhao Hongyu had contacted Bai Zi and took Grandma here. "Sister Yu, you are Sister Hongyu's friend, right? She mentioned you many times." Bai Zi looked at Yu Yang and said with a smile. Yu Yang smiled back. Among the few friends who she had in East Ocean City, Zhao Hongyu was the closest to her, and it seemed like Bai Zi would become a friend of hers very quickly. "It is fortunate that Bai Zi came to help this time, and I must thank her later," Yu Yang thought to herself. When Grandma was pushed out from the emergency room, she had come out of the coma. "Mom." Hao Zonghua dashed over anxiously and walked alongside her bed toward the ward. Despite his busy work, Hao Zonghua was a good son. When Grandma was in danger, he had pushed all his work aside. Seeing Hao Zonghua walking away, Bai Zi said to Yu Yang, "The old lady is now awake, but her condition isn't stable yet, and she is very weak. Let me be frank with you. I can only keep her condition stable for 1 to 2 weeks. But after that, it's hard to say what will happen." Yu Yang had relaxed for a bit, but her expression turned grim again after hearing Bai Zi's words. Standing beside Yu Yang, Hao Ren's heart stopped beating for a second while Xie Yujia furrowed her eyebrows. "Got it." Yu Yang nodded with a heavy mind. "President Bai, please use the best medication and equipment you have." "I will. She is safe in the next 2 weeks." Bai Zi nodded. Yu Yang thought for a while and strode to the ward quickly. She was concerned for Grandma and knew that these 2 weeks was a critical period before any changes. Now, only Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and Bai Zi were left in the corridor outside of the emergency room. Hao Ren looked at Bai Zi, and he had a feeling that this doctor's words had a hidden meaning, and it was intended for him. Everyone has their destiny. According to the rules, I shouldn't have interfered in today's incident. Bai Zi looked at Hao Ren and said, however, your grandma is wearing Lady Zhen's ring, and I owe Lady Zhen a favor. That was why I extended your grandma's life for 2 weeks at the risk of working against the heavenly Tao. Xie Yujia widened her eyes and looked at Bai Zi in astonishment, wondering about her true identity. Hao Ren wasn't so surprised since he had sensed that Wu Luoxi's mom was an extraordinary figure. He just wanted to know what to do next. I can predict the future, but I don't dare to make too many calculations. Your grandma's life is in danger, and her chance of living all depends on your efforts. Bai Zi paused before continuing, however, it seems unworthy to change the heavenly Tao to save a mortal's life. I don't care as long as I can save my grandma, Hao Ren said. A mortal's lifespan was too short, but Hao Ren wouldn't stand by and watch his grandma die. Suhan is still unconscious in the Dragon God Shrine, and your grandma's condition will deteriorate in 2 weeks. I guess that Shrine Master of the Dragon God Shrine will send Suhan to me, but I can only sustain her life for the time being and can't save her. To save them, you must get the celestial liquid of the ageless godly spring in Kunlun Mountain, Bai Zi said. Hao Ren looked at Bai Zi in astonishment this time, not expecting her to know about Suhan's condition even though she wasn't there. Sure enough, when Hao Ren came out from the Dragon God Shrine, the Shrine Master had sustained Suhan's life with a secret technique. Suhan's nature essence could circulate in her body, but she hadn't woken up yet. Bai Zi sounded as if she were sure that the Dragon God Shrine would bring Suhan to her. In the entire world, she was probably the only one who could keep Suhan alive, and even the Shrine Master of the Dragon God Shrine must ask for her help. Kunlun Mountain, I'll go there now. After a moment of thought, Hao Ren turned around and was ready to leave. Stop. I'm not finished yet, Bai Zi called out helplessly. Hao Ren, who was feeling a bit hot-headed, stopped in his tracks. Those soul formation realm cultivators won't let you into Kunlun Mountain easily. But since you have Zhen Yuan Immortal's Peng Lai Immortal token, they probably will do him a favor. However, the godly spring is a sacred treasure, and it depends on your luck if you can get the celestial liquid. Okay. I got it. Hao Ren touched his necklace and found the Peng Lai Immortal token in there. Then, he walked toward the stairs. If not for Bai Zi's reminder, he might have forced his way into the Kunlun Mountain in a moment of desperation. I'm not finished, Bai Zi said again in exasperation while looking at him. Hao Ren turned again and looked at her. If you can't find the ageless godly spring in Kunlun Mountain, you can't get into conflict with the soul formation realm cultivators. You must go to 8th heaven with her to find her master. Bai Zi glanced toward Xie Yujia. Me? Master? Xie Yujia pointed at herself in surprise. Don't be surprised. Your master took you as her disciple not only because you took care of her. In fact, your physique is very special and rare, and only you can cultivate her life-death notes. Bai Zi looked at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia calmly and said, if you can't find the ageless godly spring in Kunlun Mountain, you must go and beg for an immortal elixir. Immortal elixir? Hao Ren and Xie Yujia asked at the same time. Speaking of it, Hao Ren, you have some connections with the Queen Mother of the West, Bai Zi continued. Connections? Hao Ren was even more baffled. You don't know that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, the 2 bright girls who stayed with you, are 2 favorite girls of the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West cherishes them so much that she only grounded them in the East Ocean Dragon Palace when they made mistakes. Huh. Hao Ren had thought that the Lu sisters were 2 maids who had made mistakes and got sent to the mortal world from the heavenly realm, and he had no idea that they were the favorite girls of the legendary Queen Mother of the West. Those ancient immortals were the first group of cultivators, and their cultivation strengths could rival against heaven. Thousands of years ago, Lady Zhen and I spent some time cultivating in the Kunlun Mountain, which was governed by the Queen Mother of the West, who had many fairies under her command. Lady Zhen and I had some occasional tutoring from her and were not close to her. If you can ask the favorite girls of the Queen Mother of the West to speak for you and beg for an immortal elixir from her, You can divide it into two and give them to your grandma in Suhan. It will be the most convenient solution, Yazi said. Okay. Hao Ren had never imagined that he would still have to ask for a favor from Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Besides, it wasn't as easy as it sounded to get to the heavenly realm and find the favorite girls of the Queen Mother of the West. After all, they were all legendary figures. Is that all? Hao Ren looked down and thought for a while before raising his head and asking Yazi. That's all. Yazi looked at him helplessly. I'm surprised that this impulsive Hao Ren is the chosen one of the heavenly Tao. He doesn't look to be someone who can guard the heavenly Tao. My son-in-law can't be someone like him. Then, I'm heading to Kunlun Mountain first. After creating an energy sphere, Hao Ren flew out from the window at the end of the corridor. After a moment of consideration, Xie Yujia nodded to Yazi and thanked her before stepping onto her ruyi cloth which looked like a white cloud and following Hao Ren out of the building. The air currents that they created fluttered Yazi's coat. Watching them disappearing in the high sky, Yazi raised her hands and made some calculations. On the day that the heavenly Tao turns into the next cycle, the heavenly dragons, demon kings, and grand soul formation realm cultivators aren't daring enough to make a move, and all the clues are gathering around Hao Ren. However, the center of the vortex has been moving continuously. I wonder if Zhen Yuanzi made a mistake. Anyway, this kid's peach blossom luck is strong. Humph. If Zhen Kongming is a womanizer like him, I'll get rid of him who chases after little Shui all day long. Chapter 767. Countless treasures. Flying at a high speed, Hao Ren arrived at the territory of Kunlun Mountain in a short while. Meanwhile, Xie Yujia chased after him on the ruyi cloth, afraid that he would offend the soul formation realm cultivators in Kunlun Mountain. The ruyi cloth that looked like a cloud was a rare Dharma treasure. Although it could only carry one person, it was fast and light and didn't consume a lot of nature essence, making it a perfect Dharma treasure for a low-level cultivator like Xie Yujia. It was already dark when Hao Ren came out of the hospital. When he reached the edge of Kunlun Mountain, he saw that the sun was setting behind the Black Mountains. Who is it? Dozens of white-clothed female cultivators flew out from Kunlun Mountain. When they saw Hao Ren, they shot light beams at him without asking any more questions. In their minds, this black-haired man who used 5 elemental sword energies had broken into Kunlun Mountain several times, and the patrolling cultivators knew him well. When they saw him again, they attacked him together, not caring to ask why he came. Seeing their attacks, Hao Ren knew that he had become their enemy in the past half-year while he broke into the territory of Kunlun Mountain on his way to the Dragon God Shrine and even accidentally injured some of them when he was in a hurry to get away. It seemed that all the female cultivators here held a grudge against him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Powerful treasure wheels condensed by lights hacked toward Hao Ren. Just as Hao Ren was about to block these 5-colored treasure wheels which were similar to array formations, he heard whistling noises in the air. About a dozen energy arrows swept past Hao Ren and hit the spinning treasure wheels, shattering them instantly. Stepping on a cloud, Xie Yujia pulled the bow and shot out the arrows while the thumb ring on her finger shone in the dusk. Seeing the female cultivators trying to organize a counterattack, Xie Yujia shot dozens of energy arrows from the demonic bow, knocking away the swords beneath the female cultivators. She had excellent aim. Hao Ren looked back at Xie Yujia in surprise. The dozen female cultivators froze for a moment and then felt that their feet hurt a little. Seeing their swords getting knocked away, they fell into the valley. Then, the other female cultivators immediately flew down to catch them. You keep fighting with them, the relationship between you guys is already getting intense. Xie Yujia stomped her feet on the ruyi cloth and sped up to Hao Ren's side. While pulling him into Kunlun Mountain, she said to Hao Ren with some jealousy. Despite their hostility toward Hao Ren, the female cultivators were all gorgeous girls. Xie Yujia was afraid that Hao Ren would get intimate with them due to the constant fights. That's nonsense, Hao Ren shook his head helplessly. In fact, he was grateful that Xie Yujia fought off the female cultivators for him so that he wouldn't have to deal with those girls. Let's go in. Seeing more cultivators flying over to them on swords from a distance, Hao Ren took Xie Yujia's slim hand and dashed into the internal region of Kunlun Mountain like a flash of light. The interior of Kunlun Mountain looked like an immortal realm with birds singing and the fragrance of flowers permeating the air. Structures with unique shapes were built along the mountainside and by the rivers, looking like pearls in seclusion. It was a soothing sight. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were about to land in the valley, they suddenly stumbled onto an invisible barrier. Villain! You'll die for trespassing on the territory of Kunlun Mountain. Countless white-clothed female cultivators chased after them, trying to surround Hao Ren and Xie Yujia angrily. Hao Ren looked at them in exasperation since he felt like many Duan Yao were shouting at him at the same time. To Xie Yujia, Hao Ren was the best guy in the world. However, to these female cultivators in Kunlun Mountain, he was the evilest villain. When these female cultivators dashed toward them with slashing swords, Hao Ren took out the Peng Lai Immortal token and placed it on the invisible barrier. Ding! The barrier suddenly opened, and Hao Ren dashed in with Xie Yujia. Villain! The female cultivators rushed over, but Hao Ren and Xie Yujia had entered the barrier to their surprise. It looked like they were separated from Hao Ren and Xie Yujia by a glass wall. They could see each other but couldn't touch each other. The female cultivators glared at Hao Ren in a fury but couldn't pass the barrier. On the other side of the barrier was the core region of Kunlun Mountain and the legendary place where the Queen Mother of the West had cultivated and lived in ancient times. Only the Grand Soul Formation Realm cultivators could enter this place. A beam of devil essence had flown across the high sky at noon today, and all the Soul Formation Realm cultivators in Kunlun Mountain had gone out to investigate it. When Hao Ren arrived, there was no Soul Formation Realm cultivator in here at the moment. They wondered what secret method that Hao Ren had used to get through the barrier and enter the core region of Kunlun Mountain. Hao Ren knew that he could get into the core region of Kunlun Mountain because of the Peng Lai Immortal token. After all, Zhen Yuanzi was the leader of all earthly immortals and enjoyed the same status as the Queen Mother of the West. After changing into a devil dragon, Taii Cavemaster almost turned the East Ocean Dragon Palace upside down, but it still wasn't enough to disturb Zhen Yuanzi, who was tending to his flowers and plants in the Demon Sea. This was only a small change in the world, and he knew that the Soul Formation Realm cultivators who were staying on land would track it down. The Peng Lai Immortal token that Hao Ren held was the token that the King Father of the East, who had the same status as the Queen Mother of the West, had left in Peng Lai Island. When Hao Ren came into Kunlun Mountain with this token, he was like an envoy from the King Father of the East, and the array formation didn't see a reason to stop him. However, Hao Ren hadn't thought that his mission would be so easy since no Soul Formation Realm cultivator was in Kunlun Mountain right now. After waving his hand at the fuming female cultivators, he flew to the center of Kunlun Mountain with Xie Yujia. According to the legends, Kunlun Mountain was the sacred cultivation place of the Queen Mother of the West, and it was a mysterious place to ordinary cultivators. All kinds of rare plants grew on the cliffs, in the crevices in the rocks, and by the creeks. In the center of the valley were several ancient palaces with mysterious presences, and they were made with gold and jade and looked brand new despite their great age. In a pond before a huge palace grew countless 10,000-year snow lotuses. Although there was no spirit beasts and cultivators in the palaces, yards, and even the colorful sky bridges connecting the palaces, Hao Ren could imagine the magnificent sight of Kunlun Mountain when many fairies cultivated under the guidance of the Queen Mother of the West in the ancient times. Where is the ageless godly spring? Xie Yujia followed Hao Ren closely and asked. Everything was quiet in the core region of Kunlun Mountain. These quiet palaces seemed to be telling them the stories of Kunlun Mountain during the mythical age. Even without any fluctuations of array formations, they emitted such power and authority that Xie Yujia moved carefully and didn't dare to speak in a loud voice. This was the place that the Queen Mother of the West had once lived, and the ordinary cultivators couldn't enter this sacred location. In this sacred place, there must be some hidden treasures that the Queen Mother of the West had left behind when she flew to the heavenly realm. The Soul Formation cultivators had taken turns guarding the Kunlun Mountain to prevent the peace of the mountain from being disturbed by the reckless cultivators who came here trying to find the ancient treasures. We must search for it. Hao Ren grabbed Xie Yujia's wrist and pulled her to his side. Since no Soul Formation Realm cultivators were in the Kunlun Mountain right now, and Hao Ren had the Peng Lai Immortal token which allowed him to enter the core region, it was a perfect time for them to search for the treasures or dig out spiritual herbs. However, Hao Ren wasn't in the mood for such stuff. After releasing the golden shield from his necklace, he instructed, "Go and find the godly spring." The golden shield released layers of golden light, sensing the spirit essence fluctuations in Kunlun Mountain. When Taii Cavemaster changed into a black devil dragon, the golden shield had sensed that the danger was too great for it. Due to the supreme spiritual treasure's self-preservation instinct, it had hidden inside Hao Ren's necklace. Now that they were in Kunlun Mountain, it detected no danger around them. Relaxed, it released its golden lights and began to search for the treasures. Golden waves spread out from the golden shield into each corner of Kunlun Mountain. Looking at Hao Ren and then at the golden shield anxiously, Xie Yujia was a little confused since she didn't know that the golden shield had the power to detect the treasures in the area around it. Suddenly, the golden shield moved, and Hao Ren followed it immediately while pulling Xie Yujia with him. A huge black cauldron was sniffed out by the golden shield from the foot of the mountain. The golden shield flew 2 circles around it and flashed 2 golden lights as if it were asking Hao Ren a question. Hao Ren shook his head, and the golden shield immediately shot out a blinding golden light which shrank the huge black cauldron into the size of a thumb before absorbing it into the heart of the shield. There were indeed a lot of treasures in Kunlun Mountain. Since Hao Ren didn't want them, the golden shield would take them. After the heavenly tribulation, it was now a nature celestial treasure, and these treasures in Kunlun Mountain that weren't taken by the Queen Mother of the West had all been supreme spiritual treasure despite their dilapidated looks. If the golden shield absorbed more treasures, its strength would elevate to a higher realm. A white jade ruyi, a pink jade hairpin, a golden treasure gourd, a heavy stone lion. The treasures that had weak spiritual properties or had lost their spiritual properties were dug out by the golden shield one by one. The golden shield sucked them into its body to absorb happily. If these treasures were found by the cultivators on and above 5th heaven, the cultivators would spend a lot of time and energy to repair and study them. However, the golden shield just swallowed them into its body. Anyway, Hao Ren cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow and didn't rely on Dharma treasures too much, and Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia had their own Dharma treasures already. Besides, Hao Ren knew that quality always triumphed quantity. Just as the Lu sisters had said, one must pick the best Dharma treasures. That was why Hao Ren didn't care about these random treasures which had been buried in the ground for ages. As long as the golden shield was obedient to him, the more powerful it got, the more useful it would be to Hao Ren. A sense of admiration rose in Xie Yujia when she saw Hao Ren's indifference to the treasures found by the golden shield. Not everyone could appear unmoved in front of treasures. A junior cultivator would feel incredibly excited and lucky when getting a treasure or a technique. However, when the cultivators reached a certain realm, they would know what they truly needed. If one wanted to get all the treasures and techniques in the world, they would seem to have more, but they would lose more in the process. Xie Yujia suddenly found that the appealing thing about Hao Ren was not his identity as her little older brother, but his indifference to fame and fortune and persistence. Despite his indifference to a lot of things, he knew what he wanted. Xie Yujia liked guys with these qualities. Chapter 768, The Sealed Godly Spring. Swoosh, swoosh, several lights appeared in the high sky above Kunlun Mountain. Hao Ren knew that the Soul Formation Realm cultivators had returned, and he urged the Golden Shield, "Go and find the Godly Spring." The Golden Shield was digging out a treasure from the ground, but Hao Ren shot a sword energy onto its surface. It was knocked up for half a meter, and then it sensed the aura of Soul Formation Realm cultivators drawing near. It released dense lights to search for the Godly Spring, which was probably be buried deeper in the ground. Now that it had received enough benefits in Kunlun Mountain, it couldn't leave the mountain so easily if it didn't listen to Hao Ren. Bang! A crack suddenly appeared on the cliff wall behind a golden palace. Wah! A clear mountain spring poured out from the cracked stone wall. Stepping on the ruyi cloth, Xie Yujia flew over immediately and filled a porcelain bottle with the spring water. When the spring water flowed into the pond in front of the grand palace, the snow lotus flowers all stood straighter. Who is it? The Soul Formation Realm cultivators had come back, and they all rushed into the core region of the mountain. When they saw Xie Yujia was collecting the spring water, one of them shot out a Dharma treasure and shattered the porcelain bottle in her hand. Each flower and plant in Kunlun Mountain were left behind by the Queen Mother of the West, and even these soul formation realm cultivators didn't dare to take them out. There was no way that they would allow trespassing cultivators to do so. After receiving the alert from the female cultivators guarding Kunlun Mountain, the soul formation realm cultivators had rushed back to catch the thieves. When they saw Xie Yujia and Hao Ren opening a mountain spring and collecting the spring water, they became furious. Bam! About 6 Dharma treasures crashed toward Xie Yujia and Hao Ren. The soul formation realm cultivators were afraid of breaking the items in here. Otherwise, they would have put more power in their Dharma treasures. Bang! The golden shield suddenly released a circle of golden light, knocking away the Dharma treasures. It had got many treasures with Hao Ren's permission, which was why it wanted to return the favor. Celestial treasure. The 2 soul formation realm cultivators at the front yelled in astonishment when they saw the power of the golden shield. The barrier separating the core region from the other places suddenly opened, and hundreds of female cultivators rushed in after the soul formation realm cultivators with swords in their hands. Surrounded by the 6 soul formation realm cultivators and hundreds of female cultivators who could create array formations, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia could never get out of their siege. The female cultivators glared at Hao Ren with swords in their hands, wanting to see how Hao Ren would get punished. However, Hao Ren calmly took out the Peng Lai Immortal token and said, "Seniors, due to an emergency, I came here to obtain some of the godly spring water from the ageless godly spring. I'm sorry for the inconvenience that I caused." He was no match for them, but he didn't have to fight with them since he got the best token. Sure enough, the soul formation realm cultivators looked at each other when they saw the Peng Lai Immortal token in Hao Ren's hand, and they looked astonished when they saw the mark on Xie Yujia's shoulder. "I'm grateful toward the senior who gave me the spiritual herbs." Xie Yujia took the opportunity to express her gratitude. "Don't mention it," an old cultivator standing in the front said in a husky voice. Seeing Hao Ren's Peng Lai Immortal token, these soul formation realm cultivators knew that Hao Ren's background was extraordinary. However, different from their peers on 7th heaven, these soul formation realm cultivators were independent and free from any sects in the world, which meant that their status was higher. In other words, the soul formation realm cultivators on 7th heaven probably were not qualified to enter Kunlun Mountain. "Hurry up and greet this master." The husky-voiced old cultivator turned to the female cultivators and said. Looking at Hao Ren, the female cultivators hesitated for a few seconds and called out in soft voices, "Master, Master." In the cultivation world, some cultivators enjoyed frighteningly great seniority despite their seemingly low realms and youthful looks due to the long lifespan. Hao Ren smiled helplessly when he saw the female cultivators' expressions turning from resentful to respectful. He turned his gaze to that old cultivator and asked, "So, can I fill another bottle of the spring water?" Hearing his words, Xie Yujia took out another bottle to fill it with the spring water. "Gongzi Hao, due to your connection with Kunlun Mountain, we don't mind you taking some spring water." However, that old cultivator looked at Hao Ren and continued, "The core of this spring had been sealed off for many years, and this spring water is indeed precious, but it isn't the spring water from the ageless godly spring that the Queen Mother of the West used to make the immortal elixir." "Oh?" Hao Ren looked at him in surprise. Having filled a bottle of this spring water, Xie Yujia stood up and sealed the bottle, looking surprised. The ageless godly spring is located in the Kunlun Palace where the Queen Mother of the West lived. However, Kunlun Palace has been locked for countless years, and it's hard to say if the sacred spring still produces water or not, that old cultivator said. The Kunlun Palace that he mentioned must be the grand palace built with gold and jade in front of the big lotus pond. When Hao Ren began walking toward the palace, that old cultivator said immediately, "The palace is sealed up, and even we can't go in there. Gongzi Hao, if you want to damage the sacred palace, we won't stand by and watch." That old cultivator looked serious when he spoke while the other 5 soul formation realm cultivators released their auras. The Queen Mother of the West sealed the Kunlun Palace, and it was connected to the lifeline of the world. If anything happened to it, the consequences would be earth-shaking. No demons or devils dared to come into this place. If any demons or devils with evil essences touched the barrier which Hao Ren had walked through with the Peng Lai Immortal token, they would be turned to ashes instantly. These soul formation realm cultivators' responsibility was to guard the palace against the human cultivators and dragon cultivators who couldn't be burned into ashes by the array formation of Kunlun Mountain. With their soul formation realm strength, they were top-level masters and could perform the duty well. Hao Ren could enter Kunlun Mountain with the Penglai Immortal token, and they could do nothing about it. However, if he wanted to touch the Kunlun Palace, these soul formation realm cultivators would never allow him to do so. Okay. Looking at their expressions, Hao Ren knew that it was impossible to break into the Kunlun Palace by force. Then, I'll go directly to the Queen Mother of the West. Hearing Hao Ren's words, the soul formation realm cultivators' expressions changed slightly, and the female cultivators looked astonished. It sounded like Hao Ren could even go to the heavenly realm and find the Queen Mother of the West. According to the news that they got, the soul formation realm cultivators knew that Hao Ren was Zhen Yuanzi's brother and the choice of the heavenly Tao in the recent 500 years. However, it wasn't enough for him to meet the Queen Mother of the West, who was the ruler of the heavenly realm. At the soul formation realm, they knew a little about the secrets in the world. Despite his high seniority, Zhen Yuanzi wasn't someone who had top-tier power. Of course, these soul formation realm cultivators couldn't afford to mess with Zhen Yuanzi. But the big decisions in the world were made by the real ruler, the Queen Mother of the West. If Hao Ren angered the Queen Mother of the West, even his brother Zhen Yuanzi couldn't protect him. He. Thank you for understanding, Gongzi Hao. That old cultivator cupped his hands, ready to see them off. Hao Ren looked at these soul formation realm cultivators and then turned his head to look at the Kunlun Palace. Knowing that even the heavenly dragon cultivators or soul formation realm cultivators couldn't open it. He had no choice but to try his luck in the heavenly realm. Taking Xie Yujia's hand, he flew out of Kunlun Mountain. The golden shield flew out after Hao Ren at a relaxed pace. While looking at Hao Ren, that old cultivator shook his head slightly and thought, the disciples of Qingfeng is quite reckless. Then, he suddenly thought about something. Will Qingfeng send Hao Ren above ninth heaven? It had been a long time since the last cultivator ascended. This kid would be knocked down even though he is Zhen Yuanzi's brother. Passing heavenly tribulations and ascending into the heavenly realm were two different things nowadays. Even these soul formation realm cultivators didn't have the power to ascend. Whoosh! Hao Ren flew out of Kunlun Mountain with Xie Yujia and dashed toward East Ocean City. Since Grandma had woken up, he hurried back to the hospital for fear that she would fall back into unconsciousness. Feeling Hao Ren's anxiety, Xie Yujia held his hand tightly while they flew. She understood Hao Ren's feeling. He wouldn't feel so anxious if Grandma passed away peacefully at 80 or 90 years old. However, Grandma had been in good health in her 60s before getting hurt by that devil dragon. Hao Ren felt very guilty for not protecting his grandma. Many people took everything that others did for them for granted and blamed all the bad things to fate instead of trying their best to change the situations. Hao Ren wasn't one of them. While Xie Yujia thought about all that, Hao Ren had taken her back to the hospital. After removing the energy sphere, they dashed toward the stairs. Grandma! Hao Ren rushed into the ward and yelled anxiously. In the ward, Zhao Yanzi, Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Guang, Yu Yang, Hao Zonghua, and the little girl who was changed from Little White were keeping Grandma company. Having woken up from the coma, Grandma was talking with Zhao Hongyu. When she saw Hao Ren, she lifted her hand with a smile. Ren, I'm fine. Grandma, entering the room after Hao Ren, Xie Yujia called out as well in a gentle voice. Good girl. Grandma lifted her dry hand and patted Xie Yujia's head lovingly. Little White was sitting on a chair beside Grandma and crunching away at a big apple. Anxious to see Grandma, Zhao Yanzi hadn't taken time to pick clothes for her. Instead, she chose a set of fluffy and loose clothes that looked like a rabbit for Little White. I'm fine. You can all go and buy yourself something to eat. I have Ren to keep me company. Grandma glanced around and said. After asking Grandma to take care, everyone except for Hao Ren filed out of the ward. Seeing Little White still eating the apple on the chair, Zhao Yanzi grabbed the two ears of her rabbit blouse and dragged her out. Even though Xie Yujia was reluctant, she walked out after Zhao Yanzi. Looking at Hao Ren, who had fatigue written all over his face, Grandma didn't ask where he had gone with Xie Yujia. Instead, she picked up his hand and said gently, Ren, I have to talk to you. Chapter 769. Impossible to save, Grandma. Hao Ren sat on the edge of the bed and took Grandma's wrist. Grandma, who had been looking healthy under Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's care, seemed a lot older today. At the level which was equivalent to the nascent soul realm, Hao Ren could feel that her meridians were still broken when he took her wrist. Worse than the broken meridians, he felt threads of devil essence in her meridians. Even the 5 elemental nature essence couldn't get rid of this devil essence. Only the chaotic lightning energy could probably destroy the devil essence, but mortals wouldn't be able to withstand heavenly lightning bolts. Hao Ren tried to force out a comforting smile, but his face remained bleak when he felt Grandma's poor health. I've been pleased in recent years. The only regret is that I can't see Linlin and Lily anymore. I was at the peak of my health when those 2 girls stayed with me, Grandma said slowly while looking at Hao Ren. Grandma, don't say it. Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, Hao Ren tried to stop her. I know my own body. Grandma nodded slightly and looked at Hao Ren steadily before continuing. I don't have many days to live. I look fine now, but it won't continue for more than a few days. Hao Ren remained silent. I might have looked light-hearted, but I've been observing the girls for you. Z and Yujia are both good girls, and you must choose one and don't let her down. Okay. Hao Ren lowered his head. Despite her fondness of each girl, she was observing them for Hao Ren, trying to choose the most fitting granddaughter-in-law. However, the more she observed, the more indecisive she got. She liked all the girls and was reluctant to give up any of them, so she left the decision to Hao Ren. Her wish was to see a great-grandson, but it seemed that her wish wouldn't be granted. Tell your dad not to spend too much money on me since he must save money for your wedding. I know that staying in the hospital is expensive, and it costs tens of thousands of yuan each day, Grandma continued. Grandma, you will get better. Hao Ren held Grandma's wrist tightly. He was fighting his tears since he didn't want to cry in front of Grandma, who used to say that boys must be strong and know what to fight for and what to give up. Little Sue didn't come. Has something happened to her? Grandma suddenly asked. Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds and said, is sick. It seems to me that this girl doesn't know how to take care of herself, Grandma sighed slightly. Kongming and Luoxue came to visit me today. I think they will become a couple when they grow up, Grandma said. Hao Ren smiled. It was the only good news so far. Z introduced that little girl, Zhao Baibai, to me. She is Z's younger cousin. She looks cute and is quite close to me. For some reason, I find her quite familiar. Grandma continued. Probably to distract Hao Ren from his sadness, Grandma turned to some happy topics, and Hao Ren sat beside her and smiled occasionally. It had been a long time since she had a good chat with her grandson, and Grandma couldn't stop talking. It dawned on Hao Ren that ever since he began cultivating, he had gotten busy and hadn't spent any quality time with his grandma. The seniors sometimes might be too chatty, but they just wanted to talk with their young family members. Hao Ren loved his grandma very much but had spent too little time with her. They talked until midnight, and Hao Ren went out to get some hot water for Grandma. After walking out of the door, he saw Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia sitting on the long bench in the corridor outside of the ward, still waiting for him. They were napping shoulder to shoulder, holding each other's hand. When they saw Hao Ren coming out of the ward, they both woke up suddenly and asked, "How's Grandma?" Hao Ren looked at them and didn't expect them to stay in the chilly corridor until midnight. With a slight sigh, he said, "I thought you had gone back. Why didn't you come in?" "Grandma was talking to you and didn't ask us to go in," Zhao Yanzi said. Hao Ren rolled his eyes. "Well, it was just small talk. Go into the room now. It's cold outside." Holding each other's hand, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia finally stood up and pushed open the door cautiously before entering the room. Looking at them, Hao Ren shook his head helplessly, realizing that these 2 girls were quite lonely. It was good to see them care for each other. When he came back with a big bottle of hot water, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were helping Grandma wash her face and hands by the bed. Grandma didn't know that these 2 girls were waiting outside, and her heart ached for them. "It's too late for you to go back now. You can spend the night here on the spare bed," Grandma said. "Okay." Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia nodded. They had planned to spend the night here with Grandma. Feeling helpless with her current condition, they could do nothing but to stay with Grandma and keep her company. Bai Zi had chosen this ward for Grandma since it was one of the best wards in Eastern Hospital. Besides the air conditioning, microwave oven, and the TV, the room had sunlight during the day and was very quiet. Zhao Baibai, which was Little White, had gone back with Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua had planned to stay with Grandma, but since Grandma had asked Hao Ren to stay with her and considering the fact that Hao Ren had school the second day, they had gone back home and were prepared to take their turn after Hao Ren the next day. Grandma was surprised that Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia offered to stay with her. They were not her blood-related granddaughters, and their concerns warmed her heart. In the early morning, Bai Zi came to check on Grandma in her white coat. As the vice president of Eastern Hospital, she didn't need to work during the night, but she had stayed to monitor everything. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were asleep under a white quilt, lying close to each other on the spare bed. Hao Ren had remained alert beside Grandma's bed, watching for any changes in her condition. When he saw Bai Zi enter, he stood up quietly. "I've suppressed the devil essence with a special method, and she will be fine for 1 to 2 weeks, Bai Zi said lightly. Hao Ren nodded, knowing Bai Zi meant that she couldn't guarantee Grandma's safety after 1 to 2 weeks. After glancing at Hao Ren, Bai Zi continued, "Suhan is in the hospital as well." "Oh?" Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. "She is next door, and it was Yu Zilong who brought her here," Bai Zi said. After looking back at Grandma who was sleeping soundly, Hao Ren knew that she was fine right now. Then, he turned to the door. Bai Zi led him into Suhan's ward, and they saw Suhan lying in the white bed quietly in a deep sleep. "The devil essence in her body is worse than that in your grandma, and I've given her the same treatment. However, for a cultivator, the consequences of broken meridians are more serious than a mortal. More importantly, Suhan was at peak Qian level and going through the heavenly tribulation when her meridians were broken. The devil essence has entered her mystic crystal and dragon core," Bai Zi said. "How much time does she have?" Hao Ren asked. 1 to 2 weeks, the same as your grandma." Bai Zi stood by the bed and looked at Suhan quietly. "She will be fine in the first week, and she will need a heavenly dragon cultivator or a soul formation realm cultivator to sustain her life. In the third week, no one can save her." Hao Ren clenched his fists, creating a lot of cracking noises. Shu Ke, the split soul, had swallowed the main soul of Taii Cavemaster when the latter was severely injured by Premier Shah. Right now, he was probably resting somewhere and would come out again at any time. "I've done everything in my power. If the Shrine Master of the Dragon God Palace didn't ask me for a favor, I wouldn't have helped Suhan." Bai Zi looked at Hao Ren and said, "You've come back from Kunlun Mountain empty-handed, which means that even those soul formation realm cultivators don't know how to open the ageless godly spring. The only way that you can save Suhan and your grandma is to try your luck in the heavenly realm." After receiving no response from Hao Ren, Bai Zi continued, "I'll take care of your grandma and Suhan. As long as I'm in East Ocean City, that devil dragon won't dare to show himself here. However, after 1 to 2 weeks, he will recover." Hao Ren gritted his teeth, knowing that the time was not on his side. "You must hurry up. With the heavenly Tao entering the next cycle, Chu Niu would have to go back to his position, and Yazi One will take his place. With Yazi's temperament, he will kill anyone with devil essence. Your grandma is immortal and has weak devil essence in her so that I can cover it for her. However, Suhan is a peak Qian level dragon cultivator and will release more devil essence as time goes on. Yazi probably will kill Suhan to prevent any future consequences." Bai Zi's words startled Hao Ren. Since the law of nature was weak these few days when the heavenly Tao was rolling to another cycle, Suhan had chosen today to pass the heavenly tribulation while Taii Cavemaster chose today to turn into a devil dragon. In all this mess, Hao Ren had neglected the new ancestral dragon who was about to go on vacation. Yazi's character was violent and bloodthirsty, and he broke everything evil and devil-like with bloody murderous spirit. Chu Niu was still a little reasonable, but Yazi was a lone wolf and would bring peace to the world by killing. Containing devil essence which could change at any moment, Suhan might become his first target. Once every 4,000 years, the heavenly Tao would wash away anything evil and filthy by letting Yazi take charge and kill. The only consequence was that there might be a lot of wrong killings in the process. "I've given you all the information I have. I will not get myself involved in this conflict. If Yazi comes, I won't help either side," Bai Zi said. Hao Ren nodded. Bai Zi had concealed her identity by living in the mortal world since she didn't want to get involved in the conflicts. It was already a great favor that she had temporarily sustained Grandma and Suhan's lives. Without anyone caring for her, Suhan looked lonely in the ward. Hao Ren guessed that the Dragon God Shrine must be in chaos right now since the 9 deputy shrine masters had also gotten some devil essence in their bodies while fighting with Taii Cave Master and were forcing it out of their bodies. As to the other inspectors, no one was fitting to take care of Suhan. A golden light flashed outside of the window, and Hao Ren closed his eyes subconsciously at the blinding flash. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a female cultivator in white standing in the ward. Chapter 770. Charging to 8th Heaven. This woman in white was the heavenly dragon cultivator whom Hao Ren had seen twice before. The first time was on 7th Heaven when those Soul Formation Realm cultivators attacked him, and this female cultivator had rescued him. The other time was during the battle between Suhan and Zhao Kuo, and this female cultivator had shown her face in the crowd. At this moment, she suddenly appeared in Suhan's ward. Hao Ren and Bai Zi stood beside the bed and looked at her, but she sat down quietly by the bed and looked at Suhan as if Hao Ren and Bai Zi weren't here. "Let's go." Seeing Hao Ren still standing there, Bai Zi said in a low voice. It seemed that Bai Zi knew everything in the world, so the identities of Suhan's parents weren't a secret to her. Since this cold female cultivator had no intention of speaking, Hao Ren followed Bai Zi out of the ward. Anyway, it was comforting to know that Suhan had someone to take care of her. Bai Zi walked down the corridor to rest in her office. When Hao Ren returned to Grandma's ward, he saw that Grandma, Zhao Yanzi, and Xie Yujia were still soundly asleep. Nested in the quilt, Zhao Yanzi rested her head on Xie Yujia's arm as if she were hugging her older sister. Hao Ren walked over and lightly touched the hair on Xie Yujia's forehead and then carefully pinched Zhao Yanzi's cute nose. Then, he lay down on the couch in the room and began circulating his nature essence according to the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Kun level. After planting the mystic crystal, he had reached Kun level. However, he had been busy running around and dealing with all kinds of situations, which gave him no chance to battle with any cultivators. Grandma and Suhan lay in their beds, and modern medical technology couldn't save them. Even the level 6 elixir pills that Xie Yujia made couldn't remove the devil essence from their bodies. Since Premier Shah had unleashed the power of the heavenly dragon realm, it prevented the devil essence from giving him fatal blows. Although he couldn't cultivate again, he was lucky that he could become immortal. However, Suhan couldn't even become immortal. At dawn, Yu Yang and Hao Zhonghua hurried into the ward. Seeing Grandma that was still sleeping, they immediately lowered their voices. Then, they noticed Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia who were sleeping in the spare bed, and they were a bit surprised. Shortly, Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang had also driven to the hospital with Zhao Baibai in her white rabbit clothes. "Grandma," Zhao Baibai called out in her sweet voice and rubbed her soft and smooth face on Grandma's hand. TL note. Baibai literally means white in Chinese. Without this context, the next paragraph wouldn't make sense. Hee. It's Little White. Grandma opened her eyes and saw Little White before rubbing the latter's soft and jelly-like cheeks happily. She had said, Little White, without thinking before she realized that it was the name of their puppy, but she didn't think much of it. Shaking her head cheerfully, Zhao Baibai's eyes curved up like 2 crescent moons. She was proud that she had finally got her official name while Little White became her nickname. After turning into the human form, she could move around more. For example, she had been brought to a breakfast spot this morning by Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu and ate several buns and fried dumplings in comfort. Mom, Dad, rubbing her eyes, Zhao Yanzi slowly got up from the bed. Suddenly seeing so many adults in the ward, Xie Yujia pushed aside the quilt in a hurry and greeted them one by one before picking up the hot water bottle in the corner of the room to get water for Grandma. "These 2 girls are so good." Looking at them, Yu Yang said to Hao Zhonghua in a low voice. She had no objection to either Xie Yujia or Zhao Yanzi and found them both to be great girls, leaving the choice to Hao Ren. They didn't know that Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia had reached an agreement on this issue, which was why they were getting along so well. Hao Ren walked out with Xie Yujia to get hot water and took the opportunity to check on Suhan next door. Through the glass on the door, He saw that Suhan was still in a deep sleep while that female cultivator in white guarded her motionlessly. Xie Yujia didn't know that Suhan was lying in the ward that they passed by, and Hao Ren didn't plan to tell her yet. The situation was clear to him. He must obtain the immortal elixir from the Queen Mother of the West to save Grandma and Suhan. When it was noon, more and more people came to see Grandma. The news that Hao Zhonghua's mom was hospitalized had somehow gotten out, and Hao Zhonghua's colleagues in the research institute, Yu Yang's friends in East Ocean City's science circle, the government officials had come to visit Grandma in the hospital. The news also reached the high-level officials in Beijing, and they called Hao Zhonghua, offering to move Grandma to a hospital in Beijing for the best treatment with a private jet. Hao Zhonghua had no choice but to decline their kind offers. After placing a desk in front of the ward, he asked some subordinates in his research institute to record the visitors' names and gifts so that he could return the favors after Grandma recovered. Zhonghua. Zhonghua. Mayor Wu hurried to him with several secretaries. Several provincial officials were talking to Hao Zhonghua right now, and they nodded at Mayor Wu when they saw him. After greeting them, Mayor Wu dragged Hao Zhonghua to the side and said in a low voice, "Weird ocean currents appeared in the coastal areas, and we need you and Yu Yang to have a look at them." Hao Zhonghua had thought that Mayor Wu had come to revisit Grandma as the mayor of the city. However, seeing the latter's serious expression, he knew that something big had happened. "The helicopter is on the top of the holiday hotel, and we can make a quick trip there and come back as soon as possible," Mayor Wu said. "Okay. We'll go and check on it." Hao Zhonghua entered the ward and whispered to Yu Yang before coming out with her. Zhao Hongyu had driven Zhao Yanzi to school, and Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and Yu Yang had been with Grandma. Seeing Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang exiting the ward in a hurry, they knew that something wasn't right and came out of the room after them. In the corridor, Hao Zhonghua gave some instructions to the nurses and took his leave from the provincial officials before hurrying toward the stairs with Mayor Wu. "Little White, take care of Grandma," Hao Ren instructed Little White with his mind and walked toward the stairs with Xie Yujia. With Bai Zi in the hospital and the Heavenly Dragon cultivator in the next ward, Grandma would be safe. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked out, they saw Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang getting into Mayor Wu's car, which then drove to the direction of the holiday hotel. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia looked at each other and walked to a corner to create an energy sphere before flying after the car. Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang had taken themselves away from work to stay with Grandma, and their sudden departure from the hospital meant that something significant had happened. On the platform on the top of the holiday hotel, a police helicopter was waiting for them. After Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang got into the helicopter with Mayor Wu, it flew toward the direction of East Ocean. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia immediately flew above the helicopter. From a distance, they saw that a massive vortex was forming in the ocean dozens of kilometers off the shore. Traces of black essence were rising from the center of the vortex. Devil essence. Hao Ren immediately recognized the essence. In the sky above the ocean, about 6 helicopters were hovering and investigating. However, due to the powerful sucking force of the vortex, the helicopters didn't dare to get too close to the ocean surface. All the ships close to the harbors of East Ocean City were not allowed to pass this area. However, the city couldn't put the detection devices into this vortex that had appeared out of the blue. "That is the position of the East Ocean Dragon Palace," Xie Yujia said to Hao Ren in surprise. Hao Ren nodded, finally understanding why Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang hadn't returned to the hospital after driving Zhao Yanzi to school. The position where the black essence came out was the East Ocean Dragon Palace. "I'll go and have a look." Stepping on a sword energy, Hao Ren lowered his head slightly. "Don't." Xie Yujia immediately held him with both arms. Not only mortals but cultivators couldn't get close to such a vortex. For mortals, the vortex swirled so fast that it would suck in everything around it. For cultivators, the devil essence released from the vortex would even erode the energy sphere. If the devil essence entered their meridians, no elixir pills could save them. Judging the scale of the vortex, Hao Ren guessed that at least half of the East Ocean Dragon Palace had been destroyed. He hoped that the cultivators and soldiers had all evacuated. With Grandma and Suhan still lying in the hospital and so much devil essences releasing from the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Hao Ren gritted his teeth and knew that he had only one option before Yazi came out and dealt with the situation. Let's go to 8th heaven. Hao Ren took Xie Yujia's wrist and shot up into the high sky. Nodding, Xie Yujia felt nervous at the thought that she would see old grandma again. Bang! Hao Ren broke through the array formation of 5th heaven instantly. Before the cultivators of 5th heaven could react, he had immediately broken through the array formation of 6th heaven. There was a harder array formation between 6th heaven and 7th heaven. While Hao Ren flew with Xie Yujia, he suddenly turned into a white dragon. Xie Yujia was tossed up by Hao Ren and then put on his back. Bam! Hao Ren shot through the array formation between 6th heaven and 7th heaven. While the soul formation realm cultivators on 7th heaven were still in astonishment, Hao Ren condensed all the nature essence in his dragon body and broke the array formation between 7th heaven and 8th heaven. Several nascent soul realm cultivators who were patrolling on 8th heaven saw a beautiful female cultivator with fluttering long hair dashing into the mist of 8th heaven while sitting on a dragon. A cultivator was riding on a dragon. Chapter 771, Godly Cloud Tao. 8th heaven, only metal elemental dragons were allowed to soar into 8th heaven. Seeing that the white dragon wasn't a metal elemental dragon, the nascent soul realm cultivators were about to attack but hesitated at the sight of the female cultivator who was sitting on the back of the white dragon. They had never seen a human cultivator who could ride on a dragon. Besides, this female cultivator seemed to be only at the core formation realm. In their confusion, they almost thought that Xie Yujia was a cultivator who came to 8th heaven from above. Roar! Hao Ren let out a dragon roar while he took Xie Yujia up into the denser clouds. The nature essence intensity on 8th heaven far surpassed that in 7th heaven. It was almost as abundant as in the Demon Sea. The scenery here was even more beautiful than the view on 7th heaven. Under the heavy clouds, Hao Ren was surprised to see ancient cities. It was a new world. Wah! Hao Ren spread his dragon wings and soared on 8th heaven. His dragon form had all the features of a dragon including scales, wings, horns, and claws. He cultivated the 5 elemental nature essences at the same time and had the complete 5 elemental mystic crystal, which was why he had the full features. When Zhao Kuo changed into his dragon form when he was at peak Qian level during his heavenly tribulation, he didn't have such magnificent dragon wings. Sitting on Hao Ren's back, Xie Yujia felt a thrill when she saw the rivers and mountains sweeping under them while they flew for thousands of kilometers instantly. Crack! About a dozen heavenly lightning bolts crashed down from the high sky. Although Hao Ren had escaped from the first blockage of the cultivators, he couldn't dodge the array formation established by the god Cloud Tao on 8th heaven. The heavenly lightning bolts hidden in the clouds struck toward Hao Ren's dragon form since he wasn't a metal elemental dragon. Hao Ren tumbled his huge dragon body and suddenly changed back to his human form before putting on a long robe swiftly. Losing Hao Ren's support, Xie Yujia fell from the sky. She was about to summon her Ruyi cloth when Hao Ren caught her and brought her to the ground. With the golden shield supporting them, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia landed inside the city. Those heavenly lightning bolts shooting from the clouds lost their target and scattered in the high sky. Hao Ren had concealed his aura with the 7-core 5-color lotus while Xie Yujia's core formation realm strength couldn't activate the heavenly lightning bolts. The golden shield was no longer a Dharma treasure but a celestial treasure. While it carried Hao Ren and Xie Yujia who showed no nature essence, it wouldn't allow the heavenly lightning bolts to strike them. Swoosh! Dozens of lights gathered in the high sky above the city. They were cultivators of God Cloud Tao who had sensed the auras of trespassing cultivators and came to block them. Hao Ren put away the golden shield and looked around. It seemed that he and Xie Yujia had gone back in time and appeared in another era. It was a bustling place. Young men and women in luxurious clothes strode on the streets while all kinds of horse-drawn carriages traveled on the roads. The workers of the restaurants were greeting guests warmly at the gates. By the lake not far from them, vendors were selling snacks and candies at stalls. On the lake, beautiful boats moved around with silk-robed young men and women chatting with each other. Seeing this sight, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia looked at each other and felt like they were in a dream. Hao Ren even suspected that he had been trapped by God Cloud Tao's illusion array formation. From 7th heaven to 5th heaven, they had seen magnificent cultivation sects or villages, but there had never been any cities of this scale. In the cities on 8th heaven, the people lived happy and prosperous lives. It was unimaginable. It was a utopian world. Swoosh, swoosh, stepping on swords, several cultivators in Taoist robes swept across the low sky. Grandpa! Grandpa! Looking up at the flying cultivators, a little boy with a braid threw himself into the arms of his grandfather. He, little Yi. Don't be afraid. These are the celestial masters of God Cloud Tao who protect us. The old man patted the head of his grandson and looked at the cultivators respectfully. Grandpa. I want to become a celestial master. I want to protect our great Liang dynasty, the little boy yelled. Haha, not everyone can become a celestial master. Have you memorized the 3-character classic that I taught you yesterday? Grandpa, I've memorized it. Even if I can't become a celestial master, I want to be the premier of our great Liang dynasty. I'll recite the 3-character classic for you. Ha ha ha. Premier. My grandson will be the premier. Holding his grandson's hand, the old man laughed and walked away along the wide street paved with green stones. Standing under the eaves of a fabric shop, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia looked at each other and understood that they had come to the great Liang dynasty. The people here didn't know that they were living on 8th heaven or anything about the Tang dynasty or the Ming dynasty. They probably had come here from a certain period of Chinese history and branched out by themselves on 8th heaven. An empire named Great Liang governed the vast territory, and the only thing above this powerful empire was the only cultivation sect, God Cloud Tao. Let's go. Seeing the cultivators who were searching for them flying away, Hao Ren took Xie Yujia's hand and flew up lightly. Celestial masters, the crowd cried out when they saw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia flying up. In their minds, all the celestial masters who could cultivate were from the God Cloud Tao, and the cultivators occasionally mingled in with the mortals to monitor the government. This was why the mortals admired the God Cloud Tao more than their government. Hao Ren flew out of the city with Xie Yujia and headed toward the distant mountains. When he was in the clouds, Hao Ren had found that the mortals' cities were built on land while cultivators' palaces were built on the high mountains. There was a branch of God Cloud Tao on a mountain hundreds of kilometers from this city. Hao Ren's speed was so fast that some low-leveled cultivators who were in governmental officials' uniforms and were flying in the low sky didn't even notice him. Seeing the magnificent buildings of God Cloud Tao concealed in the high mountain, Xie Yujia was a bit excited when she thought that she could see old grandma again. The land on 8th heaven had scarce nature essence. However, the higher they flew, and the closer they got to the mountaintops, the more intense the nature essence got. To avoid trouble, Hao Ren hadn't fought with the cultivators. After dodging those cultivators who were searching for them, Hao Ren took Xie Yujia to find old grandma. I'm here to visit Qingfeng Hermit. Holding Xie Yujia's hand, Hao Ren landed on the square outside of a palace of God Cloud Tao and shouted. Since God Cloud Tao controlled the entire 8th heaven, these branches naturally didn't put up any array formation or had any guards. When Hao Ren stood on the white stone square and yelled, he drew out all the cultivators from the nearby palaces. When they saw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia standing at the center of the square, they knew that these two strangers were extraordinary since they had come to 8th heaven with ease. Meanwhile, they were stunned by the name of Qingfeng Hermit. These cultivators looked at each other and whispered among themselves. If Hao Ren had yelled this name while escaping on 8th heaven, the cultivators of God Cloud Tao wouldn't have let him go. However, since Hao Ren called the name, Qingfeng Hermit, after entering the God Cloud Tao, it was. Who was Qingfeng Hermit? She was the mother of the new master of God Cloud Tao. Chapter 772. Ascending, Young Masters, please wait a moment. A black-bearded old man flew up from the crowd of cultivators and turned into a dash of light before flying toward the southwest direction on a sword. Controlling the entire 8th heaven, godly Cloud Tao had thousands of branches. The branch that Hao Ren and Xie Yujia came to was one of the lowest leveled branches even though it looked like a magnificent celestial palace to mortals. This cultivator was only at top-tier nascent soul realm and didn't have the qualification to go to the headquarters. He must bring the message to a higher level branch which was headed by a soul formation realm cultivator who would, in turn, deliver the message to the headquarters. No matter if these two young cultivators coming to 8th heaven to visit Qingfeng Hermit were friends or foes, the cultivators of godly cloud Tao must treat them with respect. Usually, even if the cultivators of 7th heaven broke onto 8th heaven, they would be killed, since the 9th heaven godly lightning, which was controlled by godly cloud Tao, would turn the trespassing cultivators into ashes. While the sects on 7th heaven had many core formation realm cultivators, the godly cloud Tao on 8th heaven was full of nascent soul realm cultivators. Completely secluded from the outside world, 8th heaven was a world managed by a group of immortals. Only soul formation realm cultivators could leave 8th heaven and tour the outside world. It was also the place closest to 9th heaven, and it enjoyed the most intense nature essence, abundant resources, and rare spirit beasts. Besides, they were a rare group of cultivators who could ascend. The cultivators on and below 7th heaven couldn't ascend to the heavenly realm even if they reached the soul formation realm. However, the cultivators on 8th heaven could ascend after passing the heaven tribulation and getting the acknowledgement from the heavenly Tao. Qingfeng Hermit was a grand cultivator who could ascend but chose not to. She had become a sage by moving the force in nature with Dharma notes. Even though she didn't ascend, she was a figure who had achieved Tao. While the ancient sages achieved Tao with techniques, Qingfeng Hermit created a way of achieving Tao with Dharma notes. It was beyond the imagination of the godly cloud Tao cultivators that Qingfeng Hermit's life-death notes were getting more powerful each day. It was said that she would gain the ultimate understanding of the heavenly Tao and become a real sage after this seclusion cultivation. Bad girl. You even came to visit me on 8th heaven. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia had stood on the square for a while when they heard Qingfeng Hermit's scolding from the high sky. However, a trace of joy was mingled in her scolding tone. Grandma. Xie Yujia raised her head and cried out happily. A golden note came from the sky and swept up Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. The godly cloud Tao cultivators saw a golden flash, and then Hao Ren and Xie Yujia vanished. Transforming nature with Dharma notes, the nascent soul realm cultivators were so shocked that they were at a loss for words. After the current Tao master took over godly cloud Tao, the first thing that he did was to bring his mother onto 8th heaven from the mortal world to attend his inauguration ceremony. After that, Qingfeng Hermit declared that she would cultivate in seclusion since she wanted to stay out of the regular operation of godly cloud Tao. However, Qingfeng Hermit had come out from her seclusion for a young girl. Ding! A golden light appeared in the clouds above the headquarters of godly cloud Tao, and then Xie Yujia and Hao Ren found themselves in a courtyard. Rubbing her eyes, Xie Yujia caught Hao Ren by her side to regain her balance and then finally saw old grandma whom she had missed so much. Grandma. Looking at old grandma emotionally, Xie Yujia couldn't control the tears in her eyes. In the past, she had taken care of this, mute, grandma, but old grandma took care of her later on. However, instead of coming to her rescue in person, old grandma had just shown her hand from 8th heaven, which meant that Xie Yujia hadn't seen old grandma for a long time. Silly girl. Why are you crying? Did this boy bully you? Grandma asked. No. Hearing her words, Xie Yujia immediately shook her head and dried the tears. Well, you've reached the core formation realm. With your talent, it is good progress. Qingfeng Hermit nodded at Xie Yujia in satisfaction and said. I'm too dull and only reached the core formation realm. Xie Yujia lowered her head slightly and replied bashfully. She was emotional when she saw Qingfeng Hermit again on 8th heaven and found it hard to organize her words. I already told you that your talent is poor and can't gain a fast cultivation speed. Qingfeng Hermit looked at Xie Yujia like a genial elder and said, You took the risk and came to see me on 8th heaven. What happened? They were standing in an open courtyard. Qingfeng Hermit had been cultivating in seclusion here instead of a cave abode as Hao Ren had expected. Grandma. Hao Ren's grandma was injured. Xie Yujia furrowed her eyebrows. Due to her anxiety, her words were incoherent. Standing beside Xie Yujia, Hao Ren let Xie Yujia tell the whole story, knowing that Qingfeng Hermit was closer to her. After calming herself down, Xie Yujia finally told the entire incident to Qingfeng Hermit. Hearing Xie Yujia's words, Qingfeng Hermit learned that Hao Ren had to go to the heavenly realm to see the Queen Mother of the West, and her face turned grim instantly. Since Hao Ren wants to fight for his grandma, I can't stop him. Here's the plan. Yujia, you can stay with me here for a couple of days, and I'll take the opportunity to teach you some of the improvements that I made to the life-death notes during this seclusion cultivation. But, Xie Yujia looked at Qingfeng Hermit anxiously. Do you think that you can go to the heavenly realm and come back in one day? One day in the heavenly realm is 1 year on land. Even if Hao Ren can get the immortal elixir, it will take him several days, Qingfeng Hermit said with a serious expression. Okay. Xie Yujia had to listen to Qingfeng Hermit despite the anxiety inside her. She didn't know that Qingfeng Hermit had used an excuse to keep her. In Qingfeng Hermit's mind, this silly girl didn't have to take the risk with Hao Ren. No cultivator had ever tried to go to the heavenly realm and beg for the immortal elixir. Qingfeng Hermit wouldn't help him if not for Xie Yujia's begging. Also, she was a bit moved by Hao Ren's love for his grandma. Since you have Zhen Yuan Immortal's Peng Lai Immortal token, I think the cultivators in the heavenly realm probably won't make it difficult for you. However, you must remember that you can't force your will on them and must retreat when you know it's impossible to make progress, Qingfeng Hermit said. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. In fact, he had planned to leave Xie Yujia with Qingfeng Hermit and go to the heavenly realm alone to see the Queen Mother of the West, so Xie Yujia wouldn't be involved in any dangers that might arise in the process. Your Peng Lai Immortal token is a pass to all the holy places in the world. Since you're Zhen Yuan Immortal's brother, you can be counted as half a true immortal. I'll send you to the heavenly realm, and everything else will depend on your luck. With her words, a black and white light rose up and supported Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. Being brought up into the high sky, Hao Ren finally got a bird's view of the godly Cloud Dao's headquarters, which consisted of many palaces and pavilions that were hovering in the air. There were no paths between the palaces and pavilions, and the cultivators in Taoist robes were traveling between them on Dharma treasures. It looked like a futuristic city in science fiction novels where the buildings were floating in the air, and all kinds of flying cars traveled between the buildings. However, this was a cultivation world. This cultivation kingdom was above the mortal kingdom. Dharma treasure shops, Dharma note stores, elixir pill workshops, all kinds of training fields, it was a complete system. Without the competition of sects, godly Cloud Dao that controlled the entire eighth heaven was an independent society. You don't have to look. You don't belong here. Qingfeng Hermit caught Hao Ren's back with one note while gently holding Xie Yujia's hand, bringing them up to a mountain peak high in the clouds. Hao Ren felt the chilly winds blowing around them, estimating that this mountain peak was at least as high as the heaven-reaching tower in the Nine-Dragon Palace. However, with Qingfeng Hermit's speed, they reached the top of this mountain in the blink of an eye. There was only a small circular platform with a diameter of about 1 meter. This is the immortal ascending platform. The cultivators on 8th heaven must come here to pass the heavenly tribulation if they want to ascend, Qingfeng Hermit said while she loosened the note and pushed Hao Ren gently to the center of the circular platform. Hao Ren wanted to say something to Xie Yujia, but Qingfeng Hermit lifted her hand and shot out 16 Dharma notes instantly. Go! Hao Ren's Peng Lai Immortal token flew out from his necklace automatically, and a silver light flashed on it under the activation of the 16 Dharma notes. You must go through 9th heaven, which is also commonly called 9th cloud, before you reach the heavenly realm. If you're not lucky and fall into the misty void, even I can't help you, Qingfeng Hermit said while shooting out golden and silver Dharma notes. Hao Ren, Grandma. Hearing her words, Xie Yujia became worried and yelled Hao Ren's name before turning her head to Qingfeng Hermit anxiously. However, while Xie Yujia was still hesitating, Hao Ren had flown up with Qingfeng Hermit's Dharma notes and rushed into the white clouds as a light beam. Grandma. Seeing Hao Ren disappearing into the clouds instantly, Xie Yujia stomped her feet in agitation, and her long and slim eyebrows furrowed. Silly girl, I'm only teasing you. This kid has the Peng Lai Immortal token, and the immortals who are responsible for the reception will go easy on him, Qingfeng Hermit said with a smile while tapping on Xie Yujia's forehead lightly. She looked up at the white clouds and held back the rest of her sentence. Although Hao Ren wouldn't fall into the void, the heavenly realm still would knock him down if they didn't want him to go up there. Swoosh, with the Peng Lai Immortal token in his hand, Hao Ren traveled through the vast 9th heaven under the support of the dozen Dharma notes shot by Qingfeng Hermit. These notes lit up Hao Ren's surrounding like stars. There was only ninth heaven between eighth heaven and the heavenly realm, but it was impossible to pass for most of the cultivators. All the heavenly lightning bolts during the heavenly tribulation for human cultivators, demon cultivators, and dragon cultivators were shot down from the ninth cloud. If not for the Penglai immortal token in his hand, Hao Ren would have triggered many lightning bolts from the void, and they would kill him. When Hao Ren finally saw a trace of white light ahead of him, about a dozen heavenly lightning bolts suddenly appeared and tried to beat him back. He wasn't allowed to ascend. Supported by the ascending force of Qingfeng Hermit's Dharma notes, Hao Ren felt as if he were in a boat that he couldn't control. Just as he was about to slide back down to eighth heaven, a golden heavenly dragon suddenly appeared and pushed up Hao Ren. Chapter 773. Won't Save Mortals. Hao Ren was about to be knocked down by the fierce energy when a powerful force pushed him past the heavenly lightning bolts. He came into a bright world. In the misty white world, exquisite jade buildings appeared vaguely in a distant. Standing on the golden dragon, Hao Ren soared beyond ninth heaven and charged into the heavenly realm. A magnificent white heavenly gate appeared before Hao Ren. The two golden armored guards at the gate couldn't block Hao Ren. The heavenly dragon dashed through the gate with Hao Ren. Su Rui! How dare you break into the heavenly realm? A giant golden armored god suddenly appeared in front of them and roared. The earth-shaking voice almost shattered Hao Ren's eardrums, sweeping Hao Ren off the back of the golden dragon. In a wave of golden lights, the heavenly dragon, which was tens of thousands of meters long, turned into a woman in white. Ignoring the giant golden armored god, she leapt up lightly and flew to the distance. Hao Ren looked back at her and confirmed his suspicion that she was the heavenly dragon cultivator who had stayed with Suhan. It seemed that she had come to his aid. If he hadn't been supported by her who could soar beyond ninth cloud, Hao Ren would have been knocked back by the heavenly lightning bolts. It was clear that this female cultivator also hoped that Hao Ren could get the immortal elixir. Although Hao Ren wasn't sure, he guessed that she was probably Suhan's mom and the metal elemental dragon cultivator who had charged into the heavenly dragon realm hundreds of years ago. If he were right, then Suhan had the bloodline of a heavenly dragon, which explained her super-fast cultivation speed. Seeing Su Rui leaving, the giant golden armored god couldn't catch her. Then, he turned his gaze to Hao Ren and said, "This is the heavenly realm, and cultivators who haven't ascended are not allowed to enter this place." Hao Ren had heard from Premier Shah that the so-called heavenly realm was also known as the above realm, and the people living here were called gods and immortals but were not real gods and immortals. This place was where a group of powerful cultivators lived. It was like eighth heaven to seventh heaven and the inner sea to the outer sea of the demon sea. These cultivators could live forever and called themselves immortals. However, they didn't care about the mortal world, even doing less for the mortals than the dragon cultivators. Their main responsibility was to keep the heavenly Tao in operation. Anything beyond that wasn't important enough to affect their life and cultivation, so they didn't care. At this thought, Hao Ren was less afraid of them. He replied to this giant golden armored god in front of him, "I want to see the Queen Mother of the West for the immortal elixir." "You're not qualified to see the Saint Mother." The giant golden armored god glared at him and shouted, "The immortal elixir isn't something that you can have. A tiny cultivator like you dares to trespass the heavenly realm just because you know a heavenly dragon." Seeing Hao Ren still standing there without showing any respect, this giant golden armored god got angry and smashed his giant fist toward Hao Ren. With two sword energies beneath his feet, Hao Ren dodged the fists lightly and then took out the Penglai immortal token immediately. "Please tell the Saint Mother that my grandma is seriously ill, and I need the immortal elixir to save her." Hao Ren leapt up for dozens of meters and flew to the giant golden armored god. The giant golden armored god couldn't block him, and Hao Ren was surprised that the giant golden armored god who was guarding the heavenly gate wasn't as powerful as he had expected. It seemed that cultivators in the heavenly realm had different strengths, and not all of them came up here by ascending. For example, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had been with the Queen Mother of the West from the beginning instead of ascending. That heavenly dragon cultivator, Su Rui, probably had ignored this giant golden armored god because she knew that he wasn't powerful and thus didn't want to waste her time on him. Penglai immortal token. The giant golden armored god retreated several steps at the sight of the token in Hao Ren's hand. He suddenly turned into a beam of light and flew toward the jade palaces in the distant clouds. Standing where he was, Hao Ren knew that this giant golden armored god had gone to deliver the message. Hao Ren had no choice but to wait despite his impatience. He had rarely begged for favors from people, and it was painful to bet on others. After about 1 hour, that giant golden armored god suddenly flew back. Hao Ren's heart was now in his throat. If the Queen Mother of the West wanted to help, then the giant golden armored god would bring back an immortal elixir. The Saint Mother said that she wouldn't save a mortal's life. The giant golden armored god said in a booming voice. This news struck Hao Ren, making him feel cold from his head to toe. He had put all his hope on this, but it all turned to nothing at others' causal words. It was a feeling not everyone could understand. Why not? Hao Ren suddenly roared after a few seconds of silence. The giant golden armored god glared at him and replied, "Turn back immediately, and you won't be punished for trespassing. I want to see the Saint Mother. Or you can help me find Chenxin and Chenyi." Hao Ren blurted out in panic. Chenxin and Chenyi, you even know them? You're not qualified to see the palace masters of the Heavenly Heart Palace, the giant golden armored god said while he whipped his hand toward Hao Ren. He had delivered Hao Ren's message to the Heavenly Heart Palace where the Saint Mother lived, and he got the reply from the Queen Mother of the West that she wouldn't save a mortal's life, which meant that he must send away this visitor. However, Hao Ren wasn't willing to return empty-handed. He had received the cold and merciless refusal without seeing the Queen Mother of the West or even Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Thinking of Grandma and Suhan who had only 2 weeks to live, he knew that he couldn't return like this. Break. Hao Ren's sword energy dashed out of his palm. When his palm blocked the fist of the giant golden armored god, it instantly broke the latter's arm. The giant golden armored god dropped to the ground, and he immediately turned into a brawny man about 6 feet tall. He had used a technique to turn himself into a bigger size to frighten the cultivators new to the heavenly realm. Since Hao Ren had defeated this giant golden armored god with one attack, it showed that some of the cultivators in the heavenly realm were weak. Remembering the legends about the super-powerful cultivators in the heavenly realm, Hao Ren burned in rage and wanted to see how powerful they really were. Whoosh, 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 4 cultivators flew over with long spears, and Hao Ren unleashed his full strength and broke the 4 long spears at the same time. Then, the 4 sword energies hit the 4 cultivators on the chests and forced them back more than 100 meters. If his grandma were dying of natural causes, Hao Ren wouldn't have come to beg for the immortal elixir. However, since she had blocked the attack from the devil dragon, Grandma was tortured by pains that shouldn't be felt by mortals. Besides, Suhan had been attacked by Taii cave master from the back while she was going through her heavenly tribulation. She was dying, and even her mother, a heavenly dragon, couldn't save her. If the heavenly Tao was in control of everything, then what was it doing when Taii cave master turned into a devil dragon and caused so many disasters? The more Hao Ren thought, the angrier he got. He swung his fist and shattered the heavenly gate which was made of white jade. Enough! An angry shout came from the distant. A green light shot over from a distance, and Hao Ren reached out to block it. However, the green light was faster and hit on his chest forcefully. Feeling a surge of sweet blood gushing up his throat, Hao Ren found that the meridians in his body were instantly messed up, and even the mystic crystal in his chest was almost shattered into pieces. If the golden shield which had changed into the form of a button didn't block this attack for him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Immortal physique. Those 2 girls even helped you obtain the immortal physique? The voice from the distant turned even angrier. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Another green light shot down from the cloud. It was more powerful than the previous one, and it had immobilized Hao Ren before it got close. Ding! Suddenly a wave of white light flew from the distance and blocked most of the green light. The remaining green light still struck onto Hao Ren, sending him flying for hundreds of meters. Then, Hao Ren felt support on his back, and he landed on the ground steadily. He. Queen Mother of the West, you don't have to get angry with a kid. My brother acted rashly, but he did it due to his love for his grandma. I'll give you a new heavenly gate, and I guarantee that it will be more magnificent than the old one. With a face full of wrinkles, Zhen Yuanzi said in a loud voice while he supported Hao Ren with one hand and stroked his beard with the other. Then, Hao Ren felt that surges of pure celestial essence were injected into his body, helping his meridians recover while his immortal physique began to heal. Zhen Yuan immortal. You said that he is the chosen one of the heavenly Tao, but look at what he has done. He broke the heavenly gate and wounded the heavenly soldiers and generals. Besides, he took advantage of my Chenxin and Chenyi. That voice sounded again. The heavenly soldiers and generals are getting even weaker, Zhen Yuanzi mumbled in a low voice before showing a smile. He. Queen Mother of the West, your two maids are destined to stay with my brother. I think it is best that you let them be. Zhen Yuan immortal, I know that you're protective of your people. I won't punish him today. You may take him with you, that voice said coldly. Well, Zhen Yuanzi sighed lightly and lifted Hao Ren. With his carefree and lazy character, he didn't like to manage the business in the world. However, the Queen Mother of the West, who was in the same generation as him and had been half a level lower than his status, had worked hard and led the immortals to ascend to the heavenly realm from land. Now, she was responsible for the promotion of the immortal officials. Zhen Yuanzi didn't have much say in the heavenly realm, and even the chosen one of the heavenly Tao, whom he had picked, was despised by the Queen Mother of the West. From her tough tone, he knew that she wouldn't do him the favor even if he asked her for the immortal elixir. With her stubborn and cold character, not everyone could move her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gained her current status. In the Heavenly Heart Palace, only Chenxin and Chenyi were her favorites. No wonder she got so angry when she learned that they had stayed with Hao Ren for so long and even got intimate with him. Hao Ren was asking for punishment when he rushed to the heavenly realm and demanded to see the Queen Mother of the West. Brother, the heavenly Tao has its own reincarnation. It's fate, and you can't force it. Zhen Yuanzi turned to look at Hao Ren and comforted him. Hearing these words, Hao Ren's entire body tensed up. He could now understand and feel Princess Zhen's resentment for the phrase, heavenly Tao has its own reincarnation. Let's go back now. The heavenly realm is cold, and it's not worth coming. With a slight sigh, Zhen Yuanzi pushed Hao Ren back to 8th heaven while he turned into a white beam of light and returned to the Demon Sea. Chapter 774. Becoming a sage. Hao Ren floated in the air lightly as if he were in a black dream, and then he suddenly saw waves of light. He had fallen back to 8th heaven. Godly Cloud Tao's headquarters spread over dozens of mountains, and it looked like a sleepless city of the cultivators with flashing lights everywhere. It could rival any of the supercities on land. Godly Cloud Tao was more like a cultivation kingdom instead of a cultivation sect. The headquarters of Godly Cloud Tao was the capital of the kingdom. Stepping on a sword energy, Hao Ren chose a platform randomly and landed while his chest was still hurting. The cultivators who were traveling between the buildings hovered in the air and looked indifferent when they saw Hao Ren land. Swoosh, 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 suddenly, 3 lights flew toward him from different directions. Since Hao Ren's body had no mark of Godly Cloud Tao, he had been taken as a trespasser. He's mine. Old Grandma's voice came in time, and then a note flew over to carry Hao Ren away. The 3 members of the patrol team who were about to attack Hao Ren immediately scattered. They were top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators, and there were at least hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators to keep order in the Godly Cloud City. In a flash, Hao Ren found himself standing in Qingfeng Hermit's courtyard, which was so quiet that he couldn't hear any sounds from outside. Hao Ren. Xie Yujia ran from a side room of the courtyard and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he was safe. Then, she asked anxiously, how did it go? Hao Ren shook his head. Seeing that it was already night on 8th heavenly, he asked in a hurry, how many days have passed? 3 days passed, Qingfeng Hermit said lightly. Hao Ren was surprised that it had been 3 days. After all, he only made a short stop on the heavenly realm and didn't even enter the heavenly gate. No wonder Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had overstayed their imprisonment in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Besides, they had even stayed in East Ocean City and played around for a long while after coming out of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. When calculating in this way, the so-called 200-year imprisonment was just a short period of grounding for the immortals on the heavenly realm. Since the Queen Mother of the West didn't want to part with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily for too long, she had grounded them in the East Ocean Dragon Palace to give them a lesson. Qingfeng Hermit sighed lightly and looked back at Xie Yujia, whose eyes were red and swollen. It took Hao Ren a short while to go and return from the heavenly realm, But it was 3 days full of worry for Xie Yujia. She was soft-hearted. During the 3 days, and she had been overthinking and gathered all kinds of scary thoughts, afraid that Hao Ren would never return. Each night, she had shed tears in the side room, which didn't escape Qingfeng Hermit's notice. "Come here." Qingfeng Hermit beckoned at Hao Ren. At the thought that Xie Yujia suffered a lot due to Hao Ren, she felt extremely unhappy. When Hao Ren walked over from Xie Yujia's side, Qingfeng Hermit suddenly lifted her hand and placed it on the top of his head. "Grandma!" Xie Yujia cried out in surprise, thinking that Qingfeng Hermit was trying to punish Hao Ren. To her surprise, a pure lotus flower bloomed slowly above Hao Ren's head, spreading 3 petals as translucent as light. 3 petals. At Kun level, it's quite good that you have cultivated 3 petals. Qingfeng Hermit withdrew her hand and said with some praise in her harsh tone. "Grandma, this." Xie Yujia looked at Qingfeng Hermit in bafflement. Qingfeng Hermit looked at her and said, "All the cultivators at high realms can show their natal lotus, which is their vital soul. When the dragon cultivators reach Qian level, they can condense a natal lotus with 3 petals. For the cultivators without dragon cores and mystic crystals, they must reach peak nascent soul realm to condense the 3-petaled natal lotus." Qingfeng Hermit turned her gaze to Hao Ren again and continued. "The reason that Qian-level dragon cultivators are more powerful than the nascent soul realm human cultivators is that the dragon cultivators can condense 3-petaled natal lotus, while the nascent soul realm cultivators must reach the peak stage to understand nature and construct the 3-petaled natal lotus." "Grandma, do you mean the 3 flowers that would gather on the top of the head, which is recorded in some Taoism books?" Xie Yujia asked. "The essence forms the jade flower, the aura forms the golden flower, and the soul forms a 9-petaled flower. Refine essence first, then aura, and lastly soul. Only after reaching the soul formation realm can one truly cultivate the vital soul. Yujia, the vital soul flower is a 9-petaled lotus instead of the 3 flowers." Qingfeng Hermit touched Xie Yujia's cheek while a 4-petal lotus appeared above his head suddenly. Appearing above Qingfeng Hermit's head, the pure white 4-petal lotus emitted soft lights, filling the small courtyard with radiance. After reaching the heavenly dragon realm and the soul formation realm, the cultivation strength would reach the peak. At this stage, the important thing isn't realms but vital souls. The cultivators who have just reached the heavenly dragon realm and soul formation realm all have 4-petaled lotus representing their vital souls. Hao Ren nodded, sensing a new world before him after hearing Qingfeng Hermit's words. In fact, no matter if it were the dragon cultivators levels or the human cultivators realms, they were all divided into low tier, mid tier, top tier, and peak. However, after reaching the heavenly dragon realm and the soul formation realm, the cultivators all reached the realm of ascendance, which was why these smaller divisions didn't exist anymore. Instead, everything was measured in terms of the petals on the natal lotus. Qingfeng Hermit's 4-petal lotus suddenly emitted waves of brighter light. Another petal opened. 5 petals. Radiance filled this small courtyard. 5-petaled lotus signals the realm of big demon kings. Qingfeng Hermit looked at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia with a mild smile and continued. While she talked casually, the natal lotus representing her vital soul grew another petal. 6 petals. Blinding light beams shot up from the courtyard. The entire godly cloud city was lit up as if were daytime. 6-petaled lotus is the realm of eternal demon kings. There are at most 6 eternal demon kings in the whole world, Qingfeng Hermit said. Xie Yujia looked at old grandma in amazement, not expecting her to reach the 6-petal realm. The cultivators of godly cloud city were alarmed at the sight of the permeating white light, but then they realized that it meant Qingfeng Hermit, the mother of the Tao master of godly cloud Tao, had come out of her seclusion cultivation after becoming a sage. In fact, with her life-death notes which could sense the world, Qingfeng Hermit could have reached the 5-petal realm long ago, but she had suppressed it and charged directly at the 6-petal realm. The flying light gradually turned into notes and scattered onto 8th heaven. "Kid, I'm touched by your love for your grandma and the sincerity and courage you have shown. I'll try to help your grandma." Qingfeng Hermit put away her 6-petaled lotus and said slowly. Hearing her words, Hao Ren looked up in delight and replied, "Thank you very much, Grandma." He suddenly realized that Qingfeng Hermit had been testing him by sending him to the heavenly realm. In fact, Qingfeng Hermit had decided to speak for him in person after she had broken into the six-petal realm and became a sage. However, I can't intervene in other things. The spreading of the devil essence from the East Ocean Dragon Palace is the sign that the world will be in chaos. Ancestor Dragon Yazi will only bring murderous spirit to the world. He can destroy the evil in the world but will also bring disasters to the mortals. Qingfeng Hermit looked at Hao Ren and said, to suppress the devil essence, you must use the ultimate treasure in the Dragon God Shrine. But with your current realm, you can't handle that treasure. Grandma, you mean? Hao Ren looked at Qingfeng Hermit respectfully. Knowing that despite her eccentric personality, she was good to Xie Yujia and him. With my six-petal realm, I'll go to the heavenly realm to speak for you, and I don't know if I'll succeed or not. Meanwhile, you must go to the Dragon God Shrine and take that ultimate treasure before keeping the situation in control. Then, she turned her gaze to Xie Yujia. In fact, Yujia, you have the stone physique. With my current realm, it's not difficult for me to break it for you. Grandma, Xie Yujia looked at old grandma in pleasant surprise. Seeing that Hao Ren had an important mission assigned to him, she hoped that old grandma would assign a mission to her as well. If she could improve her physique, she would be able to do more for Hao Ren. However, I didn't realize that you would work so hard to cultivate the life-death notes and had turned the stone physique into the ultimate yin physique. I didn't tell you for fear that this guy would take advantage of you, Qingfeng Hermit continued. Ultimate yin physique? Xie Yujia was baffled. To Xie Yujia's surprise, Qingfeng Hermit turned to Hao Ren with a serious expression instead of answering her question and said, Kid, I'll do my best to help your grandma, but you must promise me something. Grandma, please tell me. Hao Ren's expression turned even more earnest. You must take Yujia as your wife. You can't let her down, no matter if it's now or in the future, Qingfeng Hermit said while emphasizing each word. Grandma, hearing Qingfeng Hermit suddenly bringing up this topic, Xie Yujia who had been anxious turned red. No problem. I can do it. Hao Ren nodded in determination. Since Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi had reached an agreement, it wasn't difficult for Hao Ren to fulfill this promise. Xie Yujia had subconsciously acted as the daughter-in-law of the Hao family while Hao Ren had indeed taken her as his girlfriend. They looked mild and peaceful, but they had understood the true meaning of life. The ultimate yin physique is the best physique for dual cultivation. If you do want to marry him, you might as well give it to him. Qingfeng Hermit turned to Xie Yujia and said abruptly. While Xie Yujia was still baffled, Qingfeng Hermit swept up her and Hao Ren and flew out of 8th heaven. Kid, you're a lucky man since you can control yourself. Since you've never taken advantage of Yujia, I believe that you truly like her. Now that the heavenly Tao leans toward you, you might have a chance to reach the four-petal realm. After turning into a beam of light, Qingfeng Hermit traveled through 7th heaven and 6th heaven before reaching Ethereal Summit. She didn't give them any chance to think. She tossed Xie Yujia lightly into her cave in Ethereal Summit and then grabbed Hao Ren, saying, I will give you half an hour to memorize this dual cultivation technique. Chapter 775. All yours, Grandma. Hao Ren tried to speak, but Qingfeng Hermit ignored him and placed her hand on his forehead. Hao Ren felt a complete technique entering his mind from his forehead, and he could see each character. Just like when he immersed his spiritual senses into the jade slip which contained the mystic water sword techniques, he couldn't see it directly but could feel it. In fact, the profound and secret techniques wouldn't be recorded. Instead, they were passed down from the masters to the disciples through spiritual senses. If the disciples had low realms and couldn't be taught this way, the ancient cultivators would print the techniques into special jade slips and then leave the opening method to the disciples. When the latter had reached certain realms, they would use the methods to open the jade slips. Of course, the masters were usually not with the disciples or had passed away by this time. Hao Ren's mystic water sword techniques were written on a jade slip. Since Zhao Horan didn't have the opening method, he had to take a lot of time and energy to beat the array formations in it very carefully. Right now, this dual cultivation technique rushed into Hao Ren's mind and forced him to memorize it. Any distraction would make him miss some words, and any mistake would be fatal in terms of cultivation. Hovering in the high sky, Qingfeng Hermit stared at Hao Ren intensely. When she felt like he had memorized the technique, she pushed him into the valley. Hao Ren tumbled and stumbled into Xie Yujia's cave abode abruptly. With the array formations around the spiritual herb fields in Ethereal Summit removed and the absence of the snow lion cubs, it was very quiet here. Around the valley, 36 pale golden notes suddenly lit up. The notes were shot out by Qingfeng Hermit so that no cultivators could come and disturb them. I'm heading back. With the huge changes in the world, I must keep godly cloud Tao of 8th heaven in order. With these words said, Qingfeng Hermit turned into a beam of light and flew toward 8th heaven. Hao Ren rubbed his knees and stood up. He had been tossed into the cave abode by Qingfeng Hermit, but it wasn't as gently as the toss that Xie Yujia received. There was no carpet covering the original smooth stone floor in Xie Yujia's cave abode, so Hao Ren was still hurting from the fall when Qingfeng Hermit tossed him into the cave. Yujia, Hao Ren looked around the dim cave and called out. Since her cave abode had a small elixir-making room connected to it, Hao Ren thought that she was in the elixir-making room in the back when he saw no sight of her. He was about to go to the back when he saw some movement in the stone bed. He turned his head and walked over, and he saw that Xie Yujia was nestled under a thick blanket. Half of her head was above the blanket, and her face was beet red. "Grandma taught me the dual cultivation technique already," Hao Ren said bashfully. "Okay." Xie Yujia's face turned redder. While biting on her lip, she suddenly reached out and pulled Hao Ren under the blanket. Hao Ren had wanted to say something about the technique to Xie Yujia and was surprised when she pulled him over. After tripping on the edge of the bed, he fell under the blanket and found that Xie Yujia was naked. Xie Yujia's face looked as red as blood right now. She had been nervous when she saw Qingfeng Hermit teaching Hao Ren the dual cultivation technique outside of the valley. Then, she got under the blanket and took off all her clothes, thinking that they would do it sooner or later. When she thought that she had crawled into the blanket to wait for Hao Ren, she felt extremely shy. "Yujia," Hao Ren touched her arm. "Yeah?" Red-faced, Xie Yujia replied in a quiet voice. "Am I too impatient? But we must do it to save Grandma." Feeling nervous, Xie Yujia blinded quickly, not knowing if she should close her eyes or keep them open. Anyway, do whatever you want." Feeling no movement from Hao Ren, she murmured again. "What are you thinking about? The dual cultivation that old grandma mentioned isn't what you think." While looking at her, Hao Ren couldn't help smiling when he imagined all her thoughts. He wasn't laughing at her. Instead, he smiled because she was so cute. Xie Yujia knew very little about cultivation except the life-death runes grandma gave to her in alchemy, which was why she had mistaken understanding about dual cultivation when she heard the name. Thinking about how Xie Yujia got under the blanket and took off all her clothes while he was learning the dual cultivation technique from Qingfeng Hermit outside the valley, Hao Ren thought that she was so considerate and sweet. A surge of warmth rose in his heart, knowing that Xie Yujia had acted as if he were her husband. With love filling his heart, Hao Ren held her shoulders and helped her up before pulling the blanket over her shoulders. The dual cultivation that old grandma mentioned involves some bodily contact, but it isn't what you think. You can just keep quiet and accept my nature essence. A little surprised, Xie Yujia immediately understood the situation, and she lowered her head slowly. She looked calm, but the blush that was spreading down her neck couldn't hide her bashfulness. She had thought that the dual cultivation was, however, old grandma's dual cultivation technique was only a cultivation method which only involving touching between a male cultivator and a female cultivator. Seeing her bashfulness, Hao Ren felt more affectionate for her, and her red face made Hao Ren wanting to protect her more. Hao Ren picked up her hands gently and slowly injected nature essence into her. Xie Yujia immediately controlled her distracting thoughts and concentrated on Hao Ren's nature essence. She thought that she would do it with Hao Ren sooner or later. If it could help Hao Ren gain a breakthrough and save Grandma, she didn't mind if they did it now. Seeing Hao Ren's serious expression, she knew that he was careful not to make any mistakes in cultivation. Putting away her distracting thoughts, she allowed his nature essence into her meridians. The dual cultivation technique that Qingfeng Hermit taught Hao Ren was indeed miraculous. It could not only unblock Xie Yujia's meridians little by little but transfer essence from her ultimate yin physique into Hao Ren's body to form a live core as well. The so-called live core was an internal core condensed by fresh nature essence. For example, The golden cores of the human cultivators and the demonic cores of the demon beasts were also live cores. While those two kinds of live cores couldn't be taken directly, the essence from Xie Yujia's ultimate yin physique could slowly come out from her meridians and enter Hao Ren's mystic crystal. Such a dual cultivation technique was tailored for Xie Yujia. In fact, Qingfeng Hermit created this dual cultivation technique. She taught the life-death runes to Xie Yujia, and she had been watching if Hao Ren was good to Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia closed her eyes and sensed the transformation that Hao Ren's 5-elemental nature essence did to her meridians carefully. Gradually, she felt that Hao Ren slowly absorbed some energies. The soft sensation was tingling and extremely comfortable. Xie Yujia opened her eyes slightly when Hao Ren kissed her gently. With their palms still connected, Hao Ren pulled her into his arms. Xie Yujia's ultimate yin physique was the best tonic for the vital souls of male cultivators. Since Hao Ren's realm was higher than Xie Yujia's, he completely controlled all she had to do was follow him unconditionally. Traces of fragrant and sweet liquid flowed from the tip of Xie Yujia's tongue into Hao Ren's mouth. He used his 5-elemental nature essence to dissolve the ultimate yin energy in Xie Yujia's body and absorbed it into his body. Xie Yujia felt like a warm energy in her body flowed out from the tip of her tongue, and her body turned jelly soft. It felt as if Hao Ren were sucking away the essence from her body, but she offered it to him willingly. The blanket slid down her smooth body. With her hands in Hao Ren's grip, she looked at Hao Ren's concentrated face and leaned quietly toward him. Hao Ren could maintain the cultivation state in this situation, which showed that he was indeed doing it for the sake of cultivation. Ashamed that she was nurturing distracting thoughts, Xie Yujia immediately gathered her thoughts and leaned against Hao Ren softly, allowing him to absorb the ultimate yin energy from her body. If it were someone else who was touching her like this, she would fight him to death. However, while she was held by Hao Ren intimately, she felt an indescribable sweetness. All his, Xie Yujia's body turned hot as if she were melting. "It's done," Hao Ren suddenly whispered into her ear. Powerlessly, Xie Yujia slid down the stone bed. When that happened, she remembered that Hao Ren could see her entire naked body and blushed again. Hao Ren fell with her and held her neck and slim waist with his hands, afraid that she would hurt her head in the fall. With half of his body lying on her, their position looked very intimate. The fingers on his right hand shook slightly against her waist, and then he kissed her gently. The receding blush on Xie Yujia's neck came back immediately. Closing her eyes, Xie Yujia lay on the bed half stiff and half soft while Hao Ren's left hand rested on her shoulder. "Hao Ren," she cried out softly as if she were begging. Seeing the deep blush on her ears, Hao Ren knew that she didn't move because she didn't know what to do. Therefore, he kissed her ears gently. "Old grandma said that the best dual cultivation is," Hao Ren whispered to her ear. "Pervert," Xie Yujia's blush deepened, and she murmured. Despite her bafflement, she was a smart girl and knew that Hao Ren was trying to give themselves an excuse. However, her shoulders were shaking, and the places where Hao Ren touched almost twitched. Smelling Hao Ren's scent, she was nervous and intoxicated. Her slim and long arms, pale neck, and exquisite collarbones made her look like a pure and beautiful swan. Chapter 776, Reaching the Four-Petal Realm in Secret. Dawn came. With his arms holding Xie Yujia's smooth back, Hao Ren rested his palms on her round shoulders, and Xie Yujia's hair rested on Hao Ren's chest. Smooth and soft, she nestled in his arms like a kitten. However, her smooth skin made her look sexy. The cave abode was warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and Xie Yujia was being nurtured by the dual cultivation technique. Therefore, Xie Yujia didn't feel cold when she laid on the stone bed under a thick blanket. Hao Ren was also naked, and he was full of love for her as he held Xie Yujia. Seeing that she was still soundly asleep, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Xie Yujia was pure and reserved, but her seemingly thin body was beautiful. Hao Ren then kissed her pink lips while his palm moved on her chest. Xie Yujia woke up drowsily. When she saw Hao Ren kissing her, she blushed and nestled closer in his arms. With both of them naked, it felt warm to move against each other. "I love you, Yujia," Hao Ren whispered. It came from the bottom of his heart without any unnecessary words. He had always liked Xie Yujia and had been restraining himself from taking her. Few people could understand his feelings. Xie Yujia felt like her body heated up, and she was almost out of breath when he moved his palms on her chest. She held her breath but couldn't control the rapid rising and falling of her belly. Hao Ren slid under the blanket and kissed his way down. Bad. Xie Yujia patted his face lightly since she found that he wasn't as inexperienced as her. Thinking that he might have been intimate with Zhao Yanzi, her shoulders stiffed a little. Hao Ren kissed her chest and nudged her with his nose. Deeply affectionate toward him, Xie Yujia couldn't bear this gentle attack. She held his neck clumsily, trying to stop him. Hao Ren kissed her neck and took her into his arms as if she were a vulnerable kitten or a mermaid who gave her heart to him. Oh, while holding Hao Ren, Xie Yujia lost her thoughts. Deep inside, she was pleased and knew that she would be his wife now that they had done it. She had always wondered if he really liked her or just took her as a close friend. Seeing Hao Ren treating her cautiously and gently as if she were a precious artifact, she knew that he had been afraid of hurting her. He liked her but had been keeping his distance for fear that he couldn't give her his commitment. Thinking that she had become a part of Hao Ren's life, Xie Yujia felt warm and sweet throughout her body. I'll let him do whatever he likes, she thought to herself as she bit on her lips and pressed herself onto Hao Ren while holding his waist. Hao Ren liked being hugged by Xie Yujia like this since this kind of bodily contact excited him beyond control. We have to go back, Hao Ren said. No, Xie Yujia cried out immediately. However, upon second thought, she remembered that grandma was still lying in her ward and didn't have many days left. I love you, Xie Yujia bit his ear and whispered. Hao Ren lifted her and held her tightly in his arms. While holding her from behind, he pressed his hands on her full chest. Xie Yujia shrunk her shoulders and let Hao Ren's elbows press on her belly. The cooperation of their minds allowed her to feel his love. While panting, Xie Yujia turned around and hugged Hao Ren. For a few seconds, she bit Hao Ren's chin lightly, feeling like her body was melting. With her blushing face, she felt limp and couldn't get up. Hao Ren kissed her lips gently and held her tightly in his arms. Hot, Xie Yujia panted out one word. With a smile, Hao Ren lightly bit on her nose and patted her butt. Wait for a moment, Xie Yujia clung to him, not wanting to move. She would like to stay with him this way, even for a few more seconds. Okay. Hao Ren enjoyed the tight embrace and pushed her up gently. Then, he picked up a small floral patterned cloth from the stone table and placed it by her legs. With a blush, Xie Yujia lowered her head shyly, not knowing why she felt this way. However, she hoped that Hao Ren could hold her like this for several consecutive nights. Be careful. Thinking of the things that Hao Ren had to do, Xie Yujia said to him in worry. Nothing will happen to me. Otherwise, what should happen to my Yujia? Hao Ren rubbed her smooth cheeks and said. Xie Yujia blushed. I didn't mean that. She had done it because she liked him, she didn't stay with him for this. Don't worry. Everything will be great after a while. Hao Ren pecked her pink lips and kissed her forehead. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded, suddenly feeling like nothing was important as long as Hao Ren was safe and sound. After pulling the blanket over her, Hao Ren put on his clothes swiftly and flew out of the cave into the valley. He had unblocked all 368 openings in his dragon core. He had reached peak Qian level like that. While inhaling deeply, Hao Ren opened the jade slip which contained the mystic water sword techniques and put his spiritual senses into it. All the sword techniques and variations spread out, and Hao Ren understood them almost instantly. A sharp red sword appeared in his hand. When he moved, the wind surged up, and the lightning bolts cracked. Xie Yujia put on her clothes and watched him practice the sword techniques at the valley. After one night's dual cultivation, she felt like her body had become extremely light instead of the previous dumb feeling when she tried to sense the nature essence. Now, she could clearly feel the tiny changes in nature. Hao Ren had carefully broken her stone physique and revealed the rarest cultivation physique, ultimate yin physique. It was a physique even better than Zhao Yanzi's pure water physique and Duan Yao's pure fire physique. Old grandma's life-death notes really had the power that could transform nature. However, if Xie Yujia hadn't persisted in cultivation, she wouldn't have had this opportunity. Break. Hao Ren leapt into the air before falling upside down while stabbing the sword toward the ground. The world seemed to freeze at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, a big crater that was as deep as hundreds of meters appeared in the valley. Hao Ren felt like all the nature essence in his body suddenly got active, and it traveled to all the small ends in his meridians. Then, his dragon core released radiant light when the 369th opening was unblocked. The opening in the dragon core that was meant for the heavenly dragons. With the 72 earthly openings at Kun level and the 36 heavenly openings at Qian level unlocked, the last one was the heavenly dragon opening. After one night, the 36 golden notes that old grandma had left begun to dim, but now they suddenly released bright golden lights again. Suddenly, Hao Ren sensed the mark of a four-petaled lotus appearing on his forehead. It meant that he had easily skipped the heavenly tribulation. Hao Ren looked up at the 36 profound notes and suddenly realized that old grandma had used the Dharma notes to create a small world and tricked the heavenly Tao. Gaining the breakthrough with Xie Yujia's ultimate yin physique, the process was done quietly and didn't cause any changes in the world. Good. You have indeed reached the four-petal realm. Old grandma's voice suddenly came from the outside of the valley. The changes in the Dharma notes alerted Qingfeng Hermit, and she had dashed to 5th heaven from 8th heaven to check on the situation. Thank you very much, old grandma. Elated, Hao Ren yelled toward the outside of the valley. It's too early to celebrate. You have temporarily hidden the breakthrough from the heavenly Tao, but you will have to go through the real heavenly tribulation sooner or later, Qingfeng Hermit said to Hao Ren. Then, she changed the subject. Yujia, for female cultivators, the ultimate yin physique is the best cultivation physique. However, due to your low realm, this physique is too chilly for you, and you must adjust yin and yang regularly to avoid hurting your body. Adjust yin and yang. Xie Yujia looked toward the outside of the valley in bafflement. Silly girl. Do you need me to tell you what to do? After tossing these words to her, Qingfeng Hermit vanished. Oh, Xie Yujia froze for a moment and then understood the situation while blushing. Hao Ren's wife. Old grandma has been worried about this. Xie Yujia understood the whole situation. Grandma had spent a lot of efforts to make all the arrangements for her, and Xie Yujia gritted her teeth while her heart was filled with gratitude toward Qingfeng Hermit. Hao Ren turned to look at Xie Yujia and smiled. As long as they were together, they had a lot of opportunities to adjust yin with yang. Seeing the smile on Hao Ren's face, Xie Yujia melted inside, wishing to hit him with her fists. Boom! Hao Ren withdrew the red energy sword and released all the sword energies from his body. There were 40,960 sword energies, peak Qian level. 10 sides ambush array formation. Instantly, the valley was lit up by blinding lights. Bang! More than 40,000 sword energies exploded and turned into hundreds of thousands of sword energies. 10,000 heart-piercing array formation. It was one of the last two sword array formations in the book that Qingfeng Hermit gave to him. With this sword array formation, Hao Ren could even kill the four-petal realm cultivators. While controlling hundreds of thousands of sword beams, Hao Ren raised his head, spread out his arms, and let out a wild roar, feeling all his meridians contracting. Bang! Hundreds of thousands of sword energies turned into even more sword energies. Glorious Taiyang killing array formation. With this sword array formation, he could kill 5-petal realm cultivators. The violent fluctuations of sword energies shook the entire 5th heaven. Xie Yujia opened her eyes wide in surprise, not expecting Hao Ren's sword array formations to release such great power. She had thought that the hundreds of thousands of sword energies were the limit, but she was wrong. Withdraw. Keeping his arms spread out, he closed his hands and formed two fists. Many sword energies entered his back like rivers of light before condensing into 5 long swords. White, green, black, red and yellow, they were the 5 elemental swords. Any of the swords was a top-tier Dharma treasure, enough to turn the nascent soul realm cultivators crazy and amaze the soul formation realm cultivators. They were pure 5 elemental swords condensed with the nature essence. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Xie Yujia was dazed, thinking that he was the most powerful sword cultivator. Hao Ren had achieved heavenly Tao with swords. The 5 elemental swords could further combine into the Taiyang sword which only lightning cultivators could control. The Taiyang sword could kill both immortals and devils. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll and the mystic water sword techniques had merged in Hao Ren's hands perfectly. The golden shield which had sneaked away after taking one strike for Hao Ren on the heavenly realm sensed all kinds of violent nature essence from ethereal summit, and it spun its way back. Let's go to the dragon god shrine. Hao Ren didn't spare any attention to the golden shield. After putting the 5 swords into his body, he moved to the entrance of the cave instantly and took Xie Yujia's hand before flying out of ethereal summit with her. Chapter 777. Taking back the ultimate treasure of East Ocean. Swoosh, the golden shield shot out waves of golden light and followed Hao Ren closely. Having reached the 4-petal realm, Hao Ren's power was equivalent to that of a heavenly dragon cultivator or a soul formation realm cultivator, which convinced the golden shield that Hao Ren had a bright future. After it blocked one green light for Hao Ren at the heavenly gate of the heavenly realm, it was awed by the power of the immortals in the heavenly realm. When it saw Hao Ren breaking the heavenly gate and sensed that another battle was coming, it just fled. However, it now followed Hao Ren shamelessly. Wah, wah, wah. Hao Ren flew toward the dragon god shrine through the soft clouds. After the battle with the devil dragon, the dragon god shrine's white platform had a big piece broken from it, and its uneven shape looked like a broken cookie from a distance. However, the enormous black palace in the center was intact, and it still released waves of pressure. When Hao Ren got near the dragon god shrine with Xie Yujia, the golden shield which had been following them closely suddenly released waves of golden lights as if it were challenging dragon god shrine on Hao Ren's behalf. Seeing that Hao Ren had leveled up to the 4-petal realm, this little shield seemed to have found its master, and it tried to work hard to show its worth. However, Hao Ren hadn't agreed to be its master yet. When a supreme spiritual treasure took someone as its master, it must obey the master unconditionally. Meanwhile, the master must cherish this treasure as well. Although the golden shield had helped Hao Ren a lot, its habit of fleeing from danger made Hao Ren look down at it. Hum, hum, the golden shield flew ahead of Hao Ren and Xie Yujia, releasing brighter golden light. It was enthusiastic rooting for Hao Ren to show its intention of taking Hao Ren as its master. Wah, in their black robes that had 5-clawed gold dragon embroideries, the 9 deputy shrine masters suddenly rushed out. After several days of resting and receiving aid from the shrine master, they had forced out the devil essence which had entered their bodies when they were battling with the devil dragon. Different from them, Suhan had been attacked by Taii cave master when she was passing the heavenly tribulation, and the devil essence had entered her major meridians. Even the shrine master was powerless and had to send her to East Ocean City and ask Bai Zi, the demon doctor, for help. You're not allowed to enter the dragon god shrine without permission. The 9 deputy shrine masters blocked Hao Ren's way. I'm here for an appointment with the shrine master, Hao Ren answered. Humming with golden light, the golden shield seemed to be seconding his words. No one but inspectors can enter the dragon god shrine. Yu Zilong glared at Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren let go Xie Yujia's wrist gently, and the golden shield went over and supported her. I'm here to take back the ultimate treasure of East Ocean, Hao Ren said slowly and released his aura abruptly. Heavenly Dragon. The 9 deputy shrine masters who stood hundreds of meters from Hao Ren looked horrified. Hao Ren has reached the heavenly dragon realm, they thought. They didn't know that Hao Ren not only had reached the heavenly dragon realm but had gone to the heaven realm. He almost fought with the Queen Mother of the West. Old Grandma who sent him there was a 6-petal realm cultivator, and he received help from the last dragon cultivator who charged into the heavenly dragon realm hundreds of years ago. Go! Hao Ren released 5 sharp swords which knocked away 5 peak Qian level cultivators who stood in the foremost of the group. Yu Zilong was astonished when he saw the other 5 peak Qian level deputy shrine masters being sent away. Then, he glanced at Xie Yujia who stood beside Hao Ren on the golden shield which was a celestial treasure. He found that she now had the ultimate yin physique, and chilling energy was being emitted from her body. Wah! While he stood there in shock, Xie Yujia pulled open her bow and shot a golden arrow at him, the one-time counselor. Nascent Soul Realm. Yu Zilong raised his hands to catch the golden arrow but was sent flying. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xie Yujia shot out 6 sharp arrows afterward. The 3 top-tier Qian level cultivators each got 2 arrows. Since she had regarded herself as Hao Ren's wife, Hao Ren's opponents were her enemies. Before the 3 top-tier Qian-level cultivators could react and shoot out their Dharma treasures, they were sent flying for hundreds of meters. After turning into the ultimate yin physique, all her cultivation obstacles had been removed. With the power of Qingfeng Hermit's Dharma notes, she had reached the nascent soul realm when she got out of bed this morning. Only after one night, she had overtaken Zhao Yanzi. Of course, with Zhao Yanzi's pure water physique, she would reach the nascent soul realm eventually. According to old grandma, the nascent soul realm was only the beginning of cultivation. Reaching the peak nascent soul realm and obtaining the 3-petal lotus vital soul was the first step in becoming an immortal. Hua Yu Zilong and the other deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine could do nothing but watch Hao Ren and Xie Yujia rushing into the Dragon God Shrine. For some reason, the nature essence intensity was much thinner than before in the Dragon God Shrine. The inspectors who usually bustled around in the shrine were nowhere to be seen. The open, quiet, and bright Dragon God Shrine looked like a forbidden sacred shrine with no one in the building. In the small room at the center of the Great Hall, Elder Luo was nowhere to be seen. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia landed on the ground, echoes resonated in the building non-stop. What's happening? Hao Ren felt weird. He had prepared to battle his way in, but to his surprise, there was not a single inspector in here. No wonder he had seen no inspectors going in and out of the Dragon God Shrine when he was outside on the platform. The 9 deputy shrine masters rushed into the Dragon God Shrine anxiously. Hao Ren looked back at them before rushing toward the top floor with Xie Yujia. The interior of the Dragon God Shrine was undamaged and very tidy. Despite the absence of blood, it looked as if it had been plundered, which unsettled Hao Ren. It was Xie Yujia's first time inside the Dragon God Shrine. When she ran up the stairs with Hao Ren, she felt like she couldn't activate any nature essence. The deputy shrine masters couldn't move their nature essence as well. Since they couldn't fly inside the Dragon God Shrine, they could only run toward the stairs and chase after Hao Ren. Running up around the massive pillar in the center of the Dragon God Shrine, Hao Ren got to the top floor. Then, he ran along the corridor and dashed into the secret chamber where the shrine master lived. The shrine master sat there quietly as if he had merged into the stone. Hao Ren looked at him and felt nothing, which made him doubt if the shrine master was still alive. Take 20 strikes. The shrine master suddenly flew up and stabbed a black sword at Hao Ren. Careful! Xie Yujia cried out. Startled, Hao Ren immediately retreated half a step while the 5 elemental swords dashed from his body before combining into a 5-colored Taiyang sword. Tink! When the 2 swords collided, the sword in the shrine master's hand didn't break. When the 9 deputy shrine masters rushed into the secret chamber, they saw that Hao Ren was already engaged in a battle with the shrine master. Mystic water sword techniques. Hao Ren didn't reserve any strength and used the entire set of mystic water sword techniques which he had understood. The mystic water sword technique had 32 strikes altogether, and each contained 18 variations. 1, 2, 3 strikes. Standing at the doorway, the 9 deputy shrine masters were dumbfounded. Facing Hao Ren's mystic water sword techniques, the shrine master looked calm with the long black sword in his hand. With one hand holding the sword, he placed the other hand behind his back. His movements were as swift as lightning while his sword flashed. The 9 deputy shrine masters had never seen through the shrine master's strength. With widened eyes, Xie Yujia watched the battle with wonder. Each of Hao Ren's sword strikes seemed to have the power to pierce the shrine master, who was wearing a long robe with 6-clawed gold dragon embroideries, but the latter blocked each of the strikes miraculously. 18, 19, 20, tink, Hao Ren was forced back half a step. The shrine master took a step forward and stabbed the huge black sword at Hao Ren's chest like a nimble slim snake. Xie Yujia gasped and was about to shoot arrows at the shrine master when Hao Ren turned his wrist and blocked his rival's sword before using the 21st sword strike. 30, 31, 32. Hao Ren knocked the black sword away from the shrine master's hand, and it pierced a hole in the ceiling of the Dragon God Shrine. The sunlight shone into the dark secret chamber on the top floor. Not bad, the shrine master said slowly. While regulating his messy nature essence silently, Hao Ren put away the 5-colored sword, surprised that the shrine master was so powerful. When they got to the 32nd strike, he had finally truly understood the mystic water sword techniques. It was more like a practice fight than a battle between rivals. The shrine master had been helping Hao Ren understand his sword techniques. An ordinary Qian level cultivator wouldn't be able to block a single strike from Hao Ren, since each of the 32 strikes of the mystic water sword techniques contained 18 variations, but the shrine master had easily blocked all of them. You win. You may take back the treasure. The handsome shrine master looked at Hao Ren mildly and said lightly. Shrine master. The 9 deputy shrine masters called out together, trying to dissuade him. Not another word. The shrine master glanced at them casually and stomped his foot lightly. Crack! The stone floor beneath his feet shattered. The golden top of a pillar was revealed. This secret chamber was on the very top of the pillar which ran through the entire dragon god shrine. Intense nature essence rushed into the broken secret chamber instantly. This is the treasure of your East Ocean. The shrine master looked at Hao Ren and said, take it. Master. The 9 deputy shrine masters cried out again anxiously. The shrine master stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring them. Hao Ren slowly squatted down and placed his hand on the smooth surface of the top of the pillar, finding that the cold-looking metal pillar was hot against his hand. He slowly closed his eyes and felt the super-huge treasure that went beyond his imagination with his mind and heart. Hao Ren emitted a wave of white light while the mark of the 4-petal lotus appeared on his forehead. Hualala, Hao Ren's Taiyang energy reacted to the treasure. Are you ready? The shrine master asked. I'm ready, Hao Ren answered. Xie Yujia watched Hao Ren nervously, afraid that the treasure would change in some way since Zhen Kongming had told her that some super powerful treasures would fight back if someone tried to take them by force. Up! Hao Ren suddenly flew up and drew the treasure from the dragon god shrine. Stepping on the golden shield, Xie Yujia also flew up immediately. Golden on the 2 sides and silver in between, this treasure had a length of hundreds of meters and a width of dozens of meters. Crack! The dragon god shrine, which was hundreds of meters high and built with many huge black stones, emitted traces of white light before collapsing like building blocks. Chapter 778. Pacify the surging tides. Hao Ren flew up with this treasure slowly and was astonished when the magnificent dragon god shrine collapsed into debris. The dragon god shrine, which had been the unrivaled and magnificent organization of the dragon tribe, collapsed in the blink of an eye. Even if the dragon tribe established another central organization, it would never be as magnificent as the dragon god shrine. With Hao Ren taking out this treasure, the dragon god shrine lost its support since all the nature essence supporting it was from this treasure. All the array formations lost the power that propelled them. All the dragon god shrine's laws, inspectors, contribution points, dharma treasures, techniques, and heavenly prison became history. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 9 deputy shrine masters dashed out from the debris and watched the quick collapse of the building with regret. The price of returning this ultimate treasure to the East Ocean Dragon Palace was the collapse of the Dragon God Shrine. With the treasure gone, the emerging Dragon God Shrine, which could recruit all the talented dragon cultivators and overpower other dragon clans, collapsed with all its glory. Boom! The large platform hovering in the high sky lost the support and fell into the nearby sea. The huge waves surged up and flooded the nearby hills. In the distant villages, people saw water suddenly flowing up the rivers from the sea and destroying ancient stone bridges. Hovering in the air beside Hao Ren, Xie Yujia was astonished at the scene as well. Shrine Master. When the 9 deputy shrine masters saw the shrine master falling with the dragon god shrine into the sea, they cried out in alarm. Ever since the establishment of the dragon god shrine, the mighty shrine master had been cultivating quietly in the secret chamber on the top floor and never set his foot outside of the building. Did he? Alarmed, they were about to dive into the sea to find him when a black figure dashed out from the ocean. Shrine Master. The 9 deputy shrine masters cried out in surprise. A few days ago, the shrine master had sent out all the inspectors and delivered all the prisoners in the heavenly prison to their respective dragon clans. It seemed that he had expected Hao Ren to come and take back the ultimate treasure. Otherwise, Hao Ren wouldn't be able to take back this treasure with such ease. Kui, who never comes out of the shrine, is finally out. A dash of light appeared, and the teasing words resonated in the sky. There is no dragon god shrine left. How can I come out if the shrine doesn't exist? The shrine master flew up into the clouds in a black light while he answered. Ha ha ha. That's a good excuse. You technically didn't come out of the shrine. The shrine just collapsed around you. The pleasant voice resonated in the sky before she continued. Hao Ren. I got a message from Kongming, and he asked me to sustain your grandma's life. As to this little stick, you must refine it into your natal Dharma treasure if you want to use it freely. Swoosh. With these words said, the light vanished in the direction of East Ocean. Auntie, thank you for the tip. Hao Ren shouted out in a loud voice even though Lady Zhen might not hear him. After reaching the four-petal realm, he now truly understood the great power of Lady Zhen, who was at the six-petal realm. Shrine Master, whose name was Kui, paused in the high sky for a second before flying toward East Ocean as well with high speed. Heavenly Dragon. Judging by his speed and aura, Hao Ren knew that the Shrine Master was as powerful as him if not stronger. The 9 deputy Shrine Masters followed the Shrine Master, flying toward East Ocean at full speed. Although the Dragon God Shrine was gone, the Shrine Master was still their leader. Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar 1. Standing beside Hao Ren, Xie Yujia read the characters in a low voice. Hao Ren followed her gaze and saw these ancient golden characters appearing on the silver surface of the huge pillar, Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar. It was the legendary ancient treasure left by Da Yu Tu after controlling the giant floods, the weapon of the legendary Monkey King. It was an ancient sacred item no less than the 10 godly items stored in the 9 Dragon Palace. However, since it wasn't a real Dharma treasure and must be used to suppress the devil essence in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, it hadn't been taken into the 9 Dragon Palace. Without any superpowers, the Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar was only a massive pillar that emitted primitive nature essence and could pacify the ocean. It was more of a giant ancient pillar than a Dharma treasure. It was the perfect material for making Dharma treasures since no other treasures could break it. Xie Yujia was more surprised than Hao Ren since this famous legendary treasure had landed in Hao Ren's hands. Lady Zhen even suggested Hao Ren refine it into his natal Dharma treasure. This legendary weapon didn't have any unique powers except for changing its size. The only other feature was its great weight. In terms of superpowers, it was no match for the Kunlun godly lamp which was once used by Duan Yao. Withdraw. Hao Ren released a violent wave of nature essence from his arm, but the Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar remained motionless as if the nature essence had sunk into the ocean without a trace. Aside from pulling it up, Hao Ren couldn't do anything with it. Thinking back to his grandma who was still in danger and the vortex of devil essence in East Ocean, Hao Ren got anxious and activated all of his nature essence. However, as a godly metal pillar which was on par as the 10 ancient godly items, it was more than what a 4-petal realm cultivator could use. It would be easy if he just moved it to the East Ocean Dragon Palace and returned it to its original position. However, it was wishful thinking if Hao Ren wanted to tame it and turn it into his natal Dharma treasure. Thousands of years ago, it had been used by that Monkey King for a while, but not as a natal Dharma treasure. Instead, it was like the kind of partnership similar to the relationship between Hao Ren and the Golden Shield. Not able to keep the Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar in control, Hao Ren was dragged toward the sea by it. Hao Ren. Worried, Xie Yujia followed him. If Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were with him, they would surely find a way for him to refine the Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar. But now, he had to tame this treasure with his own will and strength. If he failed, this treasure wouldn't fly away due to its firm character. Go! Go! Hao Ren shot out many sword energies. The dense sword energies surrounded the Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar. Hao Ren had never thought about battling this treasure before, but Lady Zhen's words piqued his interest. Since the Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar didn't have any superpower except its toughness, Hao Ren had a chance to tame it. If it were a treasure like the Kunlun Godly Lamp, Hao Ren would have his soul sucked out by before he could tame it. However, if the Ocean Pacifying Godly Pillar struggled with him, the worst that it could do was hit him, and Hao Ren was sure that he could withstand it since his body had been tempered by heavenly lightning. Taiyingang. Hao Ren brought his palms together. The many sword energies formed a giant lightning array formation. It could even trap a 5-petal realm cultivator. With his light-splitting sword shadow scroll and the power of sword array formations, Hao Ren could defeat cultivators who were in higher realms. He could even kill 5-petal realm cultivators if everything were aligned. The book on sword array formation that old grandma gave him had stunning power. The ocean-pacifying godly pillar stood firmly in the ocean and released waves of suppression, blocking Hao Ren's sword energies. Go! Xie Yujia shot out 2 life death notes and held the top and the bottom of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. They were the original life-death runes that Qingfeng Hermit gave to her, and they could transform nature. The golden shield hesitated for a moment and released many golden lights. Despite its fear of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, it must do its share at this moment. If Hao Ren could tame the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, it would become this ancient treasure's senior since it had been with Hao Ren longer. Wah! Wah! Suddenly, the ocean-pacifying godly pillar turned horizontal and began to spin like the propellers of a helicopter. It had been activated by Hao Ren due to his 5-elemental nature essence that contained the Taiyingang energy which was common in ancient times. However, it wasn't easy for Hao Ren to tame it at the mere heavenly dragon realm. The ocean water surged up violently, and the violent currents almost destroyed Hao Ren's sword array formation. Xie Yujia furrowed her eyebrows while she controlled the death note and life note, trying her best to steady the pillar. If it were a godly item such as the Pangu axe and the Nuwa stone, the cultivators who tried to control its movements would have spat out blood. However, the ocean-pacifying godly pillar didn't have such superpowers. It was only a pillar of sacred iron from the ancient times, and it hadn't even been forged. Without exquisite adjustments made by immortals or any miraculous spells, it had gained some spirit intelligence by absorbing nature essence. Compared with the 10 godly items, it didn't have an outstanding background or mysterious strength. Despite its age which was as old as the 10 godly items, it was grassroots compared to its aristocratic counterparts. It had just stood in East Ocean while cultivating silently with its weak spiritual senses. If that Monkey King hadn't pulled it up, no one would have known about it. That was why it didn't want to be tamed by a random cultivator after it showed its radiance. Even the sages couldn't tame this iron pillar. Boom! The ocean waves surged toward Hao Ren. The undercurrents beneath the surface of the ocean were more powerful than those energy surges above the ocean. Hao Ren moved his hands and tightened the sword array formation. The sword energies let out humming noises while each of them was equivalent to a slim heavenly lightning bolt. I don't care if you want to submit or not. I must tame you to save my grandma. Hao Ren roared in rage, getting more furious while he pondered about the whole thing. If the Queen Mother of the West refuses to save my grandma, I'll battle my way up to the heavenly realm. Battle my way to the heavenly realm 3. These words made the ocean waves surge up even more. The ocean-pacifying godly pillar which had been tumbling violently in the ocean waves suddenly stopped moving. Chapter 779. One step ahead. Hearing Hao Ren words, Xie Yujia was worried as well. She was also concerned about Grandma's safety but thought that the issue would be solved now that Qingfeng Hermit had gone up to the heavenly realm to speak for them. Move. The square-shaped sword array formation suddenly tightened up. Although Grandma was temporarily safe, no one could ensure the same after 1 or 2 weeks. No one could understand the anxiety inside Hao Ren. He remembered Grandma's old face, the mooncakes that she made, and her expectant eyes when she stood at the door and waited for his return on the weekends. How could Hao Ren bear to see her die like this without experiencing a lot of happiness? FCK the heavenly Tao and fates. Hao Ren would never allow his grandma to be erased as easily as a grain of sand. While the heavenly Tao turned into the next cycle, it wouldn't care about a mortal's life. In the eyes of those powerful figures, the mortals were just ants, and saving them would break their rules. Hao Ren could do nothing about it without great power. All the sword energies entangled with each other and trapped the ocean-pacifying godly pillar like a huge net. Hao Ren, be careful. Xie Yujia reminded him. Since these sword energies were connected to Hao Ren's mind, if they were shattered by the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, he would be severely injured. However, the ocean-pacifying godly pillar didn't struggle this time. Instead, it rushed into Hao Ren's chest following the sword energies. Xie Yujia blinked, wondering how it got in. Back. The real battle began inside Hao Ren's body. All the sword energies entered his body and chased after the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. The 100,000-year 7-core 5-color lotus released waves of signals, propelling the 5-elemental nature essence to track down the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. After thousands of years' deprivation of pure 5-elemental nature essence, the ocean-pacifying godly pillar began absorbing the nature essence from Hao Ren's mystic crystal like a fish in water, traveling along his hands, feet, chest, and neck. Astonished, Xie Yujia saw waves of golden light moving along Hao Ren's skin as if a small fish were moving inside his body. Suddenly, the golden light stopped at one position in his right hand, showing a distinct shape of a stick in his palm. Hao Ren tamed it. The golden shield hovered around Hao Ren, hoping that he would take it as well. Even if it couldn't become his natal Dharma treasure, it would like to take him as its master. Let's go. However, Hao Ren ignored it and took Xie Yujia's arm before rushing out of the sea. When Lady Zhen advised Hao Ren to take the ocean-pacifying godly pillar as his natal Dharma treasure, she had implied that Hao Ren had the potential of accomplishing this goal. Sure enough, after the ocean-pacifying godly pillar entered his body and realized that this was a little world full of 5-elemental nature essence, it settled down. While Hao Ren and Xie Yujia flew out of the sea, their clothes were already dry. Dejected, the golden shield could do nothing but follow Hao Ren obediently. The best 5-elemental mystic crystal and the best natal Dharma treasure in the world were a perfect match, and Hao Ren had both. Seeing the confidence on his face, Xie Yujia finally smiled in relaxation, knowing that his personality would help him get through difficulties. Boom! Despite their slower speed than Lady Zhen and Kui, it took them only an instant to return to East Ocean City. The vortex above the East Ocean Dragon Palace became bigger compared with 4 days ago, while the black mist looked even thicker. This weird vortex had attracted the attention of the world, and dozens of helicopters had been hovering in the high sky during this period. The edge of the vortex was now less than 10 kilometers from East Ocean City's harbor. All the ships docked at the harbor had evacuated, while all the police and military vehicles stationed at the coastline showed that no results came out of the detecting devices. Due to the huge suction force of the vortex, the submarine had to retreat immediately before it could get close to it. Since the situation was getting out of control, the government was considering the evacuation of the residents in East Ocean City. However, with tens of millions of people living in the city, it wasn't an easy task. Yujia, go to Grandma first, Hao Ren said while releasing Xie Yujia's arm. Hao Ren, she looked at him in concern. I'll be fine. You must guard Grandma, Hao Ren said. Then, he looked up and seemed to see a dragon flying by in disguise. Go. Hao Ren circulated his nature essence and shot out the ocean-pacifying godly pillar from his palm. Meanwhile, he created a gust of strong wind and sweep up a lot of seawater, forming a storm. The helicopters hovering in the air got the order and left one by one, and the police officers guarding the coastline couldn't keep their balance and had to get into the cars. Vaguely, people saw a flash of golden light in the storm. Boom! The ocean-pacifying godly pillar entered the center of the vortex and sealed the ancient devil eye at the dragon cemetery of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. When this pillar was shoot out from Hao Ren's palm, it had been as tiny as about a dozen millimeters, but its width grew to tens of meters when it sank into the ocean. Pacifying the ocean. All the currents in the ocean settled down suddenly. The violent devil essence was instantly suppressed. With his mind connected with the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, Hao Ren sensed that the devil essence under the East Ocean Dragon Palace had a depth of thousands of meters, and it would cause more trouble in the future. Withdraw. Floating on the sea surface, Hao Ren yelled without hesitation, knowing that the ocean-pacifying godly pillar which could suppress devil essence should be able to absorb it. In ancient times, there was no division between immortals and devils, and the ocean-pacifying godly pillar absorbed the nature essence and devil essence to get to where it was. Even though the devil essence was beyond the control of the 5 elements, it couldn't escape from this polar suppression. Coming from the ancient times, the ocean-pacifying godly pillar was also a Hundan treasure and could absorb this ancient devil essence. In fact, if Da Yu hadn't placed it here to control the flood, it wouldn't have the opportunity to obtain both nature essence and devil essence to grow this fast. With its mind connected to Hao Ren's, the ocean-pacifying godly pillar got Hao Ren's order and began to suck in the devil essence like crazy. After resting in the dragon god shrine for hundreds of years, it needed abundant energy to replenish the stock, and the devil essence was an elixir to this pillar. While the devil essence diminished gradually, Hao Ren could see that the East Ocean Dragon Place had received little damage. Except for the destroyed dragon cemetery and the few collapsed palaces that were close to the back mountain, the remaining palaces were intact. After taking in the last trace of devil essence, the ocean-pacifying godly pillar returned to Hao Ren's palm. Without any concept of justice and evil, it didn't distinguish between right and wrong, which meant that it didn't care if it would battle its way to the heaven realm or the devil realm. Seeing that Xie Yujia wasn't by the sea, Hao Ren knew that she had gone back to the hospital. After stopping the violent storm, he created an energy sphere and flew toward Eastern Hospital. The people who were staying by the coastline were astonished when they saw that the ocean had returned to normal with the end of the storm. In a flash, Hao Ren arrived at Eastern Hospital, which was now in chaos since people here got the news that they might have to evacuate. It would be easy for ordinary residents to move, but it was a complicated issue for the many patients in the hospital. When Hao Ren walked into the ward, he saw his parents, Zhao Yanzi, and Zhao Baibai were in there. Xie Yujia had returned and was talking with grandma. He noticed that the golden shield had followed Xie Yujia here and was resting on Zhao Baibai's hair as a small hairpin. Lady Zhen was also in the ward, taking grandma's wrist in her hand like a daughter. Zhen Kongming stood by her side, looking at grandma with a silly smile on his face. Hao Ren could see that Lady Zhen was injecting connate vital essence into grandma's body by holding her hand. This connate vital essence was extremely precious to cultivators, and probably only Lady Zhen, who was the phoenix who could resurrect, dared to use her connate vital essence this way. "You two silly kids. Since this is my fate, you didn't have to travel so far to burn incense sticks for me in the ancient temple." There was no cell phone connection in the mountains. Grandma looked at Xie Yujia and said, "I'm happy as long as you are here with me." Her tone was filled with sadness. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua looked at Hao Ren and sighed lightly, thinking that he had taken Xie Yujia to the mountains and prayed for grandma by burning incense sticks. They didn't believe in such stuff but felt dejected that grandma had little chance of recovering. The central government at Beijing had sent several medical experts to see grandma, but none of them could find the cause of the illness while grandma's health deteriorated quickly. Ding! Yu Yang's cell phone rang suddenly. She answered it and nodded. "It's solved? Did it settle down by itself? That's strange. Wait for a while before probing the area again. I'm busy now, and I've got to go." She put away her cell phone and whispered to Hao Zonghua, who nodded in surprise after hearing her words. "If you have work to do, go ahead. I'm fine," Grandma said. "Mom, it's not a big deal. It's solved now," Yu Yang answered immediately. Since the vortex in East Ocean had gotten out of control, she and Hao Zonghua had been taken to the site by a helicopter for investigation. Now hearing the news that the vortex had disappeared, they were relieved despite having questions on their minds. "Jen, for some reason, I feel better after you came to see me." Grandma took Lady Zhen's slim hand and said happily. "Auntie, you will get better." Lady Zhen comforted her with a smile. Seeing Hao Ren standing by the bed, Zhao Yanzi moved to his side. In the past 2 days, her parents had come to see grandma several times, and Premier Shah, who had been brought to the city by Lu Qing, had also come to see grandma with them. Thinking that Premier Shah had left East Ocean City to begin his new life, Zhao Yanzi got a little sentimental, which made her miss Hao Ren even more. Thud. Thud. Duan Yao, who was in a small floral jacket, jogged into the ward with a hot water bottle in her hand. Hao Ren turned his head and saw her putting the hot water bottle in a corner before sitting on a small chair by Lady Zhen and reading a comic book. Boom! Suddenly, a huge black shadow floated across the high sky. "It seems like it's going to rain." Grandma looked out of the window and said with sadness in her voice. "Yao, didn't you say that you want to eat spicy chicken wings? Ask your brother Hao to take you out and buy some for you." Lady Zhen turned to look out of the window and said to Duan Yao mildly. However, with his greatly improved senses, Hao Ren clearly saw a trace of alarm in Lady Zhen's eyes. Chapter 780. The #1 killer in the world. "Okay. Duan Yao put down the comic book, stood up, and walked toward Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi stood up as well and looked at her warily, reluctant to see her get close to Hao Ren. Before Duan Yao could go around the bed and walk to Hao Ren's side, the sky suddenly turned pitch black as if the night suddenly came. Feeling strange, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang went to the window to check the weather. "Watch out!" Alarmed, Hao Ren jumped over swiftly and pulled them back. Bang! The double-layer soundproof windows of the ward suddenly shattered, and Grandma almost shot up from the bed at the startling noise. "You're... How dared you resurrect him?" An angry voice came from the high sky. Duan Yao froze for a second and then hurried to Hao Ren's side. Seeing Duan Yao hiding by Hao Ren's side when danger came, Zhao Yanzi was deeply displeased but knew that now was not the time for bickering. The intense murderous spirit engulfed the whole city, sending chills all over Hao Ren's body. Still injecting essence into Grandma, Lady Zhen couldn't leave her for the time being. Glancing out of the window resentfully, she was surprised that her second uncle had come for her in East Ocean City instead of the Demon Sea. "Am I dying? I seem to be hallucinating." Grandma shook her head and asked in confusion. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua looked at each other since they felt like they were hallucinating as well. Bang! All the windows in the hospital shattered. Sirens in the corridors began to sound, and the hospital was in chaos. In the parking lot downstairs, all the car windows were shattered as well, setting off all the alarms in them. Instantly, almost everyone thought that something exploded in the hospital. The machines in the emergency rooms blacked out suddenly for a few seconds before the backup generator kicked in. Alarmed, the patients who could move around tried to flee, but many of them fell on the stairs. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua dashed to the door to keep Grandma's ward from being disturbed. With a grim expression, Lady Zhen continued to inject essence into Grandma. Since she had used half of her connate vital essence, she would need at least 15 days to recover her strength, and thus was no match for her second uncle. "If you don't come out, I'll kill these ants first." The booming voice swept across the black clouds. Clenching his fists, Hao Ren couldn't bear it anymore and turned to walk out of the ward. It seemed that Yazi had appeared. The godly dragon had 9 sons, and they all had different personalities. Among them, Yazi was the most vicious and bloodthirsty one. Wherever Yazi appeared, bloody slaughters would occur. While he eliminated all the evil, many mortals would die in the process. However, it was a cleansing process approved by the heavenly Tao. Since mortals were capable of all kinds of thoughts, evil would grow within them. Therefore, such a cleansing process would take place once every several thousands of years. Hao Ren walked out of the ward and had a glimpse of Suhan's ward next door. Pale-faced, Kui, the shrine master of the dragon god shrine, was holding Suhan's hand and injecting essence into her body. The female heavenly dragon cultivator in white had a bloody wound on her arm, and she was looking at Suhan in concern. The 9 deputy shrine masters stood on the balcony of the ward, guarding the room. Seeing the mild expression and the eye-catching wound on the female cultivator in white, Hao Ren suddenly thought that maybe the Queen Mother of the West had injured her. As a heaven dragon, she had brought him to the heavenly realm without permission and perhaps got attacked by the heavenly lightning bolts on her way back, while Hao Ren had escaped the punishment due to his relationship with Zhen Yuanzi. In reality, Hao Ren had guessed half of the truth. Obviously, this female cultivator was Suhan's mom, and she had helped Hao Ren get to the heavenly realm with the hope that he could get the immortal elixir. With a temperament like Suhan's, she never placed all her hopes on others. Instead, she would take risks to get what she wanted. After she left the heavenly gate, she gave others the impression that she was going back. However, she had crept into the heavenly palace to steal the immortal elixir while the Queen Mother of the West was distracted by Hao Ren at the heavenly gate. However, she failed in the heavily guarded heavenly palace. She tried to break into it with her strength but was severely wounded and beaten down by the number 1 master of the heavenly realm. Kui, who was injecting essence into Suhan, looked up at Hao Ren with a grim expression. As a 5-petal realm cultivator, he couldn't disengage himself to block Yazi. At the current stage, the devil essence had gone deeper in Grandma and Suhan, and they needed masters on and above the 4-petal realm to sustain their lives with connate vital essence. If the essence injection process stopped, all previous efforts would be wasted. Yazi had come when Kui and Lady Zhen both busy, When Kui saw Hao Ren's magnificent aura, he was astonished to see that the latter had refined the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. The devil dragon had fled and hid, and no one could say when or where he would come out. Seeing that the devil eye in the East Ocean Dragon Palace had settled down, Yazi had come to East Ocean City to search for devil essence. In his mind, anyone with devil essence was related to the devil dragon, and he would kill them without hesitation. This was what Kui was worried about. With devil essence in her body, Suhan would very likely be killed by Yazi. As an ancestral dragon who was in the 8-petal realm, Yazi didn't care about the opinion of a 5-petal realm dragon cultivator. The only solution that Yazi had for all the problems was, kill. Meanwhile, a handsome guy in ancient clothes was surrounded by a group of girls on the campus of East Ocean University. "You must be an actor. You are here for a scene in our school, right? You're so handsome. Sign for me. I'm sure that you're going to be a superstar one day." This man stood there in confusion. He wanted to ask for directions but didn't know how to begin. This guy who looked melancholy and gentle was Lady Zhen's husband, the master of the Demon Sea. He had been taking over the territory which had belonged to Bai Zi when he heard that Lady Zhen had gone to East Ocean City at Zhen Kongming's request. He had decided to come after her. However, he got lost completely on land. Since he last came to land, which was thousands of years ago, he felt dizzy when he set foot on land. Afraid that his flight would alarm the mortals and not knowing if the mortals could see him through an energy sphere, he searched for Lady Zhen while relying on his instinct. Instead of going to Eastern Hospital, he had stumbled into East Ocean University and were surrounded by a group of girls attracted by his handsome looks. The students had thought that the end of the world would come with the ocean vortex swallowing East Ocean City. Then, they received news from the internet that the vortex had disappeared and the latest news that a super handsome guy appeared in East Ocean University. There were several great beauties but few handsome guys in the school, which was why the news instantly fired up the girls' interest. After seeing the pictures posted online, they were all excited. Boom! Suddenly, the sky above East Ocean University turned pitch black. Lady Zhen's husband, Qin Hong, looked up while a bad feeling rose in him. He and Lady Zhen had sent Duan Yao to land while they prepared for Yazi's revenge in the Demon Sea, but Yazi hadn't shown up there. However, he had come to East Ocean City. Qin Hong was struck with sudden anxiety for Lady Zhen's safety since he knew that her second uncle would definitely attack his niece. Bang! Qin Hong flew up abruptly while the girls around him dropped to the ground and felt dizzy. Meanwhile, the students in the other parts of the campus, including the academic buildings, library, and cafes, saw an azure kirin flying into the sky. Strangely, some students could clearly see a kirin while others saw nothing but a great gale sweeping up green leaves across the school. Almost at the same time, Hao Ren walked to the end of the corridor quietly and created an energy sphere before flying out from the window. 4-petal realm, heavenly dragon. He had to buy some time for Kui and Lady Zhen. The ocean-pacifying godly pillar flew out from his hand and carried him into the high sky with golden light. Hao Ren was a 4-petal realm heavenly dragon without going through the heavenly tribulation, while Yazi was an 8-petal realm ancestral dragon who was responsible for supporting the sky. While the heavenly Tao turned once every 500 years, an ancestor dragon would come out from the heavenly Tao and travel freely in the world, taking charge of the life and death of living beings. The appearance of Yazi meant that all the ancestor dragons had changed positions, and Chu Niu had taken the position to support the heavenly Tao and couldn't move in the next 500 years. When Hao Ren flew up at great speed, he saw an azure light shooting up in the east. Upon a closer look, he saw that it was a kirin as big as a huge mountain. A 6-petal realm eternal demon king. The whole family is here. Humph. I'll spare your life, but I'll kill your demonic husband and the B***-starred son. Yazi showed his true form in the black clouds. With rings hanging on his ears and arms and his body covered in long black fur, he had 2 jackal's legs and a tail of steel spikes. His eyes bulged in a fury and released waves of chilly light. If mortals saw him, they would die of fright. On his magnificent shoulders was a huge axe that was sharp, and the crescent-shaped blade shined like an ancient chopper. It had killed many demons, devils, and cultivators. He had killed dozens of eternal demon kings until the rest all fled into the demon sea. As to the 4-petal realm small demon kings at 5-petal realm big demon kings, he had spared them since they were nothing in his eyes. He had been astonished that Zhen Yuer, his niece who has pure ancestor dragon bloodline, fell in love with a Kirin in the Demon Sea and even decided to stay in the Demon Sea as a demon. When Yazi got freed, he was furious when he learned that the Kirin who he thought he killed didn't die, and this Kirin had a son with her niece. "I'll kill your husband and be *starred son." Glaring with his crimson eyes, Yazi waved the huge axe while the rings on his arms clinked loudly, releasing murderous spirit which turned the entire world red. The first thing that he wanted to do after returning to the world wasn't killing the devil dragon which disturbed the world but to kill the Kirin who wasn't killed off last time. He would kill their bastard son in the process. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Chapter 781, Battling Yazi. Starred son. Qin Hong had turned into an azure Kirin, and he was furious when he heard those two words. Many ferocious demon beasts lived in the Demon Sea since ancient times. He and Bai Zi were holy beasts from the heavenly realm and were there to guard the Demon Sea. He was supposed to be the perfect match for Bai Zi, but Zhen Yuer fell in love with Qin Hong at first sight after coming to visit the Demon Sea. Zhen Yuer wanted to stay in the Demon Sea, so she got into a fight with Chu Niu. She even gave up using her original name. Chu Niu had gone to the Demon Sea, but Zhen Yuer used her life to threaten him so that Chu Niu couldn't do anything about her. However, Yazi had a terrible temper, so there was no way that he could back down from this. He had left his duty in the heavenly Tao and secretly rushed to the Demon Sea at the speed of light. When he found Qin Hong, he killed him with one shot. As a result, Bai Zi saved Qin Hong's vital soul with all her cultivation strength and sealed him away, and she was sad and left the Demon Sea to wander in the mortal world. Then, she was able to meet her husband and become an ordinary housewife. Together, they gave birth to Wu Luoxue. When there was still an opportunity to resurrect Qin Hong, Lady Zhen gave up her pride and begged her father for help. However, Chu Niu was still mad, so he didn't do anything. Lady Zhen was very stubborn, so she broke off from her father for good. These issues all started due to Yazi's meddling. Now that Yazi stated that he would kill Zhen Kongming, Qin Hong would not just sit there and do nothing. Yazi was an 8-petal realm ancestral dragon, and he was the most powerful amongst the 9 sons of the godly dragons. He could kill whoever he wished, and he could basically do anything he wanted. Even if Qin Hong couldn't win, he would still not back out from the fight. In the legends, Kirin looked children the most, let alone his own child. "You're begging to get killed. Don't blame me for it." Yazi looked down at Hao Ren, so he slashed his axe at the azure Kirin with rapid speed. The Kirin spat out an azure light beam and aimed it at Yazi. If he were counted as a demon king, then he would be the strongest demon king in the Demon Sea. If it weren't for his strength, he would not be able to make those ferocious ancient beasts like Taii obey him. When Yazi attached Qin Hong for the first time, Taii and the others who were under the control of Qin Hong helped Yazi. Then, these ancient beasts all declared themselves kings and divided up the Demon Sea. Lady Zhen hated them for that, so she used the Kunun godly lamp to collect their souls to help resurrect Qin Hong. "You're just at 6-petal realm, and you dare to go against me?" Yazi created a black crack in the sky which led to the void with his axe. "I was able to kill you a few thousand years ago, and I'm still able to kill you now." The black crack was like a broken piece of bamboo, and it sprung at the Kirin at the speed of light. With Yazi's realm, an ordinary attack had the power of breaking the space. The Kirin let out a bright azure light, and he tried its best to defend. However, he was still not powerful enough and was knocked back to the ground. The difference between that of the 6-petal realm and the 8-petal realm was huge. Much like the difference between the foundation building realm and the nascent soul realm. Yazi believed that he was the strongest. Therefore, even if he killed the Kirin, no one would dare to say bad things about him. The Kirin was only hit once but was already bleeding everywhere. He was indeed the strongest in the Demon Sea. However, he was still no match for Yazi after his awakening. There was only one entity who could defeat Yazi in this world. However, he was in the heavenly realm, and he was in no way related to the Kirin. Die. Yazi put his hand in front and slapped the azure Kirin in the chest. He didn't hesitate, nor did he say much. It was already a failure for Yazi not being able to finish off the Kirin in one attack. Ding! A golden light shone. Yazi's hand had turned into the size of half a city, and he was about to hit the six-petal realm Kirin. The Kirin probably would be turned into slush if this strike landed. Ocean pacifying godly pillar. Yazi looked very vicious, but he seemed shocked right now. He suddenly pulled back his hand and then looked at the ocean pacifying godly pillar that Hao Ren used. With spite in his eyes, he shouted, "How dare you! You are only a four-petal realm ant. I'll squish you." He struck his hand at Hao Ren. Yazi looked down at these four-petal realm dragon cultivators. He was so aloof that he didn't even show a tiny bit of interest in killing such ants. However, since such an ant dared to prevent him from killing the Kirin, he was going to teach this ant a lesson. Also, how dare he try to scare me with a fake ocean pacifying godly pillar? He thought to himself. Taiyang array formation. Hao Ren didn't escape and simply clapped his hands together. The ocean pacifying godly pillar that had been shot out was spinning in the sky. Suddenly, it doubled, then quadrupled. Suddenly, there was an infinite number of spinning pillars. Hao Ren had refined the ocean pacifying godly pillar into his natal dharma treasure, so he was able to use it as his sword energy. The golden shield was only a celestial treasure, and it could create many smaller shields. The ocean pacifying godly pillar was one of the strongest treasures in the world, so it definitely was capable of such ability. The whole name of the array formation was Glorious Taiyang Killing Array Formation. It was capable of killing 5-petal realm cultivators. Sword energies were everywhere, but they suddenly merged to form a cubic space. Then, it surrounded one of Yazi's hands. Pierce. Hao Ren was floating in the same spot. He maintained his composure even though the hairy hand was only a few hundred meters away from him. The sword energies, which were smaller ocean pacifying godly pillar, suddenly dashed inward. Bam! Yazi lost one hand in an explosion. The azure Kirin stood in midair in shock. If he weren't wrong, that treasure was the ocean pacifying godly pillar. It was the legendary metal pillar from the legends. How did it end up with Hao Ren and even become his natal dharma treasure? Qin Hong thought to himself. After all, the previous owner of this treasure was Nuwa Stone. Why is the Nuwa Stone here? Yazi screamed in agony. Suhan, who was in the hospital receiving the connate vital essence from Kui, suddenly shivered, and a light appeared in her chest. Oh no! Yazi has found the Nuwa Stone in her. He's coming to get it. Kui hurried to stop the Nuwa Stone from flying out of Suhan's body. He tried so hard that sweat was dripping down his forehead. Yazi had suddenly sensed the Nuwa Stone that should have been stored in the Nine-Dragon Palace, and he wanted to take the Nuwa Stone to heal up quickly. However, if the Nuwa Stone left Suhan's body, then Suhan would die for sure, since the Nuwa Stone replaced her mystic crystal temporarily, and she wasn't at the heavenly dragon realm yet. If it weren't for the Nuwa Stone protecting Suhan's internal organs from the devil essence, Suhan would be in an even more dangerous situation. Whoosh! 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 The 9 deputy shrine masters were standing on the balcony. One by one, they dashed into the sky to help with the situation. If Suhan were the shrine master's daughter, then everything made sense. Now, it made sense why the shrine master was very nice to her, why the shrine master would be more lenient on Hao Ren, and why the shrine master didn't punish Suhan when one of the deputy shrine masters found her reading forbidden techniques. Now that Suhan was in a critical situation of life and death, these 9 deputy shrine masters who saw the shrine master as their master tried to protect Suhan with their lives. 9 3-petal realm cultivators were nothing in Yazi's eyes. However, they were still going to help Hao Ren. Roar! A black Kirin flew out from the hospital. When Zhen Kongming saw how his father was already puking out blood, he couldn't help but fly out in his true form to help, even though he had no memories of his father. Chapter 782. One Strike. After being taken out of the Demon Sea by Chu Niu, Zhen Kongming had cultivated by Chu Niu's side and turned into his human form by taking a transformation pill, which got him to the transformation realm without experiencing the heavenly tribulation. After that, Chu Niu wasn't in a hurry to teach him techniques. Instead, Chu Niu only let Zhen Kongming create fires and make elixir pills to toughen his mind, which was why Zhen Kongming was barely at Zhen level. However, if Zhen Kongming changed into his true form, even the nascent soul realm cultivators on and above 5th heaven wouldn't dare to mess with him. He could kill them with ease. It was because he was a top-tier demon beast, the Black Kirin. All the demon beasts in the Demon Sea made ways for him since none of them could defeat him. Zhen Kongming had reached the five-petal realm before reaching the transformation realm and going through the heavenly tribulation. He was the only son of two eternal demon kings, the Azure Kirin and the Phoenix. Since he would cause a great shock when he changed back to his true form, Chu Niu had ordered him not to change unless he was in great danger, or he would be punished severely. Obediently, Zhen Kongming had never changed back to his true form after transforming to his human form. He kept his kid look and flew swiftly on Dharma treasures after stealing spiritual herbs from the cultivation sects to avoid fighting with the nascent soul realm cultivators. However, Zhen Kongming's arrogant nature returned. The Black Kirin could ride on clouds and spit out lightning at birth. If Zhen Kongming cultivated in his human form and reached peak nascent soul realm, he would reach the seven-petal realm directly after passing the heavenly tribulation. At seven-petal realm, Zhen Kongming would have the power of destroying the world. Afraid that Zhen Kongming would cause trouble, Chu Niu hadn't taught him any techniques, trying to slow down his growth. Good. 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 I'll kill you one by one. Yazi waved his axe and created deadly cracks in the sky. The shattered space could tear any cultivator into pieces. Hum. The Azure Kirin's horns released two dashes of lights, blocking the black crack and stopping it from spreading to him. Go back. He shouted at Zhen Kongming, who was now the Black Kirin. Right now, Zhen Kongming was only at the five-petal realm when he changed back to his true form, and he was seeking death by trying to fight Yazi, who was in the eight-petal realm. If Zhen Kongming hid and cultivated to the seven-petal realm, he might have a chance for revenge. At least he wouldn't be killed by Yazi so easily. By fighting with Yazi, Qin Hong was trying to buy time for Lady Zhen to flee with Zhen Kongming. However, Zhen Kongming was as stubborn as Lady Zhen. He would pursue anyone he liked without wavering and fight the people he disliked even at the price of his life. The Black Kirin spat out a wave of lightning energy which rolled toward Yazi like huge ocean waves in the sky. This kind of demonic lightning could kill any demon beasts in the Demon Sea, and even the Soul Formation realm cultivators must dodge. Die. Yazi swung out the axe and sent the Azure Kirin flying for hundreds of meters. The 9 deputy shrine masters of Dragon God Shrine couldn't get close. The black cracks instantly shattered their Dharma treasures. The wave of black lightning bolts engulfed Yazi's body. Humph! Yazi shook his body, and the lightning bolts slid from his body like a shattered black net. The demonic lightning bolts from the Black Kirin, who was at the five-petal realm, couldn't do any damage to him. The lightning bolts could probably easily kill big demon kings, but they were no use against the eight-petal realm ancestral dragon. The huge axe swung out and crashed heavily on the Black Kirin's back. Zhen Kongming's black scales flew out and revealed the bloody flesh beneath while he was sent flying to the distant ocean. Yazi was so merciless that he would kill his own grandnephew. With his horns broken, the Azure Kirin knew that he and his son were no match for Yazi. Seeing Hao Ren hovering in the sky, he suddenly flew toward Hao Ren. It seemed that only Hao Ren could injure Yazi. Hao Ren had still been trying to recover after using the glorious Taii killing array formation while Zhen Kongming dashed up and drew Yazi's attention. Seeing Yazi's huge axe tearing Zhen Kongming's skin and flesh, Hao Ren activated all his nature essence to use another sword array formation when he felt that he was lifted. The Azure Kirin, an eternal demon king, would rather act as Hao Ren's mount to battle Yazi. The scales on Zhen Kongming's Kirin body were harder than top-tier Dharma treasures, but Yazi's huge axe almost cut Zhen Kongming into two halves. This damage would kill 6-petal realm cultivators immediately. Meanwhile, Yazi, an 8-petal realm ancestral dragon, could block any powerful Dharma treasures with his body. The only thing that could break his almost unbreakable body was the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, the #1 sacred metal in the world. While the Azure Kirin rode on the wind at great speed, Hao Ren found himself flying. The Azure Kirin's horns were cut off, and red blood gushed out and splashed onto Hao Ren's body. Instantly, Hao Ren felt the blood surging in his body while abundant nature essence entered him. The Azure Kirin was injecting his energy into Hao Ren so that the latter could use the ocean-pacifying godly pillar against Yazi at full force. Lock. The 9 deputy shrine masters stood in 9 different directions, and each shot out a spiritual light. With their 3 petal realms, they didn't dare get close to Yazi, so they had flown into position to use the Dragon God Shrine's heaven locking array. With the 9 deputy shrine masters' strengths, they could trap soul formation realm cultivators with this heaven locking array, which was one of the plans designed to deal with the human cultivators if the cultivation sect suddenly wanted to come back. However, instead of using it to trap any human cultivators, this array formation was now used against the bloodthirsty Yazi. Various lights formed 9 loops, trying to lock Yazi's hands and feet. "You're seeking death." Yazi glared and released a violent nature essence from his body. In a green light, the azure Kirin dashed toward Yazi while carrying Hao Ren on his back. Lu Qi and other dragon cultivators from East Ocean University were astonished to see that club president Hao Ren was riding on an azure Kirin's back, piercing a long golden polearm toward Yazi, who was emitting vicious black light. Bang! The 9 deputy shrine masters were sent flying before they could lock Yazi. The 3 top-tier Qian level cultivators spat out blood and died instantly. At peak Qian level, Yu Zilong had a tough body and didn't die instantly. However, he was sent into the ocean, and no one knew if he were alive or not. The other 5 peak Qian level cultivators were sent flying to the distance like kites with broken strings. Bang! With their nature essence suddenly flowing backward in their bodies, the 6 deputy shrine masters exploded as if bombs had been placed in their bodies. Only Yu Zilong, who had toughened his body, survived. With his hands and feet broken, he sunk deep into the ocean. Ants! Yazi glared around ferociously. From his point of view, anyone below the 6-petal realm was a worthless ant. He would kill anyone who messed with him. Go! Furious, Hao Ren shot out the ocean-pacifying godly pillar from the center of his palm. One-line snake array formation. He used the most basic array formation. Hundreds of thousands of small ocean-pacifying godly pillars formed one long golden line, piercing toward Yazi. Humph! This place stinks with devil essence. I'll kill you all. Yazi waved the huge axe like a huge mountain and hacked toward Hao Ren. Even a 6-petal realm cultivator would be hacked into 2 halves if the blade touched them. The dragon cultivators here dared to mess with him. He wasn't like his senior brother Chu Niu, who had a mild temperament. I'll kill the entire East Ocean Dragon clan and all the mortals within 10,000 kilometers. I'll kill until the sky and the earth change colors. It was the power that the heavenly Tao gave to him. Hiss! The ocean-pacifying godly pillar pierced the huge black axe like a needle before splitting into 2 parts and shooting toward Yazi's eyes. Only the ocean-pacifying godly pillar could break Yazi's huge axe. Boom! Yazi suddenly widened his eyes, and the 2 ocean-pacifying godly pillars changed directions before reaching his eyes. He had forced back the ocean-pacifying godly pillars with the intense murderous spirit coming out of his eyes. Go! Sitting on the back of the azure Kirin, Hao Ren instantly flew past the huge axe and appeared above Yazi's head. The dense metal sword energies suddenly condensed into a thick pillar. Hao Ren clutched one end of the pillar and used the mystic water sword techniques abruptly. Bam! He struck onto the top of Yazi's head. The time seemed to have stopped. Lu Qi and the others who were standing in the East Ocean University were stupefied. Staying behind in the wards, Lady Zhen and Kui stared at the high sky through the windows in a daze. Hao Ren had smashed the ocean-pacifying godly pillar onto Yazi's head. Bang! The 2 black horns on Yazi's head shattered instantly. Violent force gushed out of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. Yazi was smashed down into the ocean. The black Kirin who had been hiding in the ocean rushed out suddenly and crashed into Yazi's waist. The black Kirin's horns were the hardest objects in the world, and Zhen Kongming used all his force, trying to kill Yazi. Roar! Yazi turned abruptly in a fury and lifted the black Kirin with one hand. He was the most powerful ancestral dragons, and his horns were shattered. He would tear Hao Ren into pieces. Since this little B***** stumbled into my hand, I will kill him first, Yazi thought. With his violent strength, he could tear apart the 5-petal realm black Kirin easily. Wah! Wah! From Eastern Hospital, 2 lights rushed out and attacked Yazi at the same time. One was Kui, and the other was Lady Zhen. They had been injecting connate vital essence into Suhan and Grandma, but they had to attack at this critical moment. Kui was a 5-petal realm water elemental dragon cultivator, and Lady Zhen was a 6-petal realm phoenix. Kui wanted to protect Suhan and avenge the 9 deputy shrine masters, while Lady Zhen wished to settle all the old and new accounts with Yazi. Flying into the sky, they dashed toward Yazi shoulder to shoulder. They had met each other before, but it was the first time that they worked together. With great talent, Suhan's mom had ascended to the heavenly dragon realm after only hundreds of years of cultivation. With her bold personality, she had ventured into the inner area of the Demon Sea and stumbled into Lady Zhen's territory. As a 6-petal realm eternal demon king, Lady Zhen had easily defeated Su Rui in 6 attacks. Thinking that Su Rui was cute in her dumb way, Lady Zhen sent her out of the Demon Sea. Then, Lady Zhen remembered that she had once fought with Kui, another heavenly dragon, when she was traveling outside the Demon Sea. As a prank, she delivered Su Rui to Kui's place after feeding her an aphrodisiac. What happened next was simple. Kui fell in love with the beautiful Su Rui. However, he couldn't go with Su Rui and travel freely since he wanted to charge at the 6-petal realm and was responsible for the operation of the dragon god shrine. Furious, Su Rui left and gave birth to Suhan after 100 years of pregnancy. Not wanting to leave Suhan, who had the rare metal water physique, to the metal elemental dragon clan and reveal her identity, Su Rui thought for a long time and left Suhan at the gate of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, which was renowned for its kindness. She didn't want to raise Suhan herself since their kid must grow independently to be strong in the traditional view of metal elemental dragons. It would be better for Suhan to grow up in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Due to their battle of wills, Su Rui swore that she would never speak again, while Kui swore that he would never set foot outside of the shrine. This couple had been in a cold war for more than 100 years. If Suhan hadn't been severely injured, and the world hadn't experienced drastic changes, Kui probably wouldn't have come out of his dragon god shrine. Lady Zhen knew all about it since she caused this whole incident. She hadn't expected that her casual prank would bring Su Rui and Kui together and create a dragon baby. Attack! Bright lights were released from Kui's hands. 6-petal realm. Kui suddenly revealed his true realm. Lady Zhen was a bit surprised that Kui had elevated from the 5-petal realm to the 6-petal realm after cultivating for only a few hundred years. Everyone in this family is crazy for cultivation, she thought to herself. Go! Fire burned up in Lady Zhen's hands, and 2 phoenix-shaped flames flew out of her palms. Heavenly Phoenix of Destruction. Yazi's left eye saw boundless white light while his right eye saw limitless flames. 1 6-petal realm water elemental dragon, 1 6-petal realm phoenix, 1 6-petal realm azure kirin, 1 5-petal realm black kirin, and 1 4-petal realm cultivator who could control the ocean pacifying godly pillar. Suddenly, Yazi dragged the black kirin to the front of him. Let go! Lady Zhen suddenly turned her attack toward Kui. Yazi didn't dodge. Instead, he intended to use Zhen Kongming to block the attack. If Kui's true water touched Zhen Kongming, he would melt. Not expecting Lady Zhen to attack him, Kui had no choice but to block her attack with his own. Bang! The water and fire collided. The violent energy waves lowered the sea surface by dozens of meters while the buildings by the seashore all collapsed. Fortunately, the residents in those buildings had been evacuated by the government due to the appearance of the vortex, and thus no casualties resulted in this catastrophe. While 6-petal realm cultivators fought, even with residual nature essence was great enough to destroy a big city. I'll fight you after killing this little bee ****. Yazi pressed onto the bloody back of the black kirin. With his horns shattered, he looked even more vicious. While emitting azure flames from his 4 hooves, Qin Hong carried Hao Ren to launch the last attack. Standing on top of the hospital, Bai Zi hesitated and didn't know if she should enter the fray. Tink! Many golden lights suddenly flew out of the hospital. Together with the golden lights was a pure golden level 6 snow lion. Zhao Yanzi, who clutched onto the purple-green treasure sword, Xie Yujia with the demonic bow, Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu, Lu Qing, and Sun Yun all flew out from the hospital. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the East Ocean Dragon clan rose from East Ocean, and 6-peak Qian-level metal elemental dragon cultivators flew over with many metal elemental dragons from a distance. The young dragon cultivators of East Ocean University had also come to help. Bam! Suddenly, a flash of white light shot from the distant sky and pierced Yazi's hand, which clutched Zhen Kongming. Chapter 783. Battle all the way up. Roar! Yazi was enraged instantly. However, the second white light followed the first one closely. Like a dash of smoke, it was quick and light, but its power couldn't be underestimated as it had appeared before Yazi's forehead. Whoosh! Following Little White, the golden shield appeared in the high sky and released many golden light shadows. The magnificent power of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar had triggered its fighting instinct, and it tried to surround Yazi with its power as a celestial treasure. With its golden fur standing on end, Little White spat out a medium-sized fireball toward Yazi. This fireball only tickled Yazi a bit when it hit his body, but it enraged him. Ah! Even a small demon beast who was below level 10 dared to challenge his authority. Ignoring the second white light which was dashing toward him, Yazi slammed his huge palm toward Little White. Ding! A third white light appeared from the void and blocked Yazi's hand. Suhan Ni! Even you came to mess with me. Yazi's body emitted huge waves of black light, and the intense murderous spirit instantly froze everyone in the area. An old man in a red robe appeared in the void and plucked the strings of a guqin, and a lion-like creature appeared by his side. The guqin is a plucked 7-string Chinese musical instrument of the zither family. The sound waves shot out white lights which hacked toward Yazi, who was engulfed in black flames. Chu Niu, Suhan Ni. 2 ancestor dragons appeared at the same time. One was the elder son of the godly dragon, and the other was the 5th son of the godly dragon. They launched powerful attacks at Yazi. With both his hands wounded and a reckless celestial treasure trying to disturb him, Yazi let go of the black Kirin in a hurry and lifted his huge axe to block the white lights that were shooting toward his forehead and neck. Boom! Even Yazi, the killing god, among the ancestor dragons, was sent flying backward for dozens of meters. Up! Chu Niu waved his hand, and the black Kirin whose bones were almost shattered rose suddenly. Chu Niu dug out a dark green elixir pill from his red robe and stuffed it into the black Kirin's mouth. He hadn't intervened when Yazi tried to kill Qin Hong, but he wouldn't stand back and watch while Yazi attempted to kill his grandson. In the past hundreds of years, he hadn't been too kind to Zhen Kongming and even forced the latter to make elixir pills, but it didn't mean that he was cold to Zhen Kongming. The blood connection between them could never be severed. While he was taking the turn to guard the heavenly Tao, Yazi took the opportunity and tried to kill Zhen Kongming, which forced him to show his hand. Knowing that he was no match for his second brother, he had asked Suhan Ni, who had the closest relationship with him, to come to the rescue together. The combined forces of 2 ancestral dragons broke even with another ancestral dragon. The 3 of them were all at the 8-petal realm, but Yazi was fiercer and had more killing techniques. Neither Chu Niu nor Suhan Ni could battle him separately. Boom! Almost half of the sky collapsed. According to the rules, while Yazi traveled around the world, the other 8 ancestral dragons must support the heavenly Tao. With Chu Niu and Suhan Ni both absent from their posts, the other 6 ancestral dragons couldn't support the entire sky. Last time when Yazi killed Qin Hong in the Demon Sea, he had broken the void and appeared there in 1 second. Then, he used only 1 attack since he had to return instantly. Due to the limited time, he wasn't able to kill Qin Hong completely, and Lady Zhen even resurrected him. This time, when he tried to kill Qin Hong and Zhen Kongming completely, he was met with resistance from both Chu Niu and Suhan Ni. This is my family business, and you keep out of it. Chu Niu plucked the strings of the guqin and released waves of curved lights. After blocking Yazi with 2 attacks, Suhan Ni turned his head and looked at Little White, who was watching them in a daze. Instead of changing into his human form like Chu Niu, Suhan Ni showed up in his true form. His true form was a golden lion, and he looked like a huge mountain which was hovering in the sky. Only someone on this level could support 1/8 of the heavenly Tao. Little girl, you're good. I saved you because of your courage. Suhan Ni spoke human words and then shot a golden light into Little White's body. When it's my turn to travel around the world, "I'll come and take you as my disciple." Suhan Ni tossed out the words. Boom! Another part of the sky collapsed. In a white light, Suhan Ni flew toward the sea surface and vanished in the void. Looking after the fifth ancestral dragon who came and went in a flash, Hao Ren turned his head toward Little White who was now in her lion form. Little White emitted layers of golden light while her paws released red flames. She had reached level 10 instantly. As the ancestor of all lion-form demon beasts, Suhan Ni saw that Little White was one of his descendants, so he had blocked Yazi's strike for Little White and elevated her to level 10 while he was at it. It was an easy thing for ancestral dragon Suhan Ni at the 8-petal realm to elevate Little White to level 10. It was a gift to his future disciple. By improving Little White's physique, he could teach her more conveniently in the future. Bang! Bang! Chu Niu's heavenly sound Guqin turned from white to red while he attacked with the sound waves, leaving many wounds in Yazi's body instantly. The white and red sound waves swept past Yazi and surged up ocean waves that were as high as 1,000 meters. Hao Ren remembered his fierce battle with Chu Niu in the Nine-Dragon Palace and now knew that Chu Niu had gone easy on him and Suhan. "Kid, I will leave the rest to you." After tossing a small bag to Hao Ren, Chu Niu turned his head and glanced at Lady Zhen and Qin Hong before leaving to repair the collapsed heavenly Dao. Being beaten repeatedly by Chu Niu and Suhan Ni who had appeared suddenly, Yazi almost fell into the ocean, looking disheveled and distressed. With his usual combat force, he was not afraid of Chu Niu and Suhan Ni. However, he was surrounded by so many cultivators, and his hands had been injured by Hao Ren who also hit him on the head. Caught off guard, he had been forced back continuously by Chu Niu and Suhan Ni's attacks. Although Suhan Ni didn't use his full strength and just assisted, Chu Niu had launched fierce attacks at Yazi repeatedly, and the sharp red and white sound waves had severed several of Yazi's meridians. He didn't expect Chu Niu to be so protective of this wild grandson that he had left his position of supporting the heavenly Dao and came to fight. Bang! Yazi punched the golden shield and instantly shattered the tens of thousands of golden light shadows, leaving a deep crack in its body. This kind of celestial treasures were only top-tier treasures in the heavenly realm, and it wasn't powerful enough to disturb Yazi. After being beat by Chu Niu, Yazi was deeply displeased, hating the fact that these cultivators and treasures had witnessed his humiliation. His murderous spirit came out violently, and several metal elemental dragon cultivators were immediately drawn to him. The metal elemental dragon cultivators changed into their dragon forms, trying to flee, but Yazi caught them in his hands as if they were some golden earthworms. Surprised that Yazi was still fierce after Chu Niu's lecture, Hao Ren immediately shot out the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. Not expecting Yazi to vent his anger on the metal elemental dragon cultivators, Kui released boundless true water from his sleeves. Seeing Yazi revealing his viciousness again, Lady Zhen was afraid that he would attack Qin Hong again. Besides, she was still resentful due to their previous feud. Without hesitation, she shot out 2 destructive heavenly phoenix fires from the center of her palms. In her mind, she had no longer regarded Yazi as her second uncle. The insignificant energies arrows from Xie Yujia, the Big Dipper stars from Zhao Yanzi, blue icy fire from Little White, and the dense, long spears from the East Ocean soldiers all shot toward Yazi. Seeing these ants daring to attack him, Yazi unleashed a chilling aura and hacked the broken huge axe toward a large group of East Ocean generals and soldiers. Chu Niu and Suhan Ni had indeed wounded him, but it wasn't severe. Even injured, he wouldn't be defeated by these ants. 3 of the metal elemental dragons in his hands were crushed to death while the other 2 fled from the cracks between his fingers. After all, he was Yazi, the killing god. It only made sense for his rivals to beg for his forgiveness. He would never admit his mistake and retreat in defeat. The azure Kirin flew up and spat out a beam of light at him. Ha ha ha! Blood gushed out from the many wounds on Yazi's body while surges of murderous spirit spread all over the area. A killing spree. He would spare Chu Niu's grandson so that Chu Niu wouldn't come after him. However, he would kill all the people who offended him. Everyone watched while Yazi's huge axe crashed toward the sea surface where hundreds of thousands of East Ocean generals and soldiers stood. Suddenly, a wave of sword energies dashed over from a distance. Sword array formation. Seeing these colorful sword energies, Hao Ren's spirit perked. Zhao Kuo was back. Sure enough, the black dot shooting over from a distance was no other than Zhao Kuo. After getting defeated by Suhan, Zhao Kuo's spirit was low. At Zhao Guang's arrangement, he had gone to the southern cities to unwind himself in the company of Elder Xingyue. Determined to get some rest, Zhao Kuo had not sought any news about the dragon tribe, including if Suhan had passed or failed her heavenly tribulation. While he and Elder Xingyue enjoyed the sceneries as if they were on a honeymoon trip, he suddenly got the news that East Ocean Dragon Palace was in danger. Anxious, he had hurried back at the very moment that Yazi launched his fierce attack. Boom! 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 All the attacks landed on Yazi's body. Despite his 8-petal realm, Yazi felt a bit unsteady under the fierce attacks from 3 6-petal realm cultivators and Hao Ren's ocean-pacifying godly pillar when he was already injured. While Yazi was being attacked, Zhao Kuo's sword energies blocked his huge axe so that the East Ocean generals and soldiers wouldn't be killed by it. Third Lord. Seeing Zhao Kuo, all the generals and soldiers cried out in exhilaration. Instead of answering them, Zhao Kuo turned abruptly in the high sky and drew out his black dragon spike, battling Yazi together with Hao Ren. Hovering in the high sky, Yazi looked like a giant who was being attacked by many cannons. Although he didn't fall, more and more wounds appeared on his body. These small ants which he could crush with one finger were now recklessly attacking him, an ancestral dragon. Being restrained by 3 6-petal realm cultivators, he couldn't launch attacks toward these ants. Kui's boundless true water could melt his skin, Lady Zhen's destructive heavenly phoenix fires could burn his meridians, and Qin Hong's roars disturbed his mind. Meanwhile, Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo were piercing toward his eyes. Out! Yazi let out a furious roar and shot out black lights from his eyes. This intense murderous spirit could shake 3-petal realm and 4-petal realm cultivators to death. To his surprise, Hao Ren's ocean-pacifying godly pillar sucked away his murderous spirit while Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike broke his murderous spirit. How? Yazi looked astonished. He could understand that the ocean-pacifying godly pillar was able to block his thick murderous spirit, but he was puzzled as to why the ordinary-looking sword could break his murderous spirit. Yazi's eyes were pierced by the ocean-pacifying godly pillar and the black dragon spike, and he felt acute pain. How could it be? I can destroy 3-petal realm cultivators with one finger. Yazi let out a huge silent roar. Lady Zhen and the others were also surprised. They had restrained Yazi but didn't expect that Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo could get close to Yazi, break his powerful murderous spirit, and pierced his eyes. They didn't know that Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo's weapons had condensed the power of sword array formations. They looked to be ordinary weapons but held many sword energies inside. Yazi's huge body shrunk to a thin and blind black wolf-like creature, which was his weakened true form. Still furious, Hao Ren picked up the ocean-pacifying godly pillar and crashed toward him. Enough! A loud shout suddenly came from the high sky. Among the 9 ancestral dragons, 8 supported the Heaven Tao, and 1 ruled the mortal world. This was the heavenly Tao cycle. However, Hao Ren had severely wounded Yazi. Even Chu Niu and Suhan Ni joined the fight, which caused the tilting of the heavenly realm. Many palaces collapsed, and many cultivators in the heavenly realm were seriously wounded. Okay. Don't make the situation worse. Peace is everything. Peace is everything. Zhen Yuanzi came down from an auspicious cloud, trying to smooth things over. Suddenly, dozens of groups of heavenly generals and soldiers appeared in the high sky. Despite Yazi's viciousness, it was his way of doing things, and the heavenly Tao needed him to do the killing. By offending the ancestral dragon, Hao Ren had broken the heavenly laws. Since Hao Ren was Zhen Yuanzi's brother, he was on the level of true immortal and must take responsibility to look after heavenly Tao, and this was already expressed to him. Now that he had offended an ancestral dragon for his personal interests, he must be arrested and punished. Even the good old Zhen Yuanzi couldn't protect him. As to the other cultivators who were not true immortals, they wouldn't receive any punishment. Arrest Hao Ren. A crisp voice spread through the clouds. The broken golden shield flew to Little White's side crookedly. After being severely injured by Yazi, its spirit property was greatly damaged, and it couldn't battle alongside Hao Ren in a short time. I'm not afraid of you. Attack. While Zhen Yuanzi hesitated, trying to think of a way to make peace, Zhao Kuo suddenly picked up his black dragon spike and rushed toward the heavenly generals and soldiers. Zhao Kuo would fight whoever tried to arrest his nephew-in-law. He wanted to see how powerful the cultivators from the heavenly realm were. Hao Ren was furious, and the ocean-pacifying godly pillar in the center of his palm shook slightly as if it were excited. Attack! Hot blood surged in his veins. Boom! The black Kirin rushed up from the ocean and flew up with Hao Ren, disrupting the neat formation of the so-called heavenly generals and soldiers. Brother! Brother! Zhen Yuanzi called out. He tried to tell Hao Ren that the elixir pills which he made in Penglai Island in the past few days could also remove devil essence for Suhan and Hao Ren's grandma. However, Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo, and Zhen Kongming had dashed up into the high sky and disappeared in the clouds while they battled with the heavenly generals and soldiers. Chapter 784. There are always more powerful people in the world. Rough. Seeing Hao Ren disappearing in the high sky, Little White chased after him while stepping on golden flames. Rough. The snow lion cubs who had been hiding in the ocean all rushed up and followed Little White. When the vortex appeared in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, the snow lions all went into hiding due to their demon beast instinct. When they saw Little White, they all came out as if they had seen their leader. When Little White became Suan Ni's disciple in the future, then these snow lion cubs would become Suan Ni's grand disciples, and they could all potentially reach level 10 and even the transformation realm. What a magnificent sight it would be when they went out together. Swoosh! 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 Several sword energies shot down from the high sky and suppressed Little White back to the surface of the ocean. Hao Ren knew that Little White was loyal, but he didn't want her to take the risk with him, especially after knowing that Little White was a little lowly. The golden shield which had slid from Little White's body when she flew up went back to her side and jumped onto her back. It had been disappointed when it saw that Hao Ren didn't want to take it. Then, it dawned on the golden shield that Little White was now a level 10 demon beast and would soon reach the transformation realm. It suddenly realized that it could take Little White as its master. From now on, it would appear on the top of Little White's head as a small round golden hairpin and decorate her pretty black hair. Bang! In the thick clouds, Hao Ren's sword energies swept out and forced back hundreds of heavenly generals and soldiers. By his side, Zhao Kuo slashed out the black dragon spike and instantly shattered 2 heavenly generals' armor. 6 heavenly generals had led hundreds of heavenly soldiers to arrest Hao Ren, not expecting that Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo would resist them. Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo had joined hands and pierced Yazi's eyes. How could these heavenly generals and soldiers suppress this pair? Besides, there was a black Kirin spitting black fire close by. Not able to block them, the heavenly generals and soldiers retreated while fighting. The cultivators from the heavenly realm would never die due to age, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't be killed in a battle. Bam! Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo, and Zhen Kongming in his true black Kirin form forced the heavenly generals and soldiers back until they rushed into 5th heaven. These heavenly generals and soldiers appeared in the mortal world by using teleportation arrays to break through the void, but they couldn't use the array formation to return when they were chased into 5th heaven by Hao Ren and the other 2. The cultivators on 5th heaven saw a group of disheveled cultivators in golden and silver armor being chased after by 2 cultivators and a black Kirin. The cultivators in the 3 small sects around Ethereal Summit were so astonished that their eyes almost popped out of their eye sockets. The cultivator in the middle was the Herb King Master whom they served. These cultivators in golden and silver armors were not from this realm or the dragon tribe, they came from the heavenly realm. Just from the luster around each set of armor, the cultivators could tell that each armor was close to being celestial treasures. However, the Herb King Master was forcing back the cultivators of the heavenly realm continuously. His aura was on the soul formation realm. More importantly, they were shocked to see the legendary Black Kirin assisting the Herb King Master. Instantly, the cultivators in the 3 small sects wondered what it meant for them. After all, the lives of the cultivators on 5th heaven had the least value, and they could be killed by relatively larger on 5th heaven, let alone the sects on 6th heaven. Messing with the heavenly realm, it was something that they didn't dare to think about. Bang! Hao Ren's sword energies shot out and sent dozens of heavenly generals and soldiers flying. If not for their armor, which was equivalent to celestial treasures, they wouldn't be able to get up again. Ha ha ha! You're so weak. Zhao Kuo had just missed a fierce battle. When he came back to East Ocean City, he had just got to help Hao Ren pierce Yazi's eyes. However, at this moment, his blood heated while the battle went on, and he sent 3 heavenly generals in golden armor flying backward. Golden and silver waves rushed toward Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo continuously but were pushed back by the 2 of them. The cultivators on 5th heaven watched them break through the array formation between 5th heaven and 6th heaven and enter 6th heaven. Wah! Hao Ren split the ocean pacifying godly pillar and blocked hundreds of heavenly soldiers, while Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike emitted layers of black shadows, blocking 3 heavenly generals. Zhen Kongming dashed left and right in his black Kirin form, knocking away the heavenly generals and soldiers. After taking the elixir pill that Chu Niu gave to him, he had healed up, and the hard armor on the heavenly generals and soldiers were no match for his scales and horns. He shattered their armor one after another. Without the protection of their armor, none of them dared to battle with Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo. Lingwu Master and the other nascent soul realm cultivators in Sky Mountain sect had been cultivating in the sect. Hearing the upheaval on 6th heaven, they immediately flew out of their secret chambers. When they saw Hao Ren chasing after the disheveled heavenly generals and soldiers with a black Kirin, they gasped in astonishment. Hao Ren's sword energies seemed to merge with a treasure, and they all turned into a blinding golden color. Wherever the golden sword energies went, a heavenly soldier would be sent flying for thousands of meters. Surrounded by golden sword energies, Hao Ren looked like a god while he rushed up the sky. Bam! 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 Thousands of heavenly soldiers and dozens of heavenly generals in golden armors suddenly appeared from the void. Master! Master! The nascent soul realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect warned Lingwu Master anxiously when they saw the latter still hovering in the air. Lingwu Master was watching in a daze. Before he was pulled by the nascent soul realm cultivators to hide in the back mountain, he saw Hao Ren using a sword array formation and forcing back thousands of heavenly generals and soldiers. Instantly, golden light lit up 6th heaven. The black Kirin carried Hao Ren, and they battled with the heavenly generals who were several meters tall. With the treasure which looked like a golden and silver staff or long spear, he used several sword techniques, slashing open the armors of the generals. He has a legendary black Kirin as his mount, and he can even defeat heavenly generals and soldiers. How powerful is he? Lingwu Master thought. Wherever the golden staff went, waves of heavenly generals and soldiers were knocked down like harvested crops. While Lingwu Master shivered in shock, Hao Ren dashed through a group of heavenly generals and soldiers and shattered the array formation between 6th heaven and 7th heaven before rushing into 7th heaven on the black Kirin. Zhao Kuo followed him closely and rushed up as well. Thousands of heavenly generals and soldiers chased after them. Many lights flashed on 6th heaven, and then everything became quiet. Lingwu Master looked back at the nascent soul realm cultivators and realized that he was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the soul formation realm cultivators on 7th heaven heard the commotion on 6th heaven and were about to come out and investigate when they saw many golden and silver lights flashing on 7th heaven. The fighters on 6th heaven had come up here. The soul formation realm cultivators were about to show their hands when they saw Hao Ren, a true immortal and the brother of Zhen Yuanzi, and thousands of heavenly generals and soldiers. When the immortals fought, it would be a disaster for the mortals. According to realms, the soul formation realm cultivators were earth immortals. But compared to the true immortals who had ascended to the heavenly realm, they were only mortals. Therefore, they moved to the distance since none of them wanted to be involved in such a conflict. Following Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo got more and more excited while he battled. He roared with laughter while a violent surge of nature essence rushed out from his dragon core and mystic crystal as if he were about to gain a breakthrough. Damn heaven! Since you don't allow me to ascend to the heavenly dragon realm, I'll pierce a hole in you. All his frustration, distress, and fury were vented out. Bang! Almost without any delay, Zhao Kuo and Hao Ren rushed onto 8th heaven. Thud! Thud! The heavenly generals and soldiers crashed onto the array formation between 7th heaven and 8th heaven and couldn't break through it. This array formation was so hard that only soul formation realm cultivators could break through. Hao Ren could be counted as a soul formation realm cultivator, But these heavenly generals and soldiers were not powerful enough even though they were also titled true immortals. They got their titles through special means just like Hao Ren. Boom! Riding on the Black Kirin, Hao Ren flew toward the headquarters of godly Cloud Dao. Zhao Kuo followed Hao Ren onto 8th heaven through the small crack that Hao Ren created. He had never come to 8th heaven before. The prosperous ancient cities were situated on both sides of the river, while in the mountains shooting up into the clouds concealed the cultivation palaces of godly Cloud Dao. 8th heaven. I'm on 8th heaven. Zhao Kuo wiped off the still warm bloodstains on his face and yelled heartily. After fierce battles, he couldn't calm down his excitement after entering the peaceful world. Swoosh! Swoosh! 5 soul formation realm cultivators flew toward Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo. Even the soul formation realm cultivators outside godly Cloud Dao couldn't enter 8th heaven without permission. Due to his respect for Qingfeng Hermit, Hao Ren didn't attack these 5 soul formation realm cultivators who were flying toward him. He had refined the ocean-pacifying godly pillar with the 7-core 5-color lotus. After several fierce battles, he had formed a bond with his natal Dharma treasure, and he easily sent out 5 golden light beams from his hands. Supreme spiritual treasure. Not able to recognize the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, the 5 soul formation realm cultivators sensed that the treasure which Hao Ren was using was at least a supreme spiritual treasure and hurried to block it. Bang! Hao Ren felt like his blood surge up to the top of his head, and his vital soul had reached the 5-petal realm. His blood had heated up in the fierce battles while the 5-elemental nature essence moved inside his body like crazy, propelling the sacred power of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar to merge with his 5-elemental mystic crystal completely. 5-petal realm. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators gasped together and instantly moved tens of thousands of meters away. This kid, Zhao Kuo looked at Hao Ren in astonishment, not expecting the latter to merge his mystic crystal with the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. At this speed, he could probably reach the 6-petal realm. However, the realm that he achieves this way will probably not be stable, Zhao Kuo thought to himself. Wah! Hao Ren's ocean-pacifying godly pillar lifted Zhao Kuo. With the help of the Black Kirin's great speed, they entered the headquarters of godly Cloud Dao in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, many golden and silver Dharma notes rose in the sky like fireflies during the night in the summer. Dharma notes array formation based on the 5 elemental life-death notes. Grandma must guard 8th heaven, which is the entrance to the heavenly realm. Qingfeng Hermit's voice resonated in the region and awed Zhao Kuo. If you insist on breaking into the heavenly realm, you must break this array formation. Qingfeng Hermit's tone turned from gentle to firm. 8th heaven was the only way leading up to the heavenly realm from the mortal world. 9th cloud was on top of 8th heaven, and the so-called breaking the void was traveling through 9th cloud. Godly Cloud Dao was the sect closest to the heavenly realm and the heavenly Dao and had the responsibility of separating the heavenly realm from the mortal world. Despite her intention of letting Hao Ren pass, with her son as the godly Cloud Dao master and herself as the most powerful cultivator of godly Cloud Dao, she had a duty to block Hao Ren. If Hao Ren went up to the heavenly realm, he would be punished severely unless he could defeat the Queen Mother of the West. Since Hao Ren was crucial for Xie Yujia's happiness, Qingfeng Hermit hoped that he could stop here before the situation got worse. While she was thinking, Hao Ren released many sword energies from his body and rushed into godly Cloud City where she had established the Dharma node array formation. Zhen Kongming released black light from his Black Kirin form which burned up the tiny Dharma notes. The cultivators of godly Cloud City were astonished to see that Hao Ren and the others broke into the city. No one knew when godly Cloud Dao was established, but the time was much earlier than those sects on 7th heaven, 6th heaven, and 5th heaven. In other words, godly Cloud Dao was in a league of its own. Godly Cloud Dao was originally a part of heaven. The cultivation sects below 8th heaven had been sects on the land. They had battled among themselves and with the dragon tribe, and they were eventually forced out of the land by the dragon cultivators. Then, they rose into the high sky with great cultivation power. Therefore, anything under 8th heaven was considered the mortal realm. Since godly Cloud Dao had control over heavenly lightning bolts, even heaven dragons, and soul formation realm cultivators didn't dare to trespass this place, let alone entering godly Cloud City, the center of godly Cloud Dao. In its long history, only one unparalleled demon king had rushed into godly Cloud City a little over 1,000 years ago, and no cultivator was his match. He had traveled through 8th heaven and rushed onto the heavenly realm. However, 2 men and 1 beast were breaking into godly Cloud City by force today. All the Dharma notes hovering in the air interacted with each other and lit up. They could borrow power from nature to kill 6-petal realm and even 7-petal realm cultivators. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Hao Ren released many sword energies using the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. Although Qingfeng Hermit's 5 elemental life-death notes could dominate over Hao Ren's light sword-splitting shadow scroll, Hao Ren had the best 5 elemental mystic crystal and the best treasure. It made the situation different. Zhao Kuo released overwhelming sword energies from his body as well. "Break the array formation. We'll break it together," he shouted. The golden and silver Dharma notes suddenly turned into radiant 5-colored Dharma notes which changed positions according to the changing positions of the stars in the universe. Hao Ren's sword energies swept out with Zhao Kuo's. However, the number of Dharma notes was greater than that of the sword energies. Each note handled 1 sword energy while the rest entered the acupoints on Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo, and the Black Kirin's body. Even those soul formation realm cultivators in Kunlun Mountain wouldn't dare to try this Dharma note array formation, but Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo just dashed into the center. "Go!" Hao Ren waved his hand, and the ocean-pacifying godly pillar dashed up into the sky before splitting into billions of smaller pillars which spread all over godly Cloud City like exploding fireworks. Sitting steadily in the small courtyard, Qingfeng Hermit saw that Hao Ren was at the 5-petal realm and knew he had borrowed the power from the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. She shook her head slowly and withdrew her hand. The Dharma notes all over the vast godly Cloud City suddenly flew up and caught the many small pillars. Then, the Dharma notes condensed into a pillar as well and struck the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. Feeling a blow to his chest, Hao Ren spat out a mouthful of blood. Since the ocean-pacifying godly pillar was his natal Dharma treasure, his body couldn't take the collision with Qingfeng Hermit's Dharma notes. "Go!" Hao Ren urged. Zhen Kongming pushed Zhao Kuo with his horns on his forehead and dashed toward the immortal ascending platform on the tall mountain in the city. Instantly, billions of Dharma notes scattered around in godly Cloud City before vanishing gradually into the void. Hao Ren knew that Qingfeng Hermit had let him pass purposefully after teaching him a lesson, reminding him that there were always more powerful people in the world. Meanwhile, that blow to his chest showed to the world that Qingfeng Hermit had performed her duty of blocking him. In fact, Hao Ren clearly knew that the main reasons that he and Zhao Kuo could pierce Yazi's eyes were that Yazi was injured by Chu Niu and Suhan Ni's attacks. His movement was restrained by Lady Zhen and the other 2 6-petal realm cultivators, and Yazi's overconfidence. However, Hao Ren wouldn't retreat before the difficulty just because of Qingfeng Hermit's warning. Since he had gone this far, he would battle his way up. He would obtain justice through fighting. In a blurring black light, the Black Kirin dashed to the immortal ascending platform and paused for a second before rushing toward 9th cloud. If the heavenly realm didn't dare to let them up, it would push them into the void, and they would get lost in it. However, Hao Ren bet that they would take the challenge. Zhen Kongming had thrown caution to the wind. He was supposed to stay beside Wu Luoxue and live a peaceful life as an elementary school student, but now his beast blood was heated up by Hao Ren. Afraid that Zhen Kongming, who grew up in the chaotic demon, would cause trouble, Chu Niu had been very strict with him, but it couldn't suppress his wild nature. In the whole world, probably only Wu Luoxue could keep Zhen Kongming in control. His black claws released a black light that was darker than the void. The 5-petal realm Black Kirin could break the void on his own already. Hao Ren opened the small bag that Chu Niu gave him and saw 5 red elixir pills inside. Without thinking, he picked up one and swallowed it, and his wounded meridians instantly heal. It was a level 10 elixir pill. They suddenly appeared before the bright and wide heavenly gate. The heavenly gate that Hao Ren had broken had been repaired as if it were brand new. Like last time, there was no array formation around the entrance since no array formation could block the cultivators who could come this far. Instead of many troops and powerful immortals who ascended to the heavenly realm first, only one cultivator with a hairy face and intense eyes stood in front of the gate. Chapter 785. the #1 master in the heavenly realm. Sun Wukong? Hao Ren blurted out this name almost without hesitation. He had been surprised when he found that the ultimate treasure in the dragon god shrine was the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. Now seeing the hairy-faced cultivator standing before him, he immediately thought of the legendary Monkey King. "Hee. You know my name." The cultivator smiled and then his face turned dark. "A weak cultivator like you dares to call me directly? I'm the great sage, heaven's equal." A green jade staff appeared in his hand, and he said, "Since you could refine the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, I guess you're not an ordinary cultivator. Attack." Wah! The green staff shot out many green shadows which crashed toward Hao Ren like mountains, not giving him any time to react. Astonished, Hao Ren thought that this guy was more reckless than the legends had said. The nature essence of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar rushed out from his palms, shooting toward the waves of green shadows. The black Kirin, which was Zhen Kongming, spat out a wave of black light and charged up with Hao Ren, and Zhao Kuo dashed toward Sun Wukong with his black dragon spike as well. 3 vs 1. Hee. Interesting. Pointing his staff to the left and then right, Sun Wukong sent the black Kirin and Zhao Kuo flying for hundreds of meters. Feeling severe damages in their demonic core and dragon core, they couldn't get up from the ground. Whoosh! 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 The staff shadows swept toward Hao Ren like boundless water waves. "You dare to use the ocean-pacifying godly pillar." The green staff shadows connecting and formed a blurry wave before striking Hao Ren's chest instantly with vicious force. After Su Wukong decided to stay in the heavenly realm and cultivate, the immortals persuaded him to put the ocean-pacifying godly pillar back into East Ocean since they were afraid that he would make trouble here. Feeling the solitude as an unrivaled master, he thought it was useless to keep the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, which was why he put it back into East Ocean to suppress that devil eye. However, after more than 1,000 years, he now realized that the ocean-pacifying godly pillar had become this young man's weapon, and the latter had even refined it into his natal Dharma treasure. This would bring disgrace to his awe-inspiring name as heaven's equal. He had searched all over the world and couldn't find a rival who could beat him. He had gone to the Demon Sea and wounded several big demon kings. Then, he went to Penglai Island where the so-called leader of earthly immortals Zhen Yuanzi established the 7 killing array, and he broke the array formation easily. Due to the genial temperament of Zhen Yuanzi, Sun Wukong was somehow tricked by him and became his brother, which made it hard for him to battle Zhen Yuanzi. Then, he had rushed to 8th heaven and beat all the cultivators of godly cloud Dao senseless before rushing up to the heavenly realm. The immortals joined forces to block him, but he still crashed into the heavenly palace. He didn't stop until the Queen Mother of the West enlisted the help of the 9 ancestral dragons. Only Yazi among the 9 ancestral dragons could barely fight with him, but Su Wukong still beat Yazi senseless with the heavenly lightning staff techniques that he had created himself. While the 9 ancestral dragons joined hands and broke even with him, Zhen Yuanzi came up from land to break the fight. Due to his respect for Zhen Yuanzi, Su Wukong stopped the fight and stayed in the heavenly realm to cultivate. After more than 1,000 years of cultivation in the heavenly realm, his temperament got steadier while the title the Great Sage, heaven's equal gradually spread all over the world. Hao Ren didn't expect that he would have to fight with Sun Wukong, so he could only use sword array formations to block Sun Wukong's staff technique. Oh! The power of the heavenly Tao! Sun Wukong looked at Hao Ren in surprise while he leapt up with both hands holding one end of the staff. Working against the heavenly Tao with the power of the heavenly Tao. Sun Wukong was indeed the #1 genius in the world since he had cultivated to the 7-petal realm within only a few hundred years. After his battle with the 9 ancestral dragons, especially Yazi, he had reached the 8-petal realm. In the past 1,000 years, he had been seeking the opportunity to reach the mighty 9-petal realm, but he couldn't find a rival who could battle and stimulate him. Even the Queen Mother of the West and Zhen Yuanzi were only at the 7-petal realm. There was only one 9-petal realm entity in the world, and that entity was the godly dragon who created the world. Although Hao Ren also charged onto the heavenly realm and looked powerful, he was only at the 5-petal realm, which greatly disappointed Sun Wukong. After all, when Sun Wukong turned the heavenly realm upside down, he was at the 7-petal realm. The cultivators nowadays are really lame. Sun Wukong thought to himself. However, Sun Wukong was a bit surprised at the power of heavenly Tao in Hao Ren's body. It meant that the heavenly Tao leaned toward him and hoped that he would shoulder the responsibility of guarding the heavenly Tao against catastrophes. But Hao Ren had battled his way up. It was really weird. When Sun Wukong battled his way up, there had been no protection from the heavenly Tao. Instead, he had rushed up against the fierce heavenly lightning bolts. Fighting with Hao Ren was fighting the heavenly Tao in a sense, but Hao Ren had rushed up onto the heavenly realm to break the heavenly Tao. Feeling the immense power of the heavenly Tao in Hao Ren's sword energies, Sun Wukong was confused. However, he wondered if he would break through to the nine-petal realm if he defeated the heavenly Tao. Boom! Sun Wukong put more energy into his green staff. He had chosen a fragile jade staff as his weapon because his strength had reached the realm of turning anything including a flower or a leaf into a dharma treasure. He had picked the most fragile jade staff to relieve the fear in the immortals' mind. However, these immortals were a bit naïve if they thought that Sun Wukong couldn't defeat them with a jade staff. Seeing the green shadows condensing into a jade staff, Hao Ren suddenly was immobilized and couldn't dodge as if Tai Mountain was sitting on his head. "You're too weak. I'd better take back the ocean-pacifying godly pillar." Sun Wukong pointed his jade staff onto the tip of Hao Ren's ocean-pacifying godly pillar. Suddenly, Hao Ren felt like his hands were exploded while the ocean-pacifying godly pillar bounced up at the slight pointing of the jade staff. He had used the ocean-pacifying godly pillar which was connected to his mind, but he still was no match for Sun Wukong who only used a jade staff. It felt as if he were using a metal sword and fighting someone who had a tree branch, and that person used the tree branch and knocked his sword away. Due to his combat instinct, Hao Ren knew that he couldn't let go of his weapon, so his hands which had been knocked off the pillar suddenly clutched onto the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. "Let go." Sun Wukong moved the jade staff which released a clinging force around the ocean-pacifying godly pillar and pulled it up. Ding! When the cold ocean-pacifying godly pillar entered his hands, Sun Wukong instantly felt the familiar sensation. Wah! He waved the ocean-pacifying godly pillar and released waves of golden and silver lights. His magnificent aura shook the heavenly realm. The lights almost blinded Hao Ren, and he knew that this was the true power of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. Now, Sun Wukong had a sudden urge of turning the heavenly palace upside down again and see if these immortals had gained any progress over the past thousands of years. "Kid, since you delivered the ocean-pacifying godly pillar to me, I'll spare your life." Sun Wukong was about to put away the ocean-pacifying godly pillar when he found that it was still connected to Hao Ren's mind. He released the power of eight-petal realm and tried to erase Hao Ren's spiritual senses that were on this weapon. He was surprised. He found that the bond between the ocean-pacifying godly pillar and Hao Ren's spiritual senses were so strong that he couldn't erase it. The five-elemental mystic crystal in Hao Ren's body had merged entirely with the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, so Sun Wukong couldn't erase Hao Ren's spiritual senses from the ocean-pacifying godly pillar unless he killed Hao Ren. "Are you the treasure soul of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar?" Sun Wukong widened his bright eyes and looked at Hao Ren in bafflement. The only explanation that he could come up for the perfect bond between Hao Ren and the ocean-pacifying godly pillar was that this sacred treasure somehow nurtured a treasure soul from with it, and this treasure soul got so strong that it turned into a human. With this perfect bond, it meant that the ocean-pacifying godly pillar was destined to belong to Hao Ren. The ocean-pacifying godly pillar vanished from Sun Wukong's hand and returned to Hao Ren's body automatically. Not a five-elemental cultivator, Sun Wukong had battled his way up from being a small demon king and didn't know about the fact that 7-core 5-color lotus which Hao Ren planted in his dragon core was the best 5-element mystic crystal in the world, and it was the perfect match to the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. "You're such a fortunate guy. I'll teach you cultivation." Sun Wukong suddenly reached out his hand to grab Hao Ren. Hao Ren sent out a wave of sword energies and then used the mystic water sword techniques smoothly. The ocean-pacifying godly pillar slid out from his hand and automatically turned into a longsword that had a golden blade and a silver handle. 5 elements combined into lightning. Hao Ren slashed the sword around and stabbed toward Sun Wukong's arm. "I want to take you as my disciple, and you are reluctant." Living a boring life on the heavenly realm, Sun Wukong saw this young cultivator who could merge perfectly with the ocean-pacifying godly pillar coming to the heavenly realm and wanted to take him as his disciple for fun. However, to his surprise, this young cultivator dared to refuse him. He was convinced that Hao Ren was the treasure soul of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, or had at least merged with the treasure soul of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. And this was why he wanted to keep Hao Ren by his side to cultivate, since he had partnered with the ocean-pacifying godly pillar more than 1,000 years ago. Seeing Hao Ren fighting with Sun Wukong, Zhen Kongming and Zhao Kuo immediately ran over to help. Sun Wukong kicked them to the sides and then fought Hao Ren with bare hands. "I'll beat you into submission." He suppressed his strength to 5-petal realm, determined to defeat Hao Ren with bare hands. In the past 1,000 years, Sun Wukong couldn't find a proper rival to fight with and had to lower his own realm and battle with the 6-petal realm and 7-petal realm cultivators. Despite the significant progress in his combat skills, his realm stayed the same. Right now, the 6-petal realm and 7-petal realm cultivators on the heavenly realm were scared of him. They stationed young disciples at the entrance of their palaces to alert them when Sun Wukong came so that they could get away from the back door. For Sun Wukong, it had been many years since the last time that he lowered himself to the 5-petal realm. Bam! 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 Sun Wukong's punches were so powerful that Hao Ren couldn't block them even with the ocean-pacifying godly pillar that was in the longsword form. Damn it! After being forced back continuously, Hao Ren finally got furious. Putting away the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, he leapt forward and took a solid stance before using the fundamental boxing techniques of the East Ocean Dragon clan. The sight stupefied Zhao Kuo, who just got up from the ground. Hao Ren is fighting with the legendary Sun Wukong with the fundamental boxing techniques instead of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, he thought to himself. Hee hee, Sun Wukong's attack speed quickened suddenly and created many phantoms. While holding his breath, Hao Ren circulated his abundant nature essence around his meridians like sword energies while he moved faster, keeping pace with his rival. They moved so fast in the battle that Zhao Kuo and Zhen Kongming almost couldn't tell them apart. At 5-petal realm, which was higher than the Soul Formation realm and the Heavenly Dragon realm, they were still fighting like hooligans on the street. This was ridiculous. Whoosh! A light beam flew from below and stopped inside the heavenly gate. The cultivator in the grey Taoist robe was Zhen Yuanzi. He had thought that Hao Ren could never pass the godly cloud Tao on 8th heaven even though he could force back the heavenly generals and soldiers. After putting the furious and severely wounded Yazi in his Penglai island to recover, Zhen Yuanzi had immediately flown up to 8th heaven. Despite his bloodthirsty nature, Yazi represented the heavenly Tao. After all, Yazi's killing was the duty that the heavenly Tao assigned to him, and it was necessary to keep everything in check. Zhen Yuanzi attributed Hao Ren's ignorance of the situation to his young age and the identity as a mortal who couldn't look at the changes in the world in an aloof manner. He just hoped that this third brother of his wouldn't make the trouble bigger. When Sun Wukong dashed onto the heavenly realm and almost destroyed all the palaces, it was Yazi who had blocked him with great efforts and prevented the situation from getting worse. It was due to Yazi's contribution and merits that the Queen Mother of the West favored him. Yazi was required to handle the extreme situations when the heavenly Tao was in threat. However, Hao Ren knew nothing about all this. From the viewpoint of the Queen Mother of the West, Hao Ren had wounded Yazi due to his personal interests. After comforting Yazi and leaving him in the Penglai island to heal, Zhen Yuanzi hurried up onto 8th heaven. But to his surprise, he found that 8th heaven hadn't stopped Hao Ren. With an ominous feeling, he hurried to the heavenly realm to make peace. Seeing Hao Ren and Sun Wukong fighting, he was distressed, and he tried to calm them down. Second brother, third brother, stop fighting, stop fighting. However, Hao Ren and Sun Wukong had been worked up by the fierce fight and wouldn't stop. Hao Ren had gotten over his initial awe and was trying his best to win in the exchanges by a bit. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong found that Hao Ren wasn't as weak as he had imagined, since the latter had combined sword techniques into boxing techniques, which was quite powerful despite the unstable 5-petal realm. Bang! Bang! Hao Ren and Sun Wukong exchanged another 5 to 6 kicks and punches. Second brother, third brother. Zhen Yuanzi moved around them from left to right and then from back to front, looking like a referee instead of a fight breaker. He wanted to pull them apart but was afraid that it would infuriate them even more. Seeing that neither of them could get the upper hand in a short time and neither intended to kill the other, Zhen Yuanzi relaxed and stood aside, calculating with his fingers. Oh, suddenly, he looked up in alarm, and he panicked a little. I got it wrong. After calculating the heavenly Tao, he realized that the heavenly Tao's chosen one wasn't Hao Ren. Despite the unpredictability of the heavenly Tao, Zhen Yuanzi should be able to get a clue as the leader of earthly immortals and arrange things beforehand. All the signs had told him that Hao Ren should be the chosen one of the heavenly Tao, but now, due to his mistake, the heavenly Tao had leaned toward Hao Ren, who was not the chosen one. Although Hao Ren wasn't the chosen one by the heavenly Tao, he had refined the ocean-pacifying godly pillar which should belong to the real chosen one. Zhen Yuanzi instantly got anxious. No mistake was allowed in the turning of the heavenly Tao. The only duty in his leisure life was to select the chosen one of the heavenly Tao, but he had messed it up. Sweat drops instantly appeared on his forehead. Frowning, he immediately did the calculation again. Strange. How come there are 4 people? Zhen Yuanzi suddenly found that there should be 4 creatures who had rushed onto the heavenly realm. Hao Ren, Zhen Kongming, and Zhao Kuo, who was the 4th? How come there is an extra? Zhen Yuanzi calculated once again, and the number was the same. However, with his 7-petal realm, Zhen Yuanzi wasn't able to sense anyone who was hiding nearby. Is it possible that the devil dragon which disturbed the world had also come up in the chaos? He thought to himself. With an ominous feeling, Zhen Yuanzi was about to stop the fight between Hao Ren and Sun Wukong when 2 crisp shouts came from the heavenly palace. In beautiful cyan and green dresses, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili dashed over. Their official names were Chenxin and Chenyi, the goddesses of the heavenly realm and the heavenly heart palace masters. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili landed beside Hao Ren in the blink of an eye. Humph. Standing on either side of Hao Ren, they snorted slightly and took out the yin-yang bracelets, shooting them toward Sun Wukong. When they got the news that Hao Ren had rushed onto the heavenly realm, they were elated. Gongzi finally came. Then, they got the information that Hao Ren was fighting with Sun Wukong, the most powerful master on the heavenly realm. Not able to control themselves, they flew out with their treasures. After they left Hao Ren, they had been thinking of him each second. If not for the Queen Mother of the West, they would have rushed down the heavenly realm to find him. Now that Hao Ren had rushed up to the heavenly realm and was fighting fiercely at the gate, they had no reason to stay put. If Hao Ren rebelled, they would follow him and rebel as well. Even if the Queen Mother of the West might want to punish them, they didn't care. They would never regret their decisions. Whoosh, whoosh, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili unleashed their power. With identical immortal physiques and 7 core 5-color lotuses in their bodies, they bonded with Hao Ren through minds and hearts. 7-Petal Realm. Chapter 786, Wrong Calculation. Linlin. Lily. Surprise and delight appeared on Hao Ren's face when he saw them. After they left, he had missed them dearly. Therefore, he was thrilled when he saw them again. Gongzi. After smiling sweetly at Hao Ren, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili shot out the yin-yang bracelets and forced back Sun Wukong. They had thrown caution out of the window and stood firmly by Hao Ren's side. Since Hao Ren had the immortal physique which was split from their bodies, and they all had the 7 core 5-color lotuses from the same root in their bodies, Hao Ren's mind was connected to theirs and thus could sense their happiness. The battle turned from 1-on-1 to 3-on-1. With their 7-petal realms, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili combined forces and elevated Hao Ren to the 6-petal realm temporarily. Sun Wukong had been surprised that he couldn't defeat Hao Ren when he lowered himself to Hao Ren's realm. Seeing his rival getting 2 7-petal realm assistants from the heavenly palace, he got frustrated and instantly returned to the 8-petal realm. He never fought with women before, but he found that these 2 women were quite fierce in their attacks. After taking a closer look, he realized that they were the adopted daughters of the Queen Mother of the West and the Heavenly Heart Palace Masters. Despite Sun Wukong's cleverness, he was baffled, wondering why the 2 favorite girls of the Queen Mother of the West were helping this guy. Is it possible that this guy is the love child of the Queen Mother of the West? Sun Wukong wondered spitefully. Standing by the heavenly gate, Zhen Yuanzi was also puzzled, not able to understand the change in the situation. While Sun Wukong lowered his realm and fought with Hao Ren, the favorite girls of the Queen Mother of the West suddenly entered the fray to help Hao Ren. It was a public rebellion. The Heavenly Heart Palace Masters were the head managers of the palaces in the heavenly realm. Under the jointed attacks of the three, even Sun Wukong found it hard to block since he didn't want to injure Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. Seeing the flashing lights in Sun Wukong's eyes, Zhen Yuanzi knew that his second brother was going to lose his temple. Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi quickly tried to comfort Sun Wukong, second brother, second brother. While the heavenly Tao was turning the cycle, Zhen Yuanzi couldn't even do his calculations accurately. If Sun Wukong lost his temple, the situation would get out of control. Despite his mistaken calculation, Zhen Yuanzi and Hao Ren had become brothers. Besides, he could tell that Hao Ren would become a figure since he had reached the current realm in only 1 year. Of course, Sun Wukong had relied only on himself while Hao Ren had got a lot of outside assistance. However, it also meant that Hao Ren could catch all the critical opportunities. Hao Ren. You keep him here while I break in. Zhao Kuo suddenly yelled and rushed into the heavenly gate while riding on the black Kirin. Seeing Zhao Kuo, the third lord of East Ocean, intending to break in, Zhen Yuanzi was about to cry out and stop him. Before he could open his mouth, Zhao Kuo had rushed into the heavenly gate. Neither Sun Wukong or Zhen Yuanzi paid much attention to Zhao Kuo, who was only a 3-petal realm cultivator, but he dared to break into the heavenly gate. Boom! Standing behind the heavenly gate, hundreds of immortals attacked at the same time. Zhao Kuo was astonished when he saw so many immortals hiding behind the heavenly gate. He had told Zhen Kongming his plan of breaking into the palaces and rob the elixir pills, and the latter had agreed to do it together. However, the immortals were prepared. While Sun Wukong blocked the three outside of the heavenly gate, they hid inside the gate and decided to kill Hao Ren with 10,000 heavenly lightning bolts if he dared to break in. However, instead of Hao Ren, who was in the 5-petal realm, Zhao Kuo, who was in the 3-petal realm, rushed into the heavenly gate recklessly. Astonished, Zhao Kuo immediately kicked the black Kirin outside of the gate while he raised his hands to block the combined attacks of the immortals with his body. It was his idea, and he must take responsibility. With Sun Wukong fighting in front of the heavenly gate, he didn't expect that cultivators were hiding in the white clouds inside the heavenly gate. Seeing the danger, he wouldn't allow the black Kirin to die with him. Third uncle. Seeing the flashing lightning flashes inside the heavenly gate, Hao Ren knew that something was wrong and flew toward the heavenly gate. Looking back, Sun Wukong saw the immortals who were lurking inside the heavenly gate launching the world-ending lightning bolts, and he cursed them in silence, shameless. When he had broken onto the heavenly realm, he was almost destroyed by their combined attacks. If not for his 7-petal realm and the protection of the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, he would have been crushed to ashes. After more than 1,000 years, they were using their old trick again. If he hadn't blocked Hao Ren, the latter would have been destroyed by them. The black Kirin tumbled out of the heavenly gate, and the heavenly gate was turned into dust almost at the same time. It was the world-ending lightning bolts jointly launched by a group of immortals. Any cultivators who broke onto the heavenly realm without permission would be welcomed by this attack. Zhen Yuanzi widened his eyes in astonishment and thought that Zhao Kuo, who was only at the 3-petal realm, would surely be turned into nothing by this attack. These immortals are so cold and unreasonable. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head helplessly. Boom! 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 The world-ending lightning bolts contained 9 strikes. After the 9 strikes, even Zhao Kuo's soul would be destroyed. Hao Ren was about to rush over when he was suddenly lifted lightly. Kid! Stay here! Sun Wukong appeared behind Hao Ren and lifted Hao Ren by piercing his green jade staff through Hao Ren's clothes. With his unstable 6-petal realm, Hao Ren would surely die if he rushed into the word-ending lightning tribulation. When Hao Ren tried to break onto the heavenly realm with the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, Sun Wukong had just wanted to test him but didn't want him to die. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili also grabbed Hao Ren's arms to stop him from rushing into the word-ending lightning tribulation. Even they didn't dare to face such power. Ha ha ha! Come on! Again! In the flashing lightning bolts, Hao Ren suddenly heard Zhao Kuo's roars. The first 3 strikes of the word-ending lightning tribulation hadn't killed Zhao Kuo. Baffled, Zhen Yuanzi also looked toward the flashing lightning bolts. After all, even he felt tingles all over his body in the face of such powerful heavenly lightning bolts. How could Zhao Kuo withstand it? Is it possible that Zhen Yuanzi froze? The world-ending lightning tribulation was used to destroy high-level cultivators, but Zhao Kuo took it as his heavenly tribulation. Again, in the blinding white light, Zhao Kuo turned into a black dragon, turning and roaring. The heavenly lightning bolts beat him into his true form but couldn't kill him or shatter him. Zhao Kuo was passing his heavenly tribulation. Floating slowly to Hao Ren's side, Zhen Kongming looked toward the flashing heavenly lightning bolts in astonishment. Lightning cultivation. This thought dawned on Hao Ren. Zhao Kuo had tempered his body with 5 elemental nature essence but hadn't used the method of lightning cultivation. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this method. He wanted to temper his meridians and bones first and then inject the heavenly lightning energy into his body during the heaven tribulation. He wanted to absorb all the power in the heavenly tribulation in one breath. Although this approach was very risky, he would get stronger after taking the first few heavenly lightning bolts, and then he could use this power to block the later attacks. Since he cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and tempered his body with 5 elemental nature essence first, he could absorb and convert more lightning energy. Hao Ren was shocked by Zhao Kuo's bold plan. This man was challenging the heaven tribulation at the risk of his life. He had taken the word-ending lightning tribulation as his own heavenly tribulation. Roar! Zhao Kuo flew up in his black dragon form while the magnificent heavenly lightning bolts followed him. It wouldn't stop until the 9th strike was launched. With his arms held by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, Hao Ren stood at the position where the heavenly gate had been and watched Zhao Kuo being beaten into the pitch-black 9th cloud. He had watched Zhao Kuo withstand the first heavenly tribulation on the surface of the ocean, and he was witnessing Zhao Kuo's second heavenly tribulation on the heavenly realm. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kuo had been beaten down for thousands of meters, and he almost dropped into the 9th heaven where the void was. Suddenly, many golden light dots appeared in the black void and flew toward Zhao Kuo. The immortals who activated the world-ending lightning tribulation with the power of the heavenly Tao were a bit surprised, but they still launched the 6th strike. The tiny golden light dots flew toward Zhao Kuo at a greater speed and merged into the black dragon, covering him in a layer of golden colors. When the 6th heavenly lightning bolt crashed onto Zhao Kuo's body, it was bounced back. When the 7th heavenly lightning bolt landed on him, only small waves of light appeared. The 9th heavenly lightning bolt crashed toward him with great force and almost struck Zhao Kuo onto 8th heaven, but Zhao Kuo bounced back up abruptly. A heavenly dragon with flashing golden light. Zhao Kuo had passed the heaven tribulation and became a heavenly dragon. Hao Ren was at a loss for words while he watched Zhao Kuo's dragon body expand further and turn into a 5-colored dragon that even the immortals had to look up to. Zhao Kuo became the first 5-elemental heavenly dragon in the last 1,000 years. Despite his longer cultivation time, he had been overtaken by Hao Ren in realm due to the latter's abundant opportunities. However, he had still passed the heavenly tribulation earlier than Hao Ren. Without experiencing the heavenly tribulation, Hao Ren's 5-petal realm and 6-petal realm weren't stable. Turning into a 5-colored light, Zhao Kuo rushed back to the spot where the heavenly gate was and knocked down the immortals with a wave of his dragon tail. The so-called heavenly immortals were the cultivators who had ascended to the heavenly realm, and the gods such as the Queen Mother of the West and Zhen Yuanzi were among the earliest group of cultivators. After reaching the heavenly dragon realm as a 5-elemental cultivator, Zhao Kuo was even stronger than most of the heavenly immortals. After passing the word-ending lightning tribulation and merging the 5 elements, Zhao Kuo had reached the 5-petal realm. Dad! Look! Zhao Kuo turned 2 circles in the sky and cried out in a resonant voice, I, Zhao Zhao, have ascended to the heavenly dragon realm. He had fulfilled his promise to his father by reaching the heavenly dragon realm. Whoosh! The black dragon spikes suddenly shot out from Zhao Kuo's dragon claw, and the vague black dragon flew out from the black dragon spike. It was Zhao Horan's 1,000-year-old dragon soul that was attached to the black dragon spike. As short as the black dragon spike, Zhao Horan's dragon soul looked at Zhao Kuo and nodded in satisfaction while he began to scatter in the void. As a father, Zhao Horan's last wish was to see his youngest son with the best talent and greatest diligence enter the heavenly dragon realm. That was why he had attached his dragon soul to the black dragon spike to battle alongside his youngest son and witness the moment when Zhao Kuo turned into a heaven dragon. Zhao Kuo didn't let Zhao Horan down and had brought the black dragon spike with him ever since Hao Ren handed it to him. Zhao Kuo's greatest regret was that he hadn't been with his father when the latter passed away, but he was determined to let his father's dragon soul sense his ascendance to the heavenly dragon realm. Hao Ren looked up and was a bit touched when he saw Zhao Horan's vague dragon soul in the black dragon spike. Zhao Horan was supposed to vanish in the world, but he had sealed his dragon soul into a weapon to encourage Zhao Kuo to work hard and ascend to the heavenly dragon realm. The deep love between the father and the son was beyond the understanding of others. "Dad. Don't go." Seeing that the black dragon soul was about to scatter, Zhao Kuo suddenly turned back to his human form while his hard five-colored dragon scales turned to a five-colored armor. Zhao Kuo had promised to bury Zhao Horan in the dragon tome on the heavenly realm. He injected his five-petal realm energy into the black dragon spike and withdrew Zhao Horan's dragon soul. Zhao Horan's dragon soul showed that he had realized his dream and would vanish soon. This meant that Zhao Kuo only had half an hour to keep Zhao Horan's dragon soul with him. Zhao Kuo suddenly dashed toward the heavenly palace. Clutching the green staff, Sun Wukong suddenly flew up and blocked Zhao Kuo when he heard the words, "Dragon Tomb." The Dragon Tomb was the resting place for the heaven dragons who had died in the ancient war between the immortals and the devils. Since Sun Wukong's duty was to guard the heavenly gate, he had to stop Zhao Kuo from breaking into that forbidden place. Many sword energies exploded around Zhao Kuo's body. With the black dragon spike in his hand, Zhao Kuo looked like an enraged god while his black face emitted red light. He was about to unleash his full strength. He was going to bring Zhao Horan's dragon soul into the dragon tomb on the heavenly realm since it was the promise that he made to his father. Seeing that Zhao Kuo was about to battle with Sun Wukong, Hao Ren broke free from the grips of Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and swung the ocean-pacifying godly pillar toward Sun Wukong. He and Zhao Kuo both cultivated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, had 7 core 5-color lotuses, and were at the 5-petal realm. They were battling shoulder to shoulder again, glorious Taiyang killing array formation. Zhao Kuo learned Hao Ren's sword array the moment that he saw it. Now, there were 2 glorious Taiyang killing array formations. Hao Ren could kill 5-petal realm cultivators with this sword array when he was at the 4-petal realm. Now with 2 5-petal realm 5 elemental cultivators using this sword array together, they could kill 7-petal realm cultivators. The immortals deeper in turned ashen-faced when they saw the humming sword array formations and quickly stepped back. If they were swept into the killing array formations, they would be turned into ashes. Without the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, Sun Wukong couldn't shatter the sword energies, and he would get severely injured if he tried to block the 2 sword array formations. However, he was the great sage, heaven's equal, he would never back off. Instantly, tens of thousands of Sun Wukong appeared and rushed into the sword array formations. The immortals were shocked, not expecting that Sun Wukong could split himself into many like a supreme spiritual treasure. Attack! Without hesitation, Zhao Kuo activated the sword array formation at the same time as Hao Ren. Many phantoms shattered in the sword array formation while many sword energies vanished at the same time. This battle shook the sky and the earth. 2 5-petal realm cultivators were fighting 1 8-petal realm cultivator. It seemed like a losing battle, but they broke even. Wherever the sword energies swept, they shattered space and forced the immortals to stand further back. Anxious, Zhen Yuanzi watched the battle and stomped his feet impatiently, wondering why the Queen Mother of the West still hadn't shown up at this moment. Suddenly, something dawned on him, and he lowered his head to calculate again with his fingers. Astonished, he looked toward Zhao Kuo and realized that this dragon cultivator was the real chosen one of the heavenly Tao. As the daughter of 2 heaven dragons, Suhan could be counted as half a heaven dragon, and her cultivation talent was unrivaled. Comparatively, Zhao Kuo had an ordinary cultivation talent, but he was the dragon cultivator with the greatest diligence and fastest progress in the past thousands of years. He had reached peak Qian level in only 200 years. The heavenly Tao rewarded diligent people. The heavenly Tao's chosen one was not Hao Ren but Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo had cultivated with diligently, restrained himself from killing innocent people when he led the troops of East Ocean, and had been determined to reach the heavenly dragon realm. The truth was that his failure in the first heaven tribulation wasn't a punishment from the heavenly Tao but a test for him. The fact that he started cultivating light-splitting shadow scroll and obtaining the 5 elemental mystic crystal were all a part of the heavenly Tao's plan. Zhen Yuanzi suddenly realized that if he hadn't become brothers with Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo would have taken the ocean-pacifying godly pillar. Stupid. Stupid. Zhen Yuanzi almost slapped himself. He finally realized that the Queen Mother of the West at the leader of Heavenly Immortal due to her steadiness and composure. He himself could only be the leader of the earthly immortals since he was more emotional. That 4 entity in his calculation was probably Zhao Horan, Zhao Kuo's father and the old Dragon King of East Ocean. Even Zhen Yuanzi didn't expect that Zhao Horan's dragon soul hadn't dissipated and still inside the black dragon spike. It seemed that only 3 cultivators rushed onto the heavenly realm, but there were 4 of them. Second brother, back off! Hao Ren suddenly cried out. Hearing Hao Ren's shout, Sun Wukong froze and then felt the pressure of the sword array. However, Hao Ren left a way out in his sword array. Sun Wukong turned into a dash of golden light while Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo flew toward the place with flashing 5-colored lights. Chapter 787, Chenxin, Chenyi, Gongzi. When Lu Linlin and Lu Lili saw Hao Ren flying towards the heavenly palace, they followed right behind him. Those heavenly immortals who were shocked and were standing near the heavenly gate quickly came back to their senses and rushed to stop them. Wah! Wah! Lu Linlin and Lu Lili used their yin-yang bracelets to attack those who tried to stop them. Most of them were 4-petal realm and 5-petal realm cultivators. There were a few amongst them who were 6-petal realm cultivators. They were no match for Chenxin and Chenyi, the heavenly heart palace masters and 7-petal realm cultivators. They were all blasted away. No, no, they're really going against. Zhen Yuanzi murmured to himself. Sun Wukong had temporarily stayed in the heavenly realm, but he was not a cultivator here. Since no one could defeat him, they could only let him stay in the heavenly realm to cultivate. However, these heavenly immortals all had proper backgrounds. When Chenxin and Chenyi fought against them, they were rebelling against the heavenly realm and the heavenly Tao. Zhen Yuanzi felt his head buzzing since he had miscalculated. He hurried into a blue light in a hurry and chased after them. The heavenly heart palace was still in the distance, and it was still very calm and quiet. This calm atmosphere made Zhen Yuanzi anxious, and he thought, why in the world hasn't the Queen Mother of the West appeared yet? Zhen Yuanzi watched as Hao Ren and the others flew toward the dragon tomb where lights formed the image of a dragon. A thought suddenly popped into Zhen Yuanzi's head. Unless this is all a part of the Queen Mother of the West's master plan. Tink. Tink. 2 green light beams suddenly dashed out from the white heavenly heart palace and directly hit Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. The Lu sisters knew that these lights were shot out by the Queen Mother of the West, so they didn't dare to fight back. Instead, they just tried to dodge it. However, the agile green lights still hit them. They got hit in the chests and shouted in pain. Then, they started to fall. Chenxin and Chenyi were taught personally by the Queen Mother of the West. They had talents and were capable of cultivating to the 7-petal realm, and both were well liked by the Queen Mother of the West. However, as the Saint Mother of the cultivation world, the Queen Mother of the West had thousands of treasures and techniques. Although Chenxin and Chenyi were 7-petal realm cultivators, they were still incapable of defeating the Queen Mother of the West. Those 2 green light beams immediately knocked their realms from 7-petal to 5-petal. When Hao Ren saw that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were hit, he immediately turned back and held both of them. Then, he flew toward the heavenly heart palace. Last time when he came and begged for the elixir, the Queen Mother of the West rejected his request. Now, she had injured Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. Hao Ren was very upset with her. Gongzi, don't. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's chests were burning with agony, and their realms had decreased. However, they still didn't want Hao Ren to go against the Queen Mother of the West. Not only were they afraid that Hao Ren wasn't strong enough to defeat the Queen Mother of the West, but it was also because that the Queen Mother of the West was like a mother to them. She was kind to them, but they had broken her heart when they left the Heavenly Heart Palace. What they had now, including their realms and their techniques, everything was all thanks to the Queen Mother of the West. Even now, the Queen Mother of the West didn't take everything back from them and only decreased their realms by 2 petals. She was already showing mercy. Zhao Kuo flew rapidly toward the heavenly realm dragon tomb. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili held onto Hao Ren and looked at him with watery eyes, and Hao Ren hesitated but still hurried to catch up with Zhao Kuo. When Zhen Yuanzi saw how the Queen Mother of the West didn't attack Hao Ren or Zhao Kuo, he was a bit shocked. However, when he saw that there was extravagant light in the dragon tomb, he knew something was off. The heavenly realm dragon tomb was a forbidden area in the heavenly realm, and it should be tranquil and calm. Now that it was all lit up, it was as if this light was trying to catch Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo's attention. Zhen Yuanzi usually didn't live in the heavenly realm, so this abnormal scene didn't seem that strange to him at first sight. However, after some thoughts, he understood everything. When Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo rush into the heavenly realm dragon tomb, Zhao Kuo took out the black dragon spike. Zhao Horan's complete dragon soul was within the black dragon spike, and it suddenly came out. Golden light covered the whole dragon tomb, and the light fragments started to gather. Godly dragon. Zhen Yuanzi hadn't charged into the dragon tomb, and he watched in shock. The will of the godly dragon should have disappeared from this world, but it had merged with Zhao Horan's dragon soul. Zhao Kuo didn't expect that this would pull over the will of the godly dragon. Initially, he just wanted to bury the black dragon spike in the dragon tomb so that he can let his father's dragon soul rest in peace in the most prestigious place, the heavenly realm dragon tomb. Hao Ren looked up, and he could feel that this was the 9-petal realm god dragon. The heavenly immortals nearby couldn't help but kneel and pray. They might not want to kneel, but they were overwhelmed by the majestic presence. Love, kill, bravery, forgiveness, grace, power, logic, tradition, and justice, all 9 characteristics were perfectly assembled. Different cultivators could feel different characteristics. Roar, 8 roars came from 8 directions, and the heavenly realm was deeply shaken. The 8 ancestral dragons could feel the re-emergence of the godly dragon. The godly dragon represented the real heavenly Tao, and Zhen Yuanzi and the Queen Mother of the West were only messengers. The godly dragon's ideas could lead to birth and destruction. The 9 ancestral dragons were the sons of the godly dragon. They were created by the nature essence and had the bloodline of the godly dragon. They each had their own forms but were still just clones of the godly dragon. Father! Father! Zhao Kuo looked up with excitement and shouted with thrill. He didn't expect that Zhao Horan's dragon soul could attract the will of the godly dragon. However, when Zhao Kuo thought more about it, he realized that the godly dragon had protected him from the world-ending lightning tribulation. If Zhao Horan's dragon soul had merged with the godly dragon's will, then Zhao Horan could be reborn through the godly dragon's power. Grandpa. Hao Ren was a bit nervous and didn't know how to address him. He seemed to have seen Zhao Horan, so he just called him Grandpa. A thin lightning bolt was shot out from the will of the godly dragon, and it was shot into Hao Ren's head. This counted as going through the heavenly tribulation. Hao Ren could feel that his 5-petal realm became more stable. When Lu Linlin and Lu Lili saw Hao Ren being hit by a bolt of lightning, they wanted to rush over to shield it for him, but an invisible energy barrier blocked them. The will of the godly dragon shined, and light fragments started to gather. Then, Zhao Horan appeared. Zhao Horan had inherited the godly dragon's will with his 1,000-year-old dragon soul. He lifted his hand lightly, which sent Hao Ren flying toward Lu Linlin and Lu Lili and away from the dragon tomb. Zhao Horan was once the strongest in the dragon tribe. However, since his murderous spirit was too strong, he couldn't get his heavenly tribulation. No one would have expected him to be able to merge with the will of the godly dragon after he died. It was impossible to predict fate. Everything seemed like they were based on luck, but people must work hard for it. Hao Ren had great luck, but he had worked very hard in cultivation as well. Loyalty, trustworthiness, righteousness, benevolence, bravery. Not many people could have all these virtues. Hao Ren wasn't the chosen one, but he was blessed by the heavenly Tao. Zhao Horan had these virtues and passed them on to his 3 sons as part of his legacy. Father, I will guard your tomb for 3 years. Zhao Kuo saw the light's fragments forming the image of Zhao Horan, but he wasn't sure whether Zhao Horan was dead or back alive. One thing was for sure. Zhao Kuo had decided that he would bury Zhao Horan in the heavenly realm dragon tomb and guard his tomb for 3 years. Bam! A white light appeared on top of the heavenly realm dragon tomb, and Zhao Horan's image disappeared. Zhao Kuo watched as the white light faded, and he sat down cross-legged. Regardless of whether Zhao Horan could reborn or not, he would sit here and guard his father's tomb for 3 years. The world seemed to quiet down suddenly. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili grabbed onto Hao Ren's arms. They stood close to Hao Ren and did not know what to do next. The heavenly heart palace that was far away was quiet. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Hao Ren, then at Sun Wukong, and lastly at the heavenly heart palace. Chenxin, Chenyi, you both now understand love. I will not keep you, a voice sounded from the heavenly heart palace. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili opened their eyes wide and stared at the heavenly heart palace. Hao Ren, I'll let Chenxin and Chenyi marry you. You must treat them well. Chenxin, Chenyi, you both cannot be spoiled. Thank you, Saint Mother. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili heard the Queen Mother of the West's words, and they were so happy that tears rolled down their faces. They wanted to just stay by Hao Ren's side, and now they felt they would miss the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West simply let them marry, and they did not get lavish gifts. The Queen Mother of the West followed the heavenly Tao when dealing with Chenxin and Chenyi. Those heavenly immortals looked at each other in shock since they didn't believe that the Queen Mother of the West just let Chenxin and Chenyi marry someone who was only at the 5-petal realm. Only a few 6-petal realm cultivators understood the Queen Mother of the West's intention. She wanted to complete the love between the 3, just like how Empire Yao let his daughters marry Empire Shun to make everything smooth and perfect. You can only get 3 drops of water from the ageless godly spring of Kunlun Mountain. Then, it will be locked forever, the Queen Mother of the West said. Thank you, Saint Mother. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili said happily when they heard the words. Hao Ren's grandma and Suhan both had devil essence inside them. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were the heavenly heart palace masters, and they begged the Queen Mother of the West for help when they found out. However, the Queen Mother of the West didn't agree. Now that the Queen Mother of the West had agreed to give them 3 drops from the ageless godly spring, it was like a special gift to them. You are Chu Niu's grandson and the Kirin and Phoenix's son. I will crown you as the heavenly beast, and you will be able to come and go from the heavenly realm freely as you wish. A beam of white light suddenly shot out of the heavenly heart palace. Zhen Kongming, the black Kirin, wanted to dodge but couldn't avoid that high-speed white light. On his black forehead, a white spot appeared and turned into a white 3-leaf clover symbol. Only those godly beasts could enter the heavenly realm. The only exception was Sun Wukong. He had defeated all the cultivators of the heavenly realm fair and square. Even the world-ending lightning tribulation didn't harm him. That was why Sun Wukong was allowed in the heavenly realm. The Queen Mother of the West gave Zhen Kongming the pass to the heavenly realm, and that was equivalent to giving him the status of godly beast. This was also returning a favor to Chu Niu. Zhen Yuan Immortal, your 3rd brother probably needs you to teach him more rules, the Queen Mother of the West said. Of course, Zhen Yuanzi said while wiping off some cold sweat from his forehead. He had miscalculated, and this mistake almost created a great disaster. However, the Queen Mother of the West had been a great leader all these years, and she was well prepared for the situation. The Queen Mother of the West was still of a lower status than Zhen Yuanzi, and she also knew that he was the big brother of Sun Wukong. Since only Zhen Yuanzi could talk sense into Sun Wukong, so she didn't want to embarrass him too much. Zhen Yuanzi thought carefully and realized that the Queen Mother of the West had let her 2 daughters to marry Hao Ren, and he was Hao Ren's big brother. Then, he was now 1 generation lower than the Queen Mother of the West. He was only troubled for a second since he realized that he was only in charge of Sun Wukong and Hao Ren, and this was much easier than the Queen Mother of the West since she had to manage many heavenly immortals. Saint Mother, we will come back and visit you. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili shouted as they saw the lights around the heavenly heart palace dim down. They were really going to leave with Hao Ren, and they felt like they owed the Queen Mother of the West so much. No need to talk more. Two green light beams shot from the Heavenly Heart Palace and pushed Lu Linlin and Lu Lily outside of the Heavenly Gate. Hao Ren was also blown away by the strong wind, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily instantly grabbed his left and right hands so that they would fall together. A white light sparkled on the Black Kiran's forehead, and Zhen Kongming suddenly found himself transforming back to his human form. He was naked, so he immediately grabbed a robe from a heavenly immortal and chased after Hao Ren. Zhen Yuanzi stood in the same spot for a while to think. Then, he flew over to chat with Sun Wukong before flying toward the Demon Sea so that he could comfort Yazi. He knew Sun Wukong well, so he was sure that Sun Wukong was staring at this third brother and would go find Hao Ren in the future. Hao Ren had cultivated for a bit over a year, and he had reached this level. It was similar to the cultivation speed of Sun Wukong when he just started out. Su Wukong thought that if he wanted to get to the nine-petal realm, the key was Hao Ren. Hao Ren had pursued righteous while Su Wukong pursued dominance. Which path was better? It was a mystery. However, it seemed like both paths led to the nine-petal realm. Hao Ren held onto Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. They were all at the five-petal realm now. They crossed ninth heaven and entered eighth heaven with no hesitation at all. They immediately passed 7th heaven, 6th heaven, and 5th heaven before heading to Kunlun Mountain. Grandma was immortal, and she was in great danger. A minute wasted was a minute of lost hope. Hao Ren wanted to go to Kunlun Mountain as soon as possible to get the water from the ageless godly spring to save Grandma and Suhan. There were still a few soul formation realm cultivators on guard in Kunlun Mountain. They knew that Yazi had appeared in East Ocean City, but it didn't matter to them. Their job was to protect Kunlun Mountain. When Hao Ren and the Lu sisters appeared, they were immediately alarmed. "We have the order from the Saint Mother. Open the spring," Lu Linlin and Lu Lily said together. They let out their pure five-petal realm powers, and it was so bright that the soul formation realm cultivators couldn't even open their eyes. The female disciples nearby were shocked to see Hao Ren and the Lu sisters. They could tell that the Lu sisters were cultivators of the heavenly realm from the essence that they emitted. Sensing the auras of cultivators of the heavenly realm who cultivated techniques taught by the Queen Mother of the West, the lotus flowers in the pond in front of Kunlun Palace bloomed. Whoosh! All the flowers in Kunlun Mountain bloomed. It was winter in Kunlun Mountain, but it became so warm that it felt like spring. Kunlun Mountain was locked up for more than 10,000 years, and it opened up to meet its master. The palace made from gold and jade sensed the Lu sisters, and it let out a mysterious light that shone even brighter. At the same time, all the palaces around them shone. The bridge between the palaces let out sparkling glitters, and all the birds and creatures in the forest sang. When the Lu sisters entered Kunlun Mountain, they had awakened the slumbering Kunlun Mountain. Now, Kunlun Mountain was back to its prime. This was a paradise. Those soul formation realm cultivators who were guarding Kunlun Mountain were at a loss for words. Although they were allowed to enter Kunlun Mountain, they had never seen it like this. This was how Kunlun Mountain truly looked. If fairies were flying around and godly beasts appeared, then it would truly become the Kunlun Mountain when the Queen Mother of the West like here. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily landed before the pond, and they lifted their yin-yang bracelets softly. 5-petaled lotuses appeared in their bracelets and let out soft and holy lights. The Queen Mother of the West created the method of cultivating vital soul lotus, and that was why Kunlun Mountain was a saint land. Many ancient cultivators started their journey from Kunlun Mountain, and they had become soul formation realm cultivators, heavenly dragons, and demon kings. When their levels became high enough, it would come back to the method of growing vital soul lotus which was started by Queen Mother of the West. Even those ancient cultivators who didn't use this method, their strengths were converted to this scale when referring to them. The 9 ancestral dragons were in the 8-petal realm, and the godly dragon was in the 9-petal realm. Just when everyone thought that the highest realm reachable by cultivators was the 7-petal realm, Sun Wukong appeared and surpassed everyone's expectations. Su Wukong was a demon king, but he was able to cultivate to the same 8-petal realm as the ancestral dragons. When Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were letting out powers of the real vital soul lotus, the soul formation realm cultivators who were 4-petal realm cultivators felt like they saw the Queen Mother of the West herself and were all in awe. Kunlun Mountain that had been sealed for more than 10,000 years was reopened. The key to unlocking Kunlun Mountain was Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and their yin-yang bracelets. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily turned into two light beams and went flying into the Kunlun Palace. They used their yin-yang bracelets and their own bodies to unlock the Kunlun Palace. This was because they were able to maintain their pure immortal physique. In the future, they wouldn't be able to open Kunlun Palace again. This was another test that the Queen Mother of the West had for Hao Ren. If Hao Ren was lustful, then he could never get his hands on the water from the ageless godly spring. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily flew out of the Kunlun Palace with 3 jade bottles, and they looked ecstatic. Chapter 788. Coming back to life, each of the 3 jade bottles had a drop of water from the ageless godly spring. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had followed the Queen Mother of the West strictly by not taking even a drop more. Kunlun Mountain was suddenly sealed off again, and the Soul Formation Realm cultivators and the hundreds of female disciples in white watched as Hao Ren and the 2 beautiful girls left Kunlun Mountain. When Kunlun Mountain could no longer feel sense Linlin and Lu Lily's presence, it started to decrease its glamour. Although it still looked like spring with birds chirping and flowers blooming, the mountain was not at its peak anymore. Those cultivators who had witnessed what happened could feel that the mountain was less lively. They looked up and wondered when Kunlun Mountain would see its masters again. Hao Ren was so worried about his grandma that he held onto the Lu sisters' hands and flew rapidly toward East Ocean City. A day spent on the heavenly realm was equivalent to a year on land. They had been on the heavenly realm for a bit and did not know how many days had passed on land. If grandma had passed away, then Hao Ren would regret it for the rest of his life. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily could tell that Hao Ren was anxious, so they also flew at their fastest speed. The 3 flew so fast that they looked like 3 shooting stars to the people on the ground. It was raining in East Ocean City, and the rain slowly washed away the traces of the battle between Yazi and all those cultivators. However, workers were working diligently and rebuilding the collapsed buildings by the sea. Such a collapse could only be blamed on the natural disaster. All the news on the television reported on the rebuilding of East Ocean City, and some people claimed that they saw Phoenix Kirin in the sky. Even those who tried to use a camera to film had nothing on the recordings. What they saw could only become an urban legend but not fact. People's lives started to become more stable, but Hao Ren knew that killing God Yazi had appeared in the world. If this were all the destruction that he would cause, then no one would fear him this much. Hao Ren created an energy sphere and pulled Lu Linlin and Lu Lily toward the Eastern Hospital. Hao Ren didn't know how many days had passed, but the hospital had been renovated. There were also quite a few police officers patrolling the hallways of the hospital. They seemed to be still investigating the hospital's explosion case. However, they were unable to find traces of explosives anywhere and reached a deadlock in their case. Hao Ren suddenly thought about how much trouble those bad cultivators would cause. Now that the Dragon God Shrine had collapsed, there was no organization to monitor the Dragon Tribe anymore. Those cultivators who weren't in the territories of the Dragon clans would be free to do whatever they wanted. Hao Ren suddenly had a thought. He wondered if the young cultivators of his calligraphy club back in East Ocean University could handle such a responsibility. Ethereal Summit could become the Dragon God Shrine for human cultivators on and above 5th Heaven, and 7-Star Sect, Changhua Sect, and Qin Yin Sect could be in charge of dealing with the disputes between cultivators and prevent chaos. These thoughts did come up, but they weren't the top priority for Hao Ren since his grandma was still in danger. Grandma. Hao Ren pushed open the ward door and rushed in. People were standing around the bed, and Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were also there with tears on their faces. Grandma's face was already looking black, and the doctors in the ward could do nothing to help. When they saw Hao Ren and the Lu sisters barging in, they were all shocked. Hao Ren. Where in the world have you been this week? When Hao Zhonghua saw Hao Ren, he could care less about being quiet in the hospital, and he was so mad that he just shouted at Hao Ren. Grandma's situation had worsened during the week. More specialists from Beijing came to help Grandma, but none of them could do anything. Even Bai Zi, who was known to be the best in the industry, could do nothing. She only said that there was still a small chance, but she couldn't really do much other than that. Hao Zhonghua wanted Grandma to see Hao Ren for the last time. However, Hao Ren had left the room on the day of the explosion and hadn't come back until now. They couldn't even reach him when he was missing. Hao Zonghua couldn't be blamed for being this mad since he didn't want Grandma to pass away with regret of not being able to see her grandson for one last time. Grandma. Hao Ren ignored Hao Zonghua as he hurried to grab onto Grandma's hand. Grandma's hand was warm before, but now it was ice cold. Hao Ren could feel her pulse, but it was very chaotic. Grandma's chance of surviving was small as the devil essence had spread throughout her body. Hao Ren suddenly stood up and grabbed onto Xie Yujia's arm. He led her to a corner and asked her, "Where's the celestial liquid that we collected from Kunlun Mountain?" "It's still here." Xie Yujia took out a jade bottle from her bracelet as the sad expression stayed on her face. Hao Ren took out one of the jade bottles and dripped that one drop of water from the ageless godly spring into the celestial liquid that they got last time. The pure celestial water suddenly turned into a golden color. As this, Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren in shock, and her eyes lit up with hope. "Is this water from the ageless godly spring?" "Yeah." Hao Ren clenched his teeth and nodded. Then, he returned to Grandma's side. "Ren, is this Ren?" Grandma lied helplessly on the bed as she tried to shout out in a weak voice. She did not have the energy to open her eyes anymore, but she could feel that Hao Ren had returned. "Grandma, it's me." Hao Ren held onto Grandma's wrist, and tears just started to pour down. Grandma had still been thinking about Hao Ren even when she was close to the state of coma. If Hao Ren couldn't save her, he would never forgive himself. Hao Zonghua saw Hao Ren's tears and knew that he cared about Grandma, so he was less angry. Then, he saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and realized that Hao Ren probably had gone to look for them. Mom has treated the Lu sisters like her own granddaughters, and she loves them dearly, Hao Zonghua thought to himself. He believed that Hao Ren had gone to a southern city to get them so that Grandma could see them one last time. Although Hao Zonghua thought that Hao Ren got the priorities wrong, the latter's love toward Grandma was undeniable. "Ren. You have to take good care of Yujia and Z." Grandma was able to finally say what she kept in her heart for so long. Also, the Lu sisters, you don't have to worry about me." Grandma's breath started to fasten. She hadn't spoken in a few days, but she suddenly had a lot to say when she saw Hao Ren. "Grandma." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily could no longer hold back their emotions, and they ran to Grandma's side and started crying. They were so touched that Grandma still thought about them when she was in such a condition. Linlin, Lily, Grandma was pleasantly surprised, and she smiled. Grandma has no regrets. "Grandma. Drink some water." Hao Ren quickly put the jade bottle by Grandma's dry lips. Hao Zonghua wanted to stop Hao Ren from moving Grandma, but Bai Zi who was standing by his side stopped him. Hao Zonghua thought that they did all they could for Grandma, it was only right for Hao Ren to show his love. The mystical golden water touched Grandma's lips and went into her throat. It was only a little bit of water, but it still made Grandma cough a bit. Grandma had been living on machines these few days. All she wanted was to see Hao Ren for the last time. When Yu Yang saw her coughing, she hurried to help Grandma sit up so that she could breathe. Although she and Grandma had a lot of disputes, especially when Grandma reprimanded her for not taking care of the family, she still showed that she was a good wife. 3 drops of the diluted water from the ageless godly spring flowed in Grandma's body, and the devil essence inside her was pushed out. "Ren, what is this water? It tastes so good." Grandma took a deep breath and asked. Hao Zonghua had been by Grandma's side in the last while, and he was shocked at how she was able to say so much and say it so clearly. However, he thought that this was due to the terminal lucidity since Grandma was excited to see her grandson. "Grandma, if you want to drink more, then drink more." Hao Ren helped Grandma to get up and poured more water into her mouth slowly and carefully. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily helped support Grandma's back. They looked as if they were softly holding Grandma, but they were healing Grandma's meridians so that the spring water could go through her whole body. This one drop of water from the ageless godly spring was not only able to get rid of devil essence but also revitalize Grandma. This whole situation was a blessing in disguise. "Ren, Grandma is pleased that you are so caring." Grandma touched her moisturized lips and said. Even though her words sounded like her last words, her voice was brighter and louder. She no longer seemed like a person in the critical condition. "Grandma, if you can drink more, please drink more," Hao Ren said. "I will drink," Grandma said decisively. She felt like today was her last day on earth. Since her grandson wanted to show his care, she wanted to enjoy her final moments. That was why she was trying so hard to finish the water so that Hao Ren could feel happy. Although Hao Zhonghua was worried about Grandma, he didn't do anything to stop Hao Ren when he saw how determined Grandma was. He just stood there, biting his lips in pain. He spent too little time with Grandma these years, and Hao Ren was by Grandma's side while he had his wife were away. Grandma and Hao Ren took care of each other. Now that Hao Zhonghua saw how determined Grandma was in finishing the drink that Hao Ren provided, he felt ashamed and was full of regret. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Grandma had finished the small bottle of water. Suddenly, she felt very energetic and not sick at all. Her body still felt soft, but she felt refreshed and energetic. This is probably the last moment for me. Grandma still thought that she couldn't make it. Ah! Suddenly, a doctor in the room shouted out. The monitoring device showed that Grandma's heartbeat was no longer weak and chaotic. Instead, it was full of energy. Although Hao Zhonghua wasn't a doctor, he was still familiar with these devices. When he saw Grandma's pulse changing on the display, he was pleasantly surprised. "Grandma, you'll be well very soon," Hao Ren whispered by Grandma's ears. Grandma didn't know why she got the confidence, but she nodded and replied, "Ren, Grandma will definitely get well." She smiled and continued, "Grandma always said that the East Ocean Dragon King is the protector of East Ocean City. Good people will have good blessings. Good people will live in longevity." Zhao Hongyu was standing by the wall, and she turned to Zhao Guang and smiled when she heard that. Grandma would never know that the East Ocean Dragon King was right in the room. The few doctors in the room noticed Grandma's change in health, so they asked Bai Zi about what to do. Then, they hurried to get a few specialists here to look at Grandma. Since the doctors had to examine Grandma's condition, they needed to clear everyone out except Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang since the room was too packed. Hao Ren knew that Grandma would be fine, and Bai Zi was also there. Therefore, he hurried to Suhan's room which was next door. He pushed the door open and saw only Kui and Su Rui in there. Hao Ren didn't mind the stares from them and walked directly toward Suhan's bedside. Kui stood on one side of the bed while Su Rui stood on the other side. They each held onto one of Suhan's hands, but one black vine could be seen in each of Suhan's arms. Kui and Su Rui didn't eat or drink in the last few days, and they had taken turns giving Suhan their connate vital essence to keep Suhan alive. However, that was all that they could do since they couldn't get the immortal elixir from the Queen Mother of the West. Regardless of their realms, they still were unable to save their daughter who was in the three-petal realm. Hao Ren walked toward Suhan and looked down at her as if she were the sleeping beauty. Suhan had been diligent in cultivation, and it would be a pity if Hao Ren didn't obtain the 3 drops of water from the ageless godly spring. If that was her fate, then it was too cruel. He knew how hard Suhan had worked to try to reach the heavenly dragon realm. She didn't even have friends because she dedicated her life to cultivation. Even though she acted cold, there was a warm and soft spot in her heart that not many people knew. Right now, she didn't even know that her own parents were by her side because she was in a coma. If she couldn't regain her consciousness, she would never get to see her parents. She would die in grief and disappear from this world forever. Suhan was the most pitiful person. Hao Ren took out a small jade bottle from his necklace which Suhan gave him when he just started cultivating. Then, he opened the bottle and put it by Suhan's lips. Kui and Su Rui stared at him in surprise. As a 5-petal realm cultivator and a 4-petal realm cultivator, they could tell that the jade bottle held a liquid which was full of nature essence. The golden water droplet from the ageless godly spring touched Suhan's cherry-colored lips and went through her mouth. Although the devil essence entered her body, and she was at the brink of death, she was still beautiful. Su Rui and Kui looked at each other and immediately started to inject more energy into Suhan's body. Suhan's meridians were all destroyed, and her dragon core's reaction was getting weaker by the moment. With just Suhan's nature essence, she would not be able to utilize the nature essence inside the celestial water. If Kui and Su Rui didn't take turns giving Suhan their nature essence, Suhan's 6 senses would all shut down, and she would die. The celestial liquid from the ageless godly spring was able to disperse the devil essence inside Suhan's body, and Su Rui and Kui used their nature essence to help the celestial liquid go through the small meridians inside Suhan's body so that her body could be completely purified. This celestial liquid from the ageless spring water could dissolve the devil essence but also revitalize her meridians. With its help, Suhan would be able to heal completely. Su Rui and Kui, who had almost given up hope, were excited. Even though they didn't talk to each other, they continued to give Suhan all their nature essence. They even wanted to push her to the four-petal realm. Suhan felt like she had been stuck in a dark swamp, and she tried to climb back out. Suddenly, she saw a dash of light, and she slowly recovered and could sense her surroundings. When she opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Hao Ren. Hao Ren was smiling with relief, and he was holding a jade bottle. There was still some celestial liquid inside the bottle, so it leaked out an immense amount of nature essence. He looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world and saved her from death. Hao Ren, she uttered Hao Ren's name softly with confusion in her eyes. When she uttered Hao Ren's name, she suddenly felt incredibly touched, as if all the emotions that she had been holding back all her life exploded. The things that she couldn't seem to say were now jumping out from her mind. Hao Ren was always there by her side when she needed help. It's okay. Hao Ren smiled softly. Suhan blinked her eyes as she slowly sat up. Then, she saw Kui and Su Rui by her side and instantly understood who they were. Han, Su Rui and Kui said at the same time with a bit of hesitation in their voices. Suhan looked at them coldly and paused for a few seconds before slightly nodding at them. Both her mom and dad were heavenly dragons. She tried so hard to cultivate since she wanted to know who her parents were. Now that she saw them, she wasn't as excited as she had imagined it. It seemed like her relationship with Hao Ren was much deeper than that with her parents. When the devil essence was inside you, if it weren't for your parents who used their connate vital essence to prolong your life, you wouldn't be able to make it, Hao Ren explained. Suhan nodded and looked at Kui and Su Rui with a warmer expression. Kui and Su Rui were thankful to Hao Ren. There were things that they couldn't control, and because of that, Suhan had suffered. Now that Suhan had recovered to her peak Qian level strength, she would be able to break through to the heavenly dragon realm with their help rather easily. The dragon god shrine had collapsed, the barrier between Su Rui and Kui had disappeared, and their daughter was safe and sound. This was probably the best happy ending for the three. Get some rest. I'm going to go see Grandma, Hao Ren said as he smiled at Suhan. Suhan looked at Hao Ren and thought for a while before suddenly jumping up to follow Hao Ren. She realized that Hao Ren was now at five-petal realm, and she now knew what she really wanted. Han, Kui and Su Rui stayed in the ward, and they could only watch as Suhan chased after Hao Ren. They tried but realized their daughter's feelings toward Hao Ren. Suhan's personality was exactly like her mother's. Suhan would persevere to the very last moment for the things that she wanted. If she couldn't get the things she wanted, she would rather not speak for a few hundred years than to give in. Sister Suhan, when Zhao Yanzi saw Suhan coming out of her ward, she called out in surprise. She knew that Suhan was in the room next to Grandma's and would visit Suhan when she had time. However, she knew that Suhan was in a worse condition than Grandma and had never woken up once. What she could do for Suhan was visit her for brief moments. Now that Suhan drank the celestial liquid from the ageless godly spring, the devil essence in her body was gone, and she had recovered her realm. Suhan smiled and patted Zhao Yanzi's head. She was in a good mood since the devil essence was gone, and so was her internal struggles. She had gotten the answer that she was always seeking. The doctors in Grandma's room were all surprised that Grandma had recovered, and she was getting healthier by the moment. The medical experts were unable to explain what had happened to Grandma when she was near death. Hao Zhonghua thought of something, and he felt like life was more mysterious than people had imagined. The hospital had exploded just recently, and he saw strange creatures in the sky. Many people of East Ocean City also claimed that they saw godly beasts, but there were also many people like Yu Yang who didn't see anything. If they were able to unravel these mysteries, then it would be a big leap for humanity. Hao Zhonghua didn't know that if his thoughts became real, then cultivation would be really normal in the world. There would be cultivators flying amongst the colorful billboards on the streets. Households would be able to use Dharma notes to control water and fire. Grandma, Suhan walked into Grandma's room in her pretty windbreaker. Little Su. Grandma turned even more energetic when she saw Suhan. I was sick in the last while and didn't know that you are also in this hospital. Sorry that I didn't come until now. Suhan walked over and held onto Grandma's hand. Don't be silly. If you're sick, you should get more rest. You don't need to come all the way here to visit me. Grandma was delighted to see Suhan. Grandma really liked Suhan. It seemed like it was fate. To Grandma, Suhan was the perfect granddaughter-in-law since she was kind, understanding, and mature. The doctors couldn't figure out what was going on, so they all left the room. Zhao Hongyu and the others were outside, and they came in to see how Grandma was doing when the doctors left. Just a few minutes ago, Grandma was in critical condition. Now, she was so energetic that she was chatting with Suhan. You couldn't blame how clueless the doctors were since everything just happened so quickly. Lady Zhen walked into the ward with Duan Yao. When Zhen Kongming came back to land, he changed back to his usual outfit and stood by Lady Zhen's side. Chen Lang was very handsome, even more attractive than all the celebrities on TV. He was by Lady Zhen's side, and they looked like a perfect match for each other. When Mayor Wu heard that Hao Zhonghua's mother had recovered, he brought Wu Luoxue along with him to visit Grandma immediately. Zhen Kongming had been on the dangerous journey to the heavenly realm, and he was excited to see Wu Luoxue. He dashed over and tried to hug her, but she had no idea about Zhen Kongming's journey and hid behind her dad in alarm. When Xie Yujia's parents heard that Hao Ren's grandma was in the critical condition, they took a break from their business in the US and rushed to Grandma's hospital. When they arrived, Grandma was already feeling better. The couple was happy to see Grandma well and lively. Zhao Yanzi's family, Zhen Kongming's family, Wu Luoxi's family, Xie Yujia's family, and even Su Han's family were all in the ward, and the atmosphere was very warm. Lu Lili and Lu Lili were by Hao Ren's side, and they stood in front of Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang, looking like a part of Hao Ren's family. The people in the room introduced themselves to each other, and the room was so lively that it felt like it was New Year's Eve. Grandma smiled and laughed and did not seem sick at all anymore. However, Duan Yao moved to a corner and didn't know where she should stand. Even though Lady Zhen was her master, the latter was with her family, so Duan Yao felt like it was wrong to stand with her. She had no relationships with the other families either. When she saw the families all together, she looked sad. She suddenly thought about Sky Mountain Sect but quickly shook her head in loneliness. Even if she went back to Sky Mountain Sect, she wouldn't be able to experience such a warm reunion. Yao, didn't you say that you want to eat spicy chicken wings? Ask your big brother Hao Ren to take you and get some. Lady Zhen realized how lonely Duan Yao was, so she started to talk to her. Grandma was still lying in her bed, and she now noticed that Duan Yao was in a corner all alone by herself even though everyone else was enjoying themselves with the others' company. Grandma felt bad for Duan Yao, so she said, "Yeah, Yao. It's too crowded in the room. Go ask your big brother Hao Ren to buy you whatever you want to eat." Duan Yao looked up at Hao Ren and shook her head. Then, she looked down again and nodded. Zhao Yanzi pouted. Just as she was going to do something, Xie Yujia grabbed her hand to stop her. Xie Yujia also realized how lonely Duan Yao was and felt bad for her. However, she knew that Duan Yao wouldn't be able to fit in. Even though Xie Yujia couldn't understand Duan Yao completely, she was able to understand the lonely feeling. "Let's go," Hao Ren said as he looked at Duan Yao who was in a colorful sweater and white jeans. Hao Ren knew that Grandma was going to be okay, so it would be fine not to stay in the ward. Duan Yao had left Sky Mountain Sect, so she was more pitiful. Duan Yao bit her lips and walked out of the ward with Hao Ren. Zhao Baibai was in children's clothing and had a golden hairpin on her hair. She knew that Hao Ren was going to get spicy chicken wings, and there was no way that they were going to eat without her, so she followed them out. Zhao Yanzi wanted to go along, but she wasn't as worried when she saw Little White by Hao Ren's side. There was a fast food chain near the hospital. Hao Ren found a seat for Duan Yao first before lining up to buy food with Little White. Duan Yao sat in the seat quietly, and she didn't react to the people staring at her. She was in a colorful sweater, and her skin was snow white. She looked like a delicate doll and an idol. "Daddy, hug." Zhao Baibai raised her arms at Hao Ren. All at once, everyone looked toward Hao Ren. Zhao Baibai's voice was sweet, and she looked incredibly cute. Therefore, everyone looked at this cute little girl. When they saw how young Hao Ren was, they were a bit envious and thought, he already has such a cute daughter. Wait, did he get someone pregnant when he was still a student? He is so young. Hao Ren rolled his eyes but still picked up Zhao Baibai so that she could sit on his arms. However, he also lightly smacked her head. Zhao Baibai smiled very sweetly. Then, she held onto Hao Ren's neck and was able to see the menu. Even though she couldn't read, she was still able to understand the pictures. When the employees at the fast food chain saw Zhao Baibai, they were charmed by her cuteness and wanted to give Hao Ren a discount. When Hao Ren returned with food while holding Zhao Baibai in his arms, Duan Yao was sitting in her seat quietly and looking over. She was unfamiliar with this environment, and the only person whom she knew was Hao Ren, her mortal enemy. The spicy chicken wings were freshly cooked, and she had never had anything like that before. When Lady Zhen took her shopping, they didn't have enough time to eat, so Lady Zhen only bought new clothes for her. "Daddy, eat." Zhao Baibai waved a fried chicken wing with her hand. "Stop pretending to be cute." Hao Ren lightly smacked her head again. When people around saw how Hao Ren bullied his daughter, they wanted to hit Hao Ren so badly. However, this little girl was not their daughter, so they could only watch. Gulp, gulp. Zhao Baibai devoured the chicken wings fast, showing her natural tendency as a snow lion. Duan Yao smelled the tasty chicken wings, so she finally gave in and reached for a chicken wing. The fast food that the kids nowadays ate on the regular were alluring these two girls. Hao Ren didn't eat. He just smiled and looked at Duan Yao, who was trying to stop herself but couldn't help but eat. Duan Yao looked up and saw Hao Ren looking at her, so she glared back at him. Humph, humph. Even though she ate the food that Hao Ren bought, it did not mean that she was going to forgive him. Very soon, her glare softened. She felt lonely in this unfamiliar environment. I'm going back to my master, she suddenly said while eating. Hao Ren nodded. I will for sure kill you in the future. Duan Yao raised her eyebrows. Okay. Hao Ren nodded softly. Aren't you scared? Duan Yao glared at Hao Ren again. Hao Ren nodded again. He was already at the five-petal realm, so he wasn't afraid of Duan Yao, who was only the nascent soul realm. Even if Duan Yao increased her realm in the future, he still wasn't scared that she would do anything harmful to him. Duan Yao was at a loss for words. She stared at a corner of the table for a few seconds and then looked down at her food before eating silently. Her strong urge was now so weak that it almost didn't exist. Did this colorful world weaken my will? Duan Yao asked herself, but she couldn't find an answer. She didn't know when, but her relationship with Hao Ren had turned so friendly and warm even though they were enemies. Hao Ren was calm and not at all angry, so Duan Yao felt like her fists hit some fluffy marshmallow, and she could no longer be mad. Maybe it was because her perspective toward Hao Ren had changed. She no longer felt so much hate toward Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. When Zhao Yanzi was crying her hearts out in Grandma's ward, Duan Yao was touched and empathized with her. If I lived with Zhao Yanzi peacefully, we would probably become good friends. Duan Yao thought for a bit and said, I want to stay. Bam! An explosion sounded. Hao Ren looked up and saw a devil dragon flying in the sky through the window. It finally had come. Hao Ren left Duan Yao and Zhao Baibai in the restaurant and rushed out. When the explosion happened, the people on the streets evacuated quickly. Their first reaction was that it was a bomb, and a war was about to begin. Hao Ren created a red energy sphere and flew toward the sky. Zhao Kuo was guarding Zhao Horan's dragon soul at the dragon tomb on the heavenly realm. So Hao Ren was the only one to represent the East Ocean Dragon Clan and protect East Ocean City. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 dashes of lights flew out from the hospital, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily joined Hao Ren. This devil dragon had rested for 2 weeks and somehow got to the 7-petal realm. The Lu sisters saw the devil dragon coming out from the sea, so they realized that it had been hiding in the Devil Eye, which was located in the back mountain of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Hao Ren had already used the ocean pacifying godly pillar to extinguish the devil essence, but he didn't know that the devil dragon was hiding in the depths of the Devil Eye. If the ocean pacifying godly pillar were placed back onto the Devil Eye to suppress it, then the devil dragon would be eternally trapped. However, Hao Ren had turned the ocean pacifying godly pillar into his natal Dharma treasure, so he wasn't able to seal the Devil Eye. The heavenly Tao rotated, and Yazi was released into the world. He should be the one to kill this devil dragon, but he wasn't as strong as he would be because Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo wounded him. This enabled the devil dragon to find a path to escape. Hiss! 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 The black devil dragon was swimming in the thunderclouds. Then, he turned into his human form. This person was dark, and he looked like Shu Ke, who had many black thorns on his body. Obviously, he had turned into a devil. Hao Ren flew up high, and he was a bit shocked when he saw how the devil dragon looked like Shu Ke instead of Taii Cavemaster. Whoosh! 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 Kui, Su Rui, Lady Zhen, and Qin Lang all flew out of the hospital. They looked at each other and realized why this devil dragon had appeared at this time. This devil dragon probably detected the disappearance of his devil essence in Suhan and Grandma's bodies after they drank the celestial water that Hao Ren obtained from the ageless godly spring. Therefore, the devil dragon absorbed the rest of the devil essence in the devil eye and came out of the sea. This devil dragon was now in the seven-petal realm, and it was too strong for them to deal with. The situation wasn't pretty. Yazi was in the eight-petal realm, and he used the Hunden power, which was stronger than the five elemental nature essences yet still connected with the five elemental nature essences. That was why Yazi was so powerful. The devil essence was something different from the five elemental nature essence. The devil essence was on the same level as the Hunden power. This meant that the people who couldn't use all five elemental nature essences or Hunden power wouldn't be able to battle this devil dragon. Otherwise, they would end up like Suhan, becoming contaminated by the devil essence. Only Hao Ren, who cultivated all five elemental nature essences at the same time, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who cultivated five elemental nature essences on the heavenly realm, could fight against this devil dragon. The three surrounded the devil dragon in the sky, trying to stop it from running to elsewhere since the devil essence was deadly to mortals. Cultivators like Lady Zhen didn't use to care about the mortals' lives. Yazi was the one who controlled death in the heavenly Tao, and he should be the one to kill everyone who had devil essence on them to prevent further deaths of the innocents. However, the heavenly Tao had been disrupted by all these cultivators, and Yazi was no longer capable of fulfilling his duties. These cultivators were left with the responsibility to destroy the devil dragon. Also, since Hao Ren benefited from being chosen by Zhen Yuanzi, he was responsible for upholding the heavenly Tao. Shu Ke still looked handsome, but his eyes and skin were all pure black. He looked incredibly frightening. He had a pair of wings on his back, and sharp claws extended from his hands and feet. Shu Ke, I have a drop of celestial water from the ageless godly spring, and it can help you dissolve the devil essence. If you want, there might be a chance that you can return to normal. Hao Ren shouted as he took out the jade bottle from his necklace and raised it in the air. When Hao Ren saw the devil dragon turning into Shu Ke, he could see Shu Ke's emotions through the devil dragon. He felt that Shu Ke had been taken advantage of and killed by Taii Cavemaster, and the Shu Ke that he knew back in East Ocean University wasn't really that bad. Therefore, Hao Ren wanted to save him. Normal? Shu Ke's eyes were lit up with devil light. I have power now. Why in the world would I want to listen to you? He moved his hands around, and spirals of devil essence appeared in his palms. Hao Ren immediately put out two walls made from sword energies to protect himself, but was still sent flying for hundreds of meters. I want power. I want the world. I am no longer just a split soul. I am the god. Shu Ke raised his arms and shouted like a madman. Chapter 789. Beyond the Heavenly Tao. Hum. Seeing this sight, Lady Zhen and Qin Hong joined hands and used the Heaven-Earth Seal, engulfing the entire city. If the devil essence hit the city, at least tens of thousands of people would die. Hao Ren looked at him and knew that he had lost his mind. I want Xie Yujia. Hand her over, or I'll kill all the mortals in the world. Shu Ke lifted his head and roared again. While he hid in the devil eye and cultivated in the devil essence, it seemed to him that tens of thousands of years had passed. During that time, all he could think of was revenge. If a person was locked inside a sealed space for tens of thousands of years, they would surely go crazy. A few days on land was equivalent to tens of thousands of years in that chaotic space in the devil eye. When Shu Ke mentioned Xie Yujia's name, it touched Hao Ren's nerve. Glancing at Hao Ren from both sides, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily felt that Hao Ren was enraged instantly. If this devil dragon took Xie Yujia, it would be a disaster for her. Whoosh! Hao Ren's sword energies rushed out instantly. You are no match for me. I have the ultimate power. Shu Ke roared in a fury and shot out another surge of black devil essence. Now that he had condensed and absorbed the will of the heavenly devil, he would one day reach the nine-petal realm just like the godly dragon. It was the will of the godly dragon to appear and merged with Zhao Horan's dragon soul. Both heavenly devil and the godly dragon wanted to reappear in the world. The godly dragon, which represented the heavenly Tao, had sensed the danger and wanted to destroy the heavenly devil before the latter matured. However, if the nine-petal realm godly dragon and heavenly devil battled, the world would eventually be destroyed. In other words, if Hao Ren couldn't destroy Shu Ke, who was in the seven-petal realm, Shu Ke's soul would completely merge with the heavenly devil's will, which would trigger a fierce battle between the heavenly devil and the godly dragon when both came to live. Then, all the living beings in the world would turn into ashes. Guang, Shu Ke's devil essence and scattered Hao Ren's sword energies with ease. The intense devil essence dashing toward him gave Hao Ren a pressure that he had never experienced before. It felt even worse than the suppression from old grandma when he was at a low realm. Gongzi, drink the last drop of water from the ageless godly spring. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili urged him. Hao Ren blocked the devil essence with his sword energies quickly and drank that drop of water from ageless godly spring. Instantly, an icy and refreshing feeling rushed to his forehead, cleansing the five elemental nature essence and Hundan lightning energy in his body thoroughly. Emitting five colored lights, Hao Ren looked like a godly figure descending from the heaven. Gongzi, we'll help you. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili flew to his sides and took out the yin-yang bracelets, launching them toward Shu Ke, who had turned to a devil. According to the accurate calculation of the heavenly Tao, the person who should battle with the devil dragon was Zhao Kuo, who had the most powerful five-elemental cultivation technique, light-splitting sword shadow scroll, the best five-elemental mystic crystal, seven-core five-color lotus, and the best sacred treasure, the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, as well as the inheritance of the godly dragon's will. However, due to Hao Ren's appearance and Zhen Yuanzi's miscalculation, the operation of the heavenly Tao deviated from its course. Hao Ren possessed a portion of the power of the heavenly Tao power and obtained the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, and Zhao Kuo, who should battle the devil dragon with Yazi, stayed in the heavenly realm. Now that Yazi was wounded, and Zhao Kuo didn't have the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, Hao Ren was at a disadvantage to battle the devil dragon with the Lu sisters who were in the five-petal realm. It was why Zhen Yuanzi knew that he had made a big mistake which turned the situation unpredictable. Out! Shu Ke spat out a black sound wave which instantly sent Hao Ren and the Lu sisters flying for hundreds of meters. Surrounding the devil dragon from thousands of meters away, Kui and Lady looked at each other while a bad feeling rose in them. Hao Ren was absolutely no match for the devil dragon. Perhaps Hao Ren could cultivate to the seven-petal realm after 100 to 200 years, but now he had to face the seven-petal realm devil dragon. Both Queen Mother of the West and Zhen Yuanzi were seven-petal realm cultivators, but one had to govern the heavenly realm while the other had to oversee the earthly realm. They couldn't show their hands until the last moment. As to the eight-petal realm ancestral dragons, they must support the heaven and couldn't leave their positions when the devil dragon appeared. As to Yazi, who was supposed to manage the world for the next 500 years, he had been wounded. As to Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, who helped the Queen Mother of the West manage the heavenly realm, they were only at the five-petal realm now and couldn't do much. As to the ocean-pacifying godly pillar which could suppress the devil dragon, it couldn't release its true power under the restriction of Hao Ren's five-petal realm strength. Seal. Lady Zhen, Kui, Qin Hong, and Su Rui looked at each other and created the Great Square Array formation. The Queen Mother of the West had taught Lady Zhen this array formation when the latter was at Kunlun Mountain. With her array formation talent inherited from Chu Niu, Lady Zhen had quickly mastered it but had never got an opportunity to use it. Now, this array formation was created under her guidance. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. 4 images appeared in 4 directions. Lady Zhen stood firmly at the position of the Vermilion Bird, Qin Hong stood by the image of the Azure Dragon, and Kui and Su Rui represented White Tiger and Black Tortoise respectively. Due to their difference in realms and elemental attribute, the array which was created at the last moment wasn't very solid. However, it was formed by 4 powerful 4-petal realm or 5-petal realm cultivators, and they managed to raise 4 complete images which connected and surrounded Shu Ke. Attack. Hao Ren took the opportunity and condensed the ocean pacifying godly pillar into a beam of light, crashing it towards Shu Ke with vicious force. Without hesitation, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily turned the black and white bracelets into 2 blinding light beams which represented yin and yang in nature and hacked them towards Shu Ke. Hum. Hum. Lu sisters' black and white bracelets cut off the devil dragon's hands, and the ocean pacifying godly pillar pierced Shu Ke's chest. The great square array formation collapsed immediately since it wasn't too stable. Since the devil dragon was condensed from the devil essence and Shu Ke's mind and just inherited the will of the heavenly devil, he was powerful yet fragile as he wasn't mature yet. If he fled, he would suck essence blood from many mortals and form a complete body. If he achieved that, it would be hard to kill him. Shu Ke's image scattered gradually and turned into a cloud of black essence which was then cut into pieces and chunks by Hao Ren's sword energies containing Hundan lightning energy. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other and finally heaved a sigh of relief, and Lady Jen also exhaled deeply, surprised that the temporary Great Square Array formation could lock that devil dragon. As a split soul of Taii Cave Master, Shu Ke could have had a chance to live, but he had lost his mind by pursuing a power beyond his control. With all his nature essence exhausted, Hao Ren shook his head emotionally. Whoosh! Just as Hao Ren was about to check up on the city, he heard a gust of violent whirling wind in the high sky. He looked back and saw a black light beam dashing toward him from behind. In a hurry, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily raised their hands to block the black light beam even though they knew that their remaining strengths were not enough. No one had expected that the devil dragon would come back to life after being shattered by the ocean pacifying godly pillar. Ding! A colorful light beam suddenly flew up. In her traditional dress, Duan Yao appeared before Hao Ren abruptly. The protective talisman which Lady Jen gave her suddenly shattered, and the black light beam also pierced her 7-colored treasure dress. Like a piece of colorful ragged cloth, Duan Yao was sent flying toward Hao Ren. Yao! Lady Jen cried out in astonishment. She had not expected Duan Yao to rush out suddenly and block the sneak attack of the devil dragon for Hao Ren. Lady Jen dashed to Hao Ren's side instantly and caught Duan Yao. As Duan Yao's master, she had made all the treasures and clothes on Duan Yao and knew that they were not able to block the devil dragon. She didn't understand why Duan Yao would do this when she always stated that she would kill Hao Ren. Hao Ren also looked at Duan Yao, whose face turned white instantly in shock, and his mind turned blank. He had just treated Duan Yao to some spicy chicken wings, and the tension in their relationship had only eased a bit. He remembered that when he rushed out of the fast food restaurant, Duan Yao looked like she wanted to say something to him. Master, I just don't want him to die in other people's hands. With her eyes wide open, Duan Yao laid in Lady Jen's arms and said with gritted teeth. Silly, silly girl. Lady Jen's voice shook slightly. She liked Duan Yao a lot since the latter's stubborn character resembled hers. She had planned to raise Duan Yao as her daughter and teach her everything she knew, making her the most charming big demon king in the world. I, Duan Yao, never regret about anything I do. Duan Yao forced out a smile. Hao Ren panted heavily, and he looked at Duan Yao with a series of emotions flashing in his eyes. Wah! The black devil essence rushed out from Duan Yao's body and gradually condensed into Shu Ke's snickering image. Then, he dashed toward Hao Ren. How dare you hurt my third brother? A thunderous voice suddenly sounded from the sky, and Hao Ren felt as if his soul were sucked out while the ocean-pacifying godly pillar which had been refined into his natal Dharma treasure was suddenly drawn out from the top of his head. In a yellow cotton robe, Sun Wukong grabbed onto the ocean-pacifying godly pillar and smashed it toward Shu Ke. The world changed color. The slender staff instantly grew to the size of a huge mountain. The 7-petal realm devil dragon was about to release a lot of devil essence, but it was smashed into a cloud of black essence. With burning rage, Hao Ren grabbed onto the ocean-pacifying godly pillar which had suddenly returned to his body and released great waves of golden lights, crashing it toward the shattered devil dragon. Attack! 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 Hao Ren swung the ocean-pacifying godly pillar and struck the shattered body of the devil dragon repeatedly as if he had gone mad. Golden lights flashed in the sky while Hao Ren released all the nature essence in his mystic crystal and destroyed the last trace of the devil dragon. He smashed until the surrounding islands were flattened and a crater as wide as hundreds of meters appeared on the ocean surface. Zhen Yuanzi flew over from a distance and then left quietly after he saw that the devil dragon was destroyed. Sun Wukong was the only special figure who stayed outside of the heavenly Tao in the past tens of millions of years, which was why even the heavenly Tao couldn't be certain if he would help out. However, he had come to Hao Ren's rescue. From what Zhen Yuanzi saw, Hao Ren would also become a figure like Sun Wukong and stay outside of the heavenly Tao. The two figures who could stay outside of the heavenly Tao are both my brothers. Zhen Yuanzi floated away and thought smugly. Humph. After killing the devil dragon with one strike of the ocean pacifying godly pillar, Sun Wukong brushed the dust off his hands and vanished in a flash. Since Hao Ren called Sun Wukong second brother, he acknowledged Hao Ren as his third brother. While sweating, Hao Ren turned his head abruptly and saw Duan Yao lying in Lady Zhen's arms. Her breathing was shallow and slight. Duan Yao rushed out to block the attack for him, and it astonished not only Lady Zhen but him as well. The shock he experienced was beyond his words. Yao! Yao! Seeing the life gradually going out of Duan Yao, Lady Zhen was distressed, and she began injecting her natal vital essence into Duan Yao's body like crazy. Since Duan Yao had the pieces of the Kunun godly lamp in her body, they could seal Duan Yao's soul. Lady Zhen was determined to save her with her phoenix blood and even the Kirin blood of her husband. Her affection for Duan Yao had surpassed that for Zhen Kongming even though she hadn't shown it. "Master, Yao wants to die, don't save me," Duan Yao said weakly. Alone without a family and feel like she didn't have a home, Duan Yao found that life was joyless. Besides, her only fantasy had been cut up and divided, since it seemed impossible for her to stay on land. Lady Zhen looked up and suddenly saw Hao Ren flying over. She shivered and asked, You like this guy, right?" When Duan Yao didn't answer, she continued, "If you like this guy, I will catch him and make him stay by your side." Hearing her words, Duan Yao gave a sad smile and didn't answer, nor did she have the strength to speak. Sensing Duan Yao's life energy leaving her body quickly, Lady Zhen made a quick decision and pressed her palm onto the top of Duan Yao's head. Green lights flashed in Duan Yao's body while a lamp mark gradually formed on Duan Yao's forehead. Immortal physique. 5 elemental bloodline. Lady Zhen suddenly reached for Hao Ren. Kui and Su Rui tried to stop her but were knocked away by Lady Zhen. Feeling a cold sensation on his wrist, Hao Ren saw his blood gush out from it. Lady Zhen drew out the Kunlun godly lamp from Duan Yao's forehead and shot out dozens of complicated Dharma notes before putting Hao Ren's blood into the lamp. "This is all that I can do for you as your master. Whoever you saved must save you back." With the almighty array formation, Lady Zhen used the Kunlun godly lamp which was in Duan Yao's body to put her soul into the small world inside this godly lamp. Since Hao Ren's blood activated the Kunlun godly lamp, it had formed a bond with Hao Ren, which meant that only Hao Ren could open the small world in the future. Although Duan Yao didn't reply, Lady Zhen knew her answer. Among this group of people, it seemed that only Hao Ren had the potential to reach 8-petal realm. "I'll bring the godly lamp back to the demon sea. One day when you reach the 8-petal realm, come and bring Duan Yao back to life." Lady Zhen glared at Hao Ren and flew toward the demon sea with the ancient lamp in her hand. The dark clouds scattered, and the sky began to clear. Chapter 790. Perfect ending. 5 years later Hao Ren, the world-famous architect, got married. The wedding was held in East Ocean University's brand new Great Hall which Hao Ren had designed himself. It was put in use for the first time today, and it looked like a huge flying dragon. Everything in the building from the glass to the tiles was in a celebratory red. After graduation, Hao Ren entered LOM Studio. Under the guidance of the top architect Zhao Hongyu, he had taken over the management of the renowned studio with his extraordinary design abilities, becoming a rising star in the architect's circle. In a global ranking released recently, the studio ranked 16th in the world. This was why there were many seniors from the architect's circle in the Great Hall which was said to be specially designed by Hao Ren for his own wedding. Even some top architects flew in from New York, Paris, and London to attend the wedding. In his black tuxedo suit, Hao Ren was busy receiving guests. The great hall that had an area of thousands of square meters looked a bit tight for the crowd. His buddies from the university such as Zhao Jiayi, Zhou Liren, Cao Ronghua, Yu Rong, and Jiyu Jiadong came to the entrance of the great hall and looked up at the magnificent building, feeling emotional. It was the first time that they returned to East Ocean University after graduation. To their surprise, this elegant great hall had risen on campus in 1 year. It was said that Mingri Group funded the construction of the Great Hall, which cost hundreds of millions of yuan. It had become a symbol of East Ocean University and even East Ocean City, and it had been printed on postcards that represented the image of East Ocean City. Damn it! He's doing even better now. Yu Rong cussed jokingly while he dug out the invitation to show it to the pretty receptionists at the entrance before following Zhao Jiayi and the others into the Great Hall. The buddies in the dorm room had gone their own ways after graduation, but they had benefited from their good relationship with Hao Ren one way or another. Zhao Jiayi was now the head coach of the basketball team in East Ocean City and often appeared on the sports channel. Finding no job that he liked, Zhou Liren had come to work as a project manager in Mingri Group, which Hao Ren had shares in, and his monthly salary was tens of thousands of yuan. Cao Ronghua had gone to his hometown to do business. When he needed investment, Hao Ren had loaned him 2 million yuan, which made him a small local business owner. Everyone was doing well despite their poor performance in school. They all got stable jobs and a happy family. Even Zhou Liren, whose eyes would lit up whenever he saw beautiful girls, had married a sweet and cute girl and lived as a happy family man. The old classmates of Hao Ren had been wondering why he hadn't gotten married as his career was booming. Then, they received the invitations 3 months ago. Since the Great Hall was open to the public for the first time today, Zhao Jiayi and the others got stunned by the magnificent decorations. Looking at the giant chandelier with flashing golden lights in the center, Zhao Jiayi even suspected that it was made of pure gold. However, the truth was that it was only gilded with gold. While working at Mingri Group, Zhou Liren often went to see clients, but he had never seen such a grand venue, which was why he walked closer to Zhao Jiayi subconsciously. They had agreed not to bring their wives this time since they had wanted to experience the crazy day for men, playing games in the internet cafe outside the school for the whole night. Ma Lina. Ma Lina. Standing on his tiptoes, Zhou Liren spotted their classmate Ma Lina in the crowd and immediately yelled and beckoned to her. Clap. Zhao Jiayi slapped Zhou Liren's head. Great. Here you are. Ma Lina ran over and held Zhao Jiayi's arm. Looking at Zhou Liren in exasperation, Zhao Jiayi wondered if Zhou Liren was too dull. They had agreed to play games for the whole night, but Zhou Liren just called over Zhao Jiayi's wife. Sister-in-law. Zhou Liren called out to Ma Lina. Nodding in satisfaction, Ma Lina snuggled up to Zhao Jiayi's side. It's a pity that Yujia's wedding is after mine. Otherwise, I could have been her bridesmaid, Ma Lina said proudly. Forget it. You would have looked ugly standing beside Xie Yujia. Knowing his wife's temperament, Zhao Jiayi teased her. That's true. After hearing her husband's teasing words, Ma Lina wasn't angry. I just went to the dressing room, and Yujia is super beautiful today. She looks like a fairy that descended from heaven. I heard rumors that Hao Ren is supposed to marry the daughter of Mingri Group's CEO. Zhou Liren, since you are working at Mingri Group, tell us something that we don't know. Yu Rong bumped Zhou Liren and asked. I heard this rumor in the company as well. They said that Hao Ren is the son-in-law of the CEO. Speaking which, she was my little cousin. Nonsense. She never acknowledged you as her cousin. The others punched Zhou Liren jokingly. Speaking of Zhao Yanzi, she is now a student in East Ocean University and the most popular girl in school. To show off his knowledge, Jiyu Jiadong said with exaggerated envy. The rumor in the company says that Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren got married secretly half a month ago. Zhou Liren lowered his voice and said cautiously before glancing around. You can't say a word about it to others. Otherwise, Brother Hao would scold me for gossiping. Zhou Liren. What are you talking about? In a tuxedo suit, Hao Ren suddenly appeared behind them, making Zhou Liren jump up instantly. Hao Ren, congratulations. They were happy to see him and offered him big red envelopes and their best wishes. Hao Ren smiled and took the red envelopes before handing them to Zhao Baibai, who was standing by his side. Zhao Baibai was dressed prettily today, and there was a small pocket in front of her dress to store red envelopes. So cute. Zhou Liren took the opportunity to pat Zhao Baibai's head and change the topic. It was the public secret in Mingri Group that Hao Ren was intimate with Zhao Yanzi, and Zhao Guang regarded Hao Ren as his son-in-law. A senior manager had accidentally revealed to some employees that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi had gotten married. As a project manager and Hao Ren's old friend, Zhou Liren naturally got wind of the secret. Not liking strangers touching her head, Zhao Baibai pouted and brushed off Zhou Liren's paw. "Find your seats and help yourselves to the food here," Hao Ren said to them. In fact, the rumor that Zhou Liren heard was true. Half a month ago, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's wedding was held in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and it was the most magnificent wedding in the history of the dragon tribe. Guests including dragon kings, princes, and senior elders of every dragon palace sat around more than 1,000 tables. Even the peak Qian level cultivators of the Elder Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan came with young Metal Elemental dragons in person to congratulate them. The gifts from other dragon palaces filled East Ocean Dragon Palace's warehouse, and some of the precious gifts had to be piled up like a small hill on the square. Premier Shah, who had become a mortal, had made an exception and returned to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, sitting beside Zhao Guang as a senior of the family. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's wedding lasted 3 days, becoming the biggest gathering of the dragon cultivators in the past hundreds of years. Zhao Yanzi had given the wedding in the mortal world to Xie Yujia. She was the little Jumu in public, but she was actually the big Jumu in reality. Of course, after all the things that they had experienced, she didn't want to see Xie Yujia live a hard life. After all, Xie Yujia's parents were mortals, and they wanted their daughter to live a happy life. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu could live at least hundreds of years, which was the advantage of the dragon cultivators over the mortals. Meanwhile, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were doing Xie Yujia's hair in the dressing room while Zhao Yanzi sat opposite to Xie Yujia, helping her evaluate her makeup. "Big Jumu, you are nervous," Lu Linlin and Lu Lili said with a smile when they saw the slight shaking of Xie Yujia's hands. "Okay. Don't tease me," Xie Yujia said in embarrassment and reached out her hands to pinch their pink cheeks. "Sister Yujia, you're so beautiful." Zhao Yanzi studied Xie Yujia and said with a smile, showing her 2 little canine teeth. "You are the one who is getting more beautiful each day," Xie Yujia replied. After taking the beauty pill, her look hadn't changed in the last 5 years except that her skin got smoother and softer. However, Zhao Yanzi had become more and more beautiful and radiant in the past 5 years. Okay, don't fight. Big Jumu and small Jumu are both beautiful," Lu Linlin intervened. "You two are such smooth talkers." Xie Yujia reached out and lightly pinched their noses. In fact, she didn't have much makeup on. When the stylist they hired saw Xie Yujia's skin and look, she had been amazed. Not knowing how to do the makeup for Xie Yujia despite her 20 years of experience, she thought that any makeup would ruin Xie Yujia's perfect beauty. Therefore, only her hairstyle needed work, and that was the Lu sisters' strong point. That was why they offered to do hair for Xie Yujia. "Yujia, you're beautiful." In a white dress, Suhan pushed open the door and entered the room. "Sister Su." Xie Yujia cried out happily when she saw Suhan. After destroying the devil dragon, the world had become peaceful again. Under the guidance of her parents who were both heavenly dragons, Suhan's cultivation strength had improved swiftly, and she had reached the heavenly dragon realm 2 years later. Kui and Su Rui had gotten back together. Knowing Suhan's mind, they had left Suhan in East Ocean City with Hao Ren. After all, it was one of the things that everyone understood and accepted. "Sister Su, who do you think is more beautiful, me when I was on my wedding day or Sister Yujia?" In a good mood, Zhao Yanzi gave Suhan a difficult question. "Hee, you're both beautiful." Knowing that it was a trap, Suhan answered cleverly. "Ah, Sister Su, you are so cunning." Zhao Yanzi pouted and tilted her head to one side. These girls were good to each other, much like sisters. Since Suhan was the most mature one, she had become the elder sister and managed everything. "Sister Suhan, I had a problem when I cultivated yesterday." Xie Yujia turned her head and looked at Suhan. Having just reached the 4-petal realm, Suhan was weaker than the Lu sisters, but she had a more solid cultivation foundation and more experience, which was why she answered Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia's questions in terms of cultivation. Well, aren't you crazy about cultivation? You're still thinking about it on your wedding day. Suhan tapped Xie Yujia's forehead with her slim finger. Looking at Xie Yujia's beautiful face at such a close range, she suddenly felt a bit jealous. However, she remembered that Xie Yujia was the only mortal among them and the only one who needed to look after her parents. Therefore, she felt sorry for Xie Yujia. This was why she and the Lu sisters didn't fight with Xie Yujia for the title. The cultivators lived freely in the world like immortals, not caring for the rules and laws in the mortal realm. However, Xie Yujia and Hao Ren both had parents who hoped that they could have happy lives, so this responsibility landed on Xie Yujia's shoulders. Outside of the dressing room, more guests arrived at the Great Hall with the wedding hour drawing near. After the narrow escape from death 5 years ago, Grandma got healthier each day. After 5 years, she now walked without the aid of her walking cane, and she was fast, making her peers call her, Old Immortal. Wearing formal clothes, Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua walked beside Grandma, barely able to catch up with her speed. Also wearing celebratory clothes, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu walked beside Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua, which made the guests murmur to themselves. Zhao Guang had paid for all the expenses. Otherwise, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang wouldn't have been able to hold such a luxurious event with their savings. Right now, the two families were so close that Hao Ren had almost become the son of the Zhao family. Taking Hao Ren as their son, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu had paid for his wedding, which was why they had invited some of their friends. However, to Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, Zhao Guang's relatives and friends dressed quite strangely. Some of the burly men looked strange in suits, some old men seemed quite comfortable in traditional Chinese clothing, and an old man in a Taoist robe came with a thin hairy-faced guy who looked as if he hadn't shaved his face for months. If they hadn't come from the main entrance with formal invitations in hand, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang would have suspected that they were dressing up and went to the wrong party. Wow! That guy even has hair on the back of his neck. While walking around the hall with a piece of cake in his hand, Zhou Liren was about to get some fruits. Suddenly, he pointed at the guy who was devouring fruits in front of them and said to Zhao Jiayi by his side. Hiss! That guy with hair on the back of his neck suddenly turned his head and bared his teeth at Zhou Liren. Seeing his eyes flashing golden lights and the fierce expression on his face, Zhou Liren got so frightened that he dropped his cake and fled to the distance. Zhao Jiayi saw the weird guy as well and pulled Ma Lina away immediately. They had wanted to get some peaches, but now they had to get other fruits. Little Shui. I'm quite familiar with this place. Wearing a black suit, Zhen Kongming came over holding Wu Luoxi's hand. After 5 years, he and Wu Luoxue had both entered middle school. Zhen Kongming was even more handsome, and Wu Luoxue became more intelligent and beautiful than before. In the past 5 years, Zhen Kongming had guarded Wu Luoxue fiercely and took anyone who dared to pursue Wu Luoxue as his enemy. However, even though he had gained the liking of his future mother-in-law, Wu Luoxue was still not responding to him, which made him as anxious and impatient as a caged monkey in front of a banana tree. Hao Ren had invited Zhen Kongming's family and Wu Luoxi's family to his wedding on land. Since Zhen Kongming wanted to stay on land, Lady Zhen and Qin Hong had created fake identities for themselves, and they were now talking with Mayor Wu and Bai Zi. Meanwhile, Zhen Kongming took the opportunity to wander around with Wu Luoxue, pleased that Wu Luoxue allowed him to hold her slim hand. Ha 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 ha! A series of hearty laughter sounded. The nearby guests turned their heads and saw an old man with white hair and a healthy complexion walking into the great hall in the company of a black-faced man and a clear-skinned woman. Father. Zhao Guang immediately went up to greet the magnificent old man. Hee. Uncle, you've finally come. Hao Zonghua also walked over with Yu Yang to welcome him. The old man was Zhao Horan. After Zhao Kuo decided to stay in the heavenly realm and guard the tomb for Zhao Horan's dragon soul had merged with the will of the godly dragon. Without the disturbance of the devil dragon, Zhao Horan had miraculously come back to life in 3 days. The merging process was almost the same as Shu Kei and the heavenly devil, but the difference was that Zhao Horan didn't lose his mind. With his iron soul merging with the will of the godly dragon, He was both the old dragon king of East Ocean and the godly dragon. In a sense, he was the godly dragon with Zhao Horan's memories. Even Yazi didn't dare to be disrespectful when he saw Zhao Horan, since the latter was the godly dragon. "Uncle, please come this way and take a seat," Hao Zonghua said to Zhao Horan politely. With the closeness between the Zhao family and the Hao family, Hao Zonghua had met Zhao Guang's father several times and knew that this old man had come back purposefully to attend Hao Ren's wedding from the U.S. Hao Zonghua also recognized the couple walking beside Zhao Horan. They were Zhao Guang's third brother Zhao Kuo and his wife. For some reason, this couple didn't want to have kids and took Zhao Yanzi as their daughter. He knew that old people put great importance on descendants. Zhao Guang's second brother Zhao Quan and his family had come with Xie Yujia's parents, but it seemed like this old man valued Hao Ren more than Zhao Quan's family. Hao Zonghua was both baffled and moved, especially when he learned from Yu Yang that Zhao Hongyu had once told her Zhao Horan and Zhao Guang's plan of passing most of Mingri Group's shares to Hao Ren in the future. Touched by Zhao family's great affection for Hao Ren, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang felt quite guilty that Hao Ren didn't marry Zhao Yanzi. However, they didn't know that Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were already a married couple. The one who was embarrassed was Zhao Yanzi, since she couldn't tell Hao Ren's parents the truth and still called them mom and dad. Elder Lu Qing and elder Sun Yun came in through the entrance with Yu Zilong, who looked to be an ordinary young man. After his narrow escape from death, Yu Zilong had returned to peak Qian level after healing from his injuries, and he had stayed in East Ocean University as a counselor. The Calligraphy Club of East Ocean University had grown into an organization equivalent to the former Dragon God Shrine. Under Hao Ren's authorization and the agreement signed by all the dragon clans, it could investigate all the cases involving dragon cultivators, including the metal elemental dragons. With the support from Eighth Heaven, Hao Ren had carried out his plan of making Ethereal Summit the independent court for human cultivators, which could issue judgments on conflicts and disputes between any sects on Fifth Heaven, Sixth Heaven, and Seventh Heaven. All the former and current members of the Calligraphy Club came to attend Hao Ren's wedding. Most of them had become the pillars of their respective dragon palaces, working closely with the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Unprecedented prosperity came to both the dragon cultivators and human cultivators. As to Hao Zonghua's project on searching for dragons, it had gained a breakthrough by acquiring a brand new genetic sequence which gave scientists hope of extending humans' lifespan. With his 5-year research, Hao Zonghua had gained a lot of recognition and would probably win the Nobel Prize. However, Hao Zonghua was uninterested in this prize since his only hope was to spend more time with his family. Also, he wanted Hao Ren and Xie Yujia to have a child to satisfy grandma so that she could stop talking about it constantly. Snap! In her white wedding dress, Xie Yujia walked out from the dressing room. Smiling, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili walked on either side of Xie Yujia, followed by Suhan and Zhao Yanzi. She stunned almost everyone with her beauty. All the lights seemed to dim instantly before her. Xie Yujia's parents, who were talking with Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, were also stunned when they saw their daughter, and they were at a loss for words. Zhao Baibai, who had been busy taking red envelopes, ran over and picked up the train of Xie Yujia's dress. At about 7 years old, she was at the cutest age, and her appearance behind Xie Yujia added another bright spot to the scene. Nodding slightly with a smile on her face, old Grandma Qingfeng looked at Xie Yujia with satisfaction. Xie Yujia saw old grandma as well and smiled. Sun Wukong, who had been devouring peaches, froze for a second when he saw the beautiful bride of his third brother. However, he immediately lowered his head and focused on his peaches. He didn't like women without facial hairs. While looking at Xie Yujia, Lady Zhen sighed slightly when she remembered her disciple Duan Yao, who was sleeping in the ancient lamp. She knew that Hao Ren had reached the 6-petal realm last month after 5 years of diligent cultivation. She also knew that out of the 5 elixir pills that Chu Niu gave Hao Ren, he had eaten 1, and Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia, and Suhan each had 1 as well. The last one was saved for Duan Yao. With his great cultivation speed, the guidance from Zhao Horan, who had the will of the godly dragon, and the practices with the battle god Sun Wukong, Hao Ren probably would reach the 8-petal realm in 5 to 10 years. Lady Zhen didn't know if Duan Yao would change her mind about her love toward Hao Ren after that long, but she was certain about one thing: As Duan Yao's master, she would do anything in her power to guarantee Duan Yao's happiness. Second brother, Zhen Yuanzi, who was in a Taoist robe, thought of something and asked Sun Wukong, "Third brother has a question for you. Do you know Tang Xuanzang and Zhu Bajiwan?" Tang Xuanzang and Zhu Baji. While biting into a peach, Sun Wukong stared at Zhen Yuanzi in bafflement and then blinked. "Are they very powerful? Where do they live? I'll go fight them." Zhen Yuanzi was at a loss for words. His second brother was searching everywhere for a rival to fight. Now that he had finally found Hao Ren who had potential, Sun Wukong wanted Hao Ren to reach the 8-petal realm as soon as possible so that they could fight for real. Sun Wukong really wanted to reach the ultimate 9-petal realm. That was why he fought with Hao Ren and taught him at least once a month. Zhen Yuanzi looked away and suddenly saw a benign woman in cotton clothes among the guests. He was instantly surprised. With a smile on her face, this woman was looking at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who were walking toward the red carpet. Standing on the red carpet, Hao Ren watched as the girls walked toward him. Each of them emitted unique radiance, and their beauty almost blinded the guests. Hao Ren smiled. "Today, I'm marrying you. Today, I'm marrying you." The music sounded in the hall.